What's up, Oscar?
I like that quote.
That work.
Do it. Do it.
So you guys will appreciate this. I was just in a Zoom meeting, and my very and had apparently just had an accident, and my husband had to clean the dog up. And anyway, it was a epic interference sort of thing.
Man.
You got the whole Farrah Fawcett hair blowout going. You're looking good.
This is the dirty hair curl. I think I should do this more often.
Yeah, you should.
Dirty hair curl.
Yeah.
Oscar and I don't have that.
No, you don't.
We can't do the dirty hair curl anymore.
Yeah, I cut my boy's hair this past weekend. That dude's hair is curly.
He is so damn cute, by the way.
Cut that thing
So
down.
cute.
So cute.
That was fun.
How old are your kids now, Oscar?
4.
Ugh.
4. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I was just looking at that stuff. I was so lucky in 16. That's when they were born, 4 years ago. There's so much going on. I was just thinking, I can't imagine having.
Hi, Bonnie. Good morning. We'll get started here in just a minute. Let's see if we can get one last colleague on. And then, Ashley, when you're ready, you let us know.
Okay, just to let you know, also, I received notification that Jenny is going to be late and will not be here in the beginning.
That's okay. So we're ready to go then whenever you are, because we've got the rest of the council that we're going to go with. So let's get started as quickly as practicable.
Okay, just to confirm with you is, because I'm sorry, I was on the other line with the attorneys, are we anticipating Mayor later, or are you filling in today?
Yes, I would anticipate she'll join us in a few hours.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was under the impression she had a conflict at this time. I just wanted to make sure that we all on.
Everybody who's on is here. So whenever you're ready, and we'll start rolling. Can everybody else go on mute while we get started here?
Okay. We will go ahead and transition you into broadcast mode. All right. And Mr. Vice Mayor, you may call your meeting to order whenever you are ready.
Okay, thank you and good morning, Madam Clerk and colleagues. I'll call this meeting to order. Let's start off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll ask Councilmember Delgado if you'll do us a pleasure today. I think in chambers they're going to be able to put up a flag for us. There we go.
Absolutely.
There we go.
All right, thank you, Councilman Doug. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, transitioning to roll call for the Reno City Council. Breckus is absent at this time. Dewar?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
Weber?
Here.
Jardin?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
And Sheevy is absent at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Your first item on the agenda today is general public comment. General public comment is reserved for items that are not specific to this agenda. They are items received after such time that our previous council meeting had adjourned. I note this for the record because council did receive some voicemails that we will be listening and broadcasting through our meeting as they related to some of the items on our previous agenda. It should be noted for the record, we received letters for general public comment from Suzanne Dubois, John Ray, Ann Miller, Kevin Goss, Laura Fisher, Linda Fisher, Sharice and Stephen Chavez, Ralph Coppola, Summer Kaufman, Jonathan Sakoff, Lee Dixon. In addition to that, those have been submitted to council and are part of the record, again, for general public comment for items not on this agenda. At this time, Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, we will transition to the voicemails that have been received by our office prior to 4 p.m. as they do not relate to a specific agenda item. And we will transition to IT to be able to play those for us at this time.
Yes, my name is Annie Miller, and I live down here in South Reno, and I'm calling regarding the Mount Rose Highway Waste Transfer Station. My answer and comment is... Yes, my name is Annie Miller, and I live down here in South Reno, and I'm calling regarding the Mount Rose Highway Waste Transfer Station. My answer and comment is no, don't put one there. We don't need a waste transfer station here. We don't need it smelling up our beautiful South. Stop trying to put everything back down here. I know Reno's growing, but you need to really use some common sense in what you put in the south of this town. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I live in South Reno, and I really oppose the Mount Rose Highway waste transfer station, and hope that you build it somewhere else where there's no homes around, and give South Reno a break. I really would appreciate you considering another place. Thank you.
I would just like to voice that I am wholly against the garbage transfer station that's supposed to be placed on the southwest corner of South Virginia Mount Rose Highway. This is absolutely not an appropriate place to put a waste transfer facility. You have high-end shopping mall, high-end apartments, and it's the Mount Rose Scenic Corridor, the very bottom of it, but come on, this is absolutely ridiculous. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victoria Young, and I'm a homeowner on Chesterfield Lane, which is right down the street from where they're planning to do that in-store storage unit facility on the Charlene PUD Planning Unit 9 amendment. Anyway, I'm calling to request that plan unit development handbook is not amended and that it's left as it is. Charlone's Avenue, that particular structure road that's behind my house, is an incredibly busy road. Putting a storage unit on that corner of this road, this intersection, is going to put young children at risk. There are low-income families that live in the apartment building across the street from Charlene. I live on Chesterfield, where houses are. But on the other side is low-income apartments for children. Every morning I see them cross the street to come to their school bus or to walk to school, because up the street is Billinghurst. And I think adding a storage unit to the Charlene's Road, this area, is going to do nothing but cause more congestion and actually put those poor children at risk every morning when they're going to school. If you look on the records of accidents on Charlene's, you'll see we have a ton of accidents on this road every year. It is an incredibly busy road. It goes all the way up into just there's housing all the way up. We only have one stop sign on that entire road, or stop light, I should say, and one stop sign on that entire road. This is a terrible idea. Please do not amend the Charlene's Planned Unit Development Handbook. Leave it as it stands. We don't need to have a in-store storage facility right next to houses on top of a very extremely busy road. Please, for the safety of the children in the neighborhood and the busyness and the traffic and all that's going on in that street. Do not amend that. Please just tell those people to go build the storage unit in the areas that's not around homes, not around children. Thank you.
My name is Suzy Hines, Suzyheinz. I'm a registered voter in Washoe County, and I reside in Ward 2 area. I am leaving a comment for this mayor and the city council regarding what are your plans to improve our community pools since it has reached crisis category at this time. Since Moana Pool closed in 2007, we have not had a replacement pool. We need solution today and not in another year or who knows how long. We definitely are. This shortage of pool has reached a catastrophic area. We need our youth to be able to go to safe places and exercise and so on. So I don't need to go on what exercise does and why we need the pools at this time. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, I believe with that, we are done with our general public comment. We will be transitioning to your approval of the agenda. It should be noted for the record, Council, item B17 has been pulled by staff off of this agenda. Again, B17, Boy 17, has been pulled, and that item will not be heard today. With that, if there are no other updates, you will be looking for approval of your agenda.
Before we do the approval of the agenda, I'm going to go to my colleague, Councilmember Dewar, as to item B17. You had a comment?
No, I had a comment on public comment, actually. I just wanted to mention, since some of the comments were about the proposed waste transfer station, this is just a good opportunity for me to let people know that we will be having a town hall on that project in mid-October. So for those that are interested or tracking that, I'll be holding a town hall with a Facebook Live with the applicants in mid-October.
Outstanding. I think, too, it should be noted that item B17 is an item that you have been working on tirelessly as well.
Yeah, I didn't know if we're up to that, but that is why I had to step off the council meeting last night for about 35 minutes. I went down and met with the Double Diamond Master Association at their board meeting just to talk about that item, which has to do with bridging a wetland area. And I'll be having a subsequent town hall on that with the Master Association next Wednesday. And so that is September 30th.
About all the hard work you're doing to engage people, especially during the COVID pandemic. When we can't meet in person, it's sometimes difficult, and I think you're doing the good work of continuing to engage our community. Thank you for that. With that, I'll ask for a motion for the approval of the agenda, please. Welcome, Councilmember Breckes.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the approval of the agenda at this time?
I do have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
So it's just on the agenda, but we're not doing the consent agenda, pulling those items yet. We're just
not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, consent agenda. Any public comment on this item? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's go back to A51, the approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion, please?
Breckes.
I have a motion by Councilmember Breckes, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any other discussion on this item at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that Madam Clerk has dropped off. She is trying to reconnect at this time.
No problem. We'll move along. Consent agenda. Do we know, Brian, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda that you know of?
I do not have any voicemails registered at this time. Madam Clerk is reconnecting and she may have some more information on that.
Yeah, let's give her a chance to get back on. Let me ask this, are there any items that council wishes to pull for discussion? I'll start with my colleague from Ward 1, Ms. Breckus. Oh, hold on, Councilmember Breckus, you're on mute, I think, or I can't hear you yet.
B13 and B20.
Okay, hold on, B13 and B20, B20. Okay, thank you, my friend and colleague from Ward 2.
Yes, I'd like to pull item B14, and I want to just note again that we've already pulled off the agenda B17.
Yes.
And let me just check. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado, any items?
B16, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Councilmember Weber.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
B15.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items, please, then, that have not been pulled?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion or action at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the first item was pulled for discussion, I believe was Councilmember Breckus, item B13.
Actually, oh, okay. A question for Public Works, and this is a storm drain master plan. And I think it's going to be one of the first setups to standing up our stormwater utility so that we'll have a separate funding source rather than the sewer fund for all of our stormwater needs around the city, something I've supported. But I do have a question for our Public Works Director, who I see has joined us. I have been entertaining a number of inquiries as of late, particularly, and I think, is it Island 18, where we've inherited some of the rolled ditch, kind of drainage systems. So for people who aren't familiar with that, no gutters. The streets just have asphalt, and then at the end of the asphalt, it just rolls into what I call a gully gutters. And I think there's one request in right now, service request up in Barnes Boulevard that you may be familiar with. Are we going to be getting to the level of looking at stormwater flows, in the gullies along the street where there aren't gutters, and how the streets function with this study?
Thank you for the question. For the record,
yeah. Okay. Thanks.
For the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So as part of this study, we will be looking at all of the topo, and we'll be getting the information on all of the infrastructure that we have in place, and that will include roadside ditches that function in that capacity. So we will be adding those in. As you know, the roadside ditches, a lot of those have also culverts under driveways and that type of infrastructure where we do not have the improvements like many of our city streets that have curbs and gutters and storm drain under the street.
Okay, so gully ditches will be looked at on residential streets?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, that's great.
Any other questions from the body? Hearing none, I'll go back to Councilmember Breckus for a motion, please.
I'll move.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item B14 is pulled by Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. I pulled this item for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that we spent a lot of time at this council talking about the south end of the Virginia Street project, which was through Midtown. We spent an enormous amount of time. We individually spent time on art, trees, benches, pedestrian activation, and so on and so forth. I've heard very little about the north end, and I was just, first of all, hoping that at some point we can get a presentation. For example, it wasn't until this item that I realized that there were, in fact, planned to be 2 roundabouts. And I'm not trying to say people don't know what's going on. I just don't know that we at this council level are as familiar with those that serve as on RTC or maybe the university. So I would like, just an update and somebody to go over the plans with us at a future council meeting. This particular item has to do with 2 roundabouts, and one in particular, the one on 8th and 9th Street. And there's a proposal for the university to take over the landscape maintenance, and I thought that was terrific. I'm very grateful to them because, roundabouts are a little bit tough to take care of, and it's just one more thing that the city has to do, so I think that's good. The second thing has to do with the monument that's planned to place there. In that it's going to be in the middle of a public street, and this is still going to be a public street. And I think that just as we had the south end of the Virginia Street improvements, we had it go through the Public Art Committee, and we had residents that were in that general area participate, as well as businesses. I think that any kind of monuments or art, we should have the Public Art Committee involved. Maybe too late for this one, and I'm not trying to make a deal about this one. I think the university does need signage. I did ask at the gender review to see the signage, and I think Carrie's here, and she can just show that to us because I'm not sure it was sent to everybody. I thought it looked really nice, but I also would have liked, our advisory board on art to kind of weigh in on that, in that it's going to be in the middle of a public street. So, Carrie, do you have that handy, the monument picture?
Let me see if I can share this screen for you. Is that screen sharing?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Carrie.
This is Carrie Koski, city engineer. Yes, thank you so much for the question, Councilwoman Doer. This particular roundabout here at the north end of the Virginia Street BRT project is going to have a monument sign, and you did bring up a very good point about the public art process. And this particular dialogue and coordination happened earlier back in 2018 when the project was first identified in the interlocal agreement. An RTC and university and the city had put together a plan to put a monument type structure which is going to match the brick spacing that they have along the transit stop right there, and it'll have some steel letters and some lights and then landscaping. And as staff, we felt that it was necessary to work with the university to get the maintenance agreement, and they have graciously agreed to do that.
Right. Do you have an actual picture of the monument, or is that what's down in the lower? Is there a way you could just blow that up a little bit, or?
See if I can do that. Sorry, as luck would have it here.
Doing good.
Yeah,
that's very helpful, though.
Okay.
I would just like to recommend, it looks like they did a nice job. I know that generally the university likes to do things, with the university. The difference here is that, this is a public street, and I think it's remaining a public street, and I just want to make sure that by putting a monument in the middle of the street, it sort of implies, and probably that is the intention, that you're entering university land. And then there's a second roundabout, and at the north end, and I didn't know, were they gonna have a monument as well on that one?
No, this is the only roundabout in the north end. So there's 2 roundabouts on the project, one in Midtown and one here, at, near the parking garage.
Okay, I misunderstood. So up by, the athletic facilities where it says landscaping North Virginia at roundabout, I thought there was another roundabout there.
Just the one.
Okay, well, just so you know, the documents that we have, the very first picture on this item, right after the staff report, shows 2, this I can't see, I'm sorry, but shows a second roundabout right up here, as well as one down here.
Gotcha.
So it might be just a little bit confusing, at least it was to me.
Yes.
So maybe we could get some clarification, because it says landscaping North Virginia at roundabout on that one as well.
So the landscaping on, near 8th and 9th Street, that is basically landscaping that is adjacent to, in the, landscape areas adjacent to the roadway. So where the station is, the bus station is on between 8th and 9th, that particular area right there. That's the other landscaping that the university has already decided.
I'm glad I pulled this off, because I thought I misread this, and it does say at Center Median, and I thought they were planning another roundabout right at the intersection of 9th Street.
No.
And that's what I thought this was. So the roundabout is going to be up near those athletic facilities.
Correct.
I got you. Okay. All right. Well, I just going forward, I would just recommend, when we're involved with public streets and such, that we do engage our public art committee as much as possible, whether it's signage or, any kind of lighting, those kind of issues. I think it's good to engage them. And then I would love to get a presentation later on the overall project, like what kind of lighting is going to be in the project, what kind of, landscaping, trees, whatever. I'd just love to get some more information. I think it'd be useful to the whole council, since it's the other major half of this whole project. So thank you, Carrie.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Carrie, for that. And I do like the idea of having a representative from RTC coming back and giving a presentation, because we did have so much attention on the South Virginia side that I feel like we have not given as much, and of course COVID has kind of played a role in the North Virginia side, and there's lots of great things, another improvement in the area we'll be talking about on B15. Carrie, I know I've been intimately involved with the details of all of this project as the ward representative, and we adopted as a council a policy of involvement and who would be representative and at the table. Can you remind me of that? And then maybe some further clarification of, I know in Virginia, the lower part of Virginia Street through Midtown, we dedicated some $300,000 from a restroom we didn't put in City Hall, and then there was an additional grant which went towards art. This is a monument, and I view this very, very differently than art. So my concern is, and we can have this at a future meeting, what the clarifying lines are of when advisory boards are involved and to what level, not to exclude, but the reason we kind of put some definitions and parameters on whom would be involved in different things is to not, so as not to slow things down and to kind of have decision points and to move things along. So, and it doesn't need to be now, but my question is, remind me again what our policy was on involvement of council members? In the Midtown area, we set up a design review committee, and the involvement there was basically to act as staff's liaisons to foster the involvement between the community and the city, as we had, the city chose to give the project around $300,000 for enhancements. So at that point, the involvement was to make sure that those funds were being spent as
as you wish them to be spent. And I am happy to tell you all that basically we're just about finished with the Midtown enhancements. We actually got the poles. We've got 2 sets of poles in for the banners, two different locations, one at the north end and one at the south end. We did also get the stamps in on the concrete, and we're working with the Midtown folks to finish up the banners and also the historic markers. As you are well aware, the RTC put in the lights, and the lights were, we were able to put all the lighting in for all of the trees on the Midtown area. And I would like to just mention that the monument at the north end is not coming out of any of the city funds. That is all part of the project cost, and they've worked that out with the university.
So I guess my question is, so we adopted as a city, and I'm just trying to get clarification of the record. We adopted as a city, as I recall, a resolution that said issues that connected RTC projects to the surrounding community members and businesses and involvement was to be representative of the council ward in which it passed through. So as an example, as I recall, the Midtown section had myself and I think Councilwoman Breckus and even Councilmember Delgado, because we all kind of intersect parts of that. This section would be myself. Correct. I think it was myself. So that's what we agreed to, correct?
Correct. We decided to utilize the ward that the project falls into.
Okay, thank you. I just was clarifying that was something that we as a council adopted that program, and again, we can bring back sort of the involvement of various advisory groups, but understanding to where and which they are involved and at what point. And the reason I say this is kind of setting up what the expectations are. We have great opportunity with the new president coming in for a new day and to set those expectations and the involvement. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as to kind of what our role is and what the university's role can be, so that when we make those new introductions, that we're all rowing in the same direction.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
Finish my thought on that.
Councilmember Dewar, can I come back to you? Councilmember Breckus has been waiting, I think.
Yeah, I would just like to respond though, because
please do. I'll yield the floor to her.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Councilmember Dewar.
I just wanted to say, and just so it's clear on the record in response, is that it was the collaboration that I was so inspired by in the Midtown area. And my involvement in Midtown was extensive, and I don't touch any part of that ward, but because I'm the liaison to both the Urban Forestry and the Arts Commission, and those were key components of the street. That's where my involvement came. It's not because it was my ward. So I just wanted to continue that and make sure we're having those dialogues and try to replicate that success with a design review committee, just to finish my thoughts. So that's all I was really going towards, is just trying to understand how we are engaging the community and those particular commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, and I appreciate you pulling this. I've been approached by people in the community who have been asking me to speak on the topic of a Colin Kaepernick monument up in that area. And obviously we've had monument issues down in in Ward 1 in Newlands, Francis Newlands. So monuments on public right-of-way are a very important issue. And I just want to reflect that. I think that we're delegating all of our rights away to the university on this issue. So now the people who have asked me about how we can get, how a Colin Kaepernick monument statue can get placed up in the university area, we don't have any ability to influence any longer, and that might be a little disconcerting. So I don't know, maybe we should hold back and retain authority and approval from this right-of-way about what we put there if the university decides not to respond to that themselves.
Okay, any additional questions or comments by the body? If there are none, I'll come
Does
back.
any comment on that issue? Okay, I guess I'm the only one who's heard from people on that.
I don't think that because no one commented, it means you're the only one who's heard from it. It's just that not everyone agrees that the university has any less right to place a placemaking monument in the area of town that represents the university community. I don't think that I will have the ability to tell them what monument to put up to Colin Kaepernick or not, even if I believe fundamentally we might have one. I assume they would place one nearer to the football stadium were that appropriate. Councilmember Jordan, I'll come to you for a motion. This is your ward.
Thank you very much. Move to approve.
Okay, I'll second it. Okay, we've got a, hold on, please. We've got a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions or comments from the body?
Yeah, I'll support because it's a cooked baked thing, but I am a little concerned that we are delegating to the university, like, you know, why Ms. Dewar brought this up, our ability to review what they put in the monument. I mean, I mean, what if they put in something that, you know, we don't agree, and we're the one, it's our street. I kind of, you know, and I'm just talking about the Wells Avenue one that's been run over a lot of times. I think we should retain authority in our right of way, just even if it's just a stamp of approval. I would encourage the board to hold that sort of policy in terms of, while they're our partner, we need to manage our right of ways.
Any additional comments at this time?
Yeah. Want to reiterate, Mr. Vice Mayor, that I'd love to take up Councilwoman Jordan on the proposal, have RTC come back, and let's just have some thoughtful input on this at least one time, as we did many times on the south end. I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item B15 is Councilmember Jordan's item.
Thank you very much. I know this is something that you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Reese, and I have worked with the university and the student union, and as a significant priority that they have for this lighting in this area, and I thought it would be remiss if we didn't pull this off and talk about it a little bit. So, John or Carrie?
Thank you. Ms. Koski, are you available?
I sure am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to echo the comments that Councilmember Jordan made. This item originally came to us through the ASUN Senate, and the students at the university themselves flagged this stretch of roadway as being their primary safety concern. And so that item was brought to Councilmember Jordan and myself, and we had the opportunity to meet with the university and to encourage them to get involved in it. Fortunately, also the RTC and Public Works had some knowledge of this area already, and some of the work was probably already had been done, but maybe not completed. So, Carrie, I'll let you share with the body, but I think ultimately this is a very good example that Councilmember Jordan flagged as that real partnership between the city and the university, what can happen when the students raise their voice in a democratic process and make known what their concerns are. And so I'm very pleased that the city moved just very rapidly to make this happen, because it was raised last semester. The promise was to get it up and running before this new semester and school year got off the ground, and I think we made it real close. And so a very exciting example of those kind of partnerships that we can accomplish when we work together. So Ms. Koski, can you give us a little bit of an update?
I'd love to. Thank you, Councilman Reese. Carrie Koski, city engineer. You're absolutely right. About a year ago, matter of fact, I think it was around November of 2019, the students came and explained some of the issues with the lack of lighting along the path. So the city, we stepped up and we took a look at the lighting in November. We did a lighting study. In November, December, we sat down with the university, Heidi Ganzert and her team, and the RTC, Brian Stewart and his team of engineers, and we all came together and came up with a goal. When we could have these completed by, and kind of a process of that, what we would do how we would accomplish that. January through May, then we set forth and we put together a design package. We went through the review process with the university and the RTC, got input, and we also worked on our interlocal agreements, which this item is here today. The interlocal agreements is basically, we had two, one with the RTC where we had a reimbursement for the actual purchase and installation of the lights, and then UNR's reimbursement for maintenance costs and also to pay the operating costs. Then in June and July, we went to work, and I would have to say that I'm very proud of my team and the traffic engineering folks. They did a remarkable job. They deserve a lot of credit for this. And they put in 19 lights, spaced them at about 150-foot spacing. I've got a photograph if you haven't seen those. If you'd like me to share that, I could most certainly do that.
Yeah, we'd like to see it, I think. I think your team has put in such hard work on this. It's worth our looking at it.
And hopefully that's coming your direction.
It is. We can see it.
So the photo. So that's a picture of the light, and then we've got a mid-block crossing there. So I'm very pleased to say that this is one of those projects where we were asked to make things happen, and we just got it done.
Yeah, a lot of what Public Works does is just getting the work done, and so it's very humbling to see the work come to pass. I know that the students sometimes feel disconnected from the city because they've got their own governance structure and they bring forward their own bills and policy legislative priorities. This one was, I know the Vice President Austin Brown worked very much on this. One of the senators from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Joe Kokalis, was one of the people who primarily brought this along. And I know that hopefully that they're paying attention to what's gone on and understand that their voice really does matter. So thank you for making their issue matter to our community and making it so timely. Councilmember Jordan, did you have any additional comments?
None other than to say if, the difference is day and night up there, literally. It was very, very dark, and with all that student housing to the north, it really was a concerning area for their safety and their traversing during, the dusk hours and at night. So I appreciate this very much, and to Vice Mayor Reese's point, listening to the student union and the student population and collaborating with the administration at UNR and with our staff and with RTC, we were able to accomplish a great improvement in this area. So thank you, Carrie and John and everybody involved with this. And most importantly, the students. I appreciate their involvement in making change. So move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion. Can I get a second, please? Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Breckus. Any additional discussion or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item B16, Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had some quick questions. Sounds like we're getting security for our public safety center. Can you give me a little bit more, has ever presented on that, a little bit more information as to what does that entail?
Ms. Koski, is this you as well?
This is me too. It's
Thank you so much.
Carrie Koski, City Engineer. Yes, Councilman Delgado, this particular item is basically to bring some security over to the Public Safety Center since the pandemic. As you all know, several of the units for the police department have moved over to the Public Safety Center for social distancing reasons. And they are occupying that building. So some of as you well know, we don't have security fencing or a lot of monitoring around the building. So this particular contract would allow us to provide that through the CARES Act funding.
So providing security for our future police station?
Correct.
Okay. And so this is a grant, and so do we assume under the forecasting now for the budget of the new police station, once we get a fence in or some parameters that we're no longer going to need the security, or is this just a one-time shot to provide security in the immediate?
This is until we can move forward with improvements and security around the building, yes.
Okay.
May I be recognized? Madam,
I'm here. Yes, Councilmember Breckus. I'm sorry. Sometimes we can't see all the screen.
thank you, Mr. Delgado, for bringing this up. I thought we had given prior direction that we would be having a running tally of all the costs associated with the Public Safety Center. I think that came in before, COVID hit, and obviously these are expendable COVID expenses. But I was not aware, I don't recall a memo on how we're using that center at this point. I see that RTC is responding to a request by the city that I don't recall us discussing to re-engineer the street around there for our use. And I was going to bring it up during the budget, but I think it's good to tie it back to budgetary decisions like this on the consent center. We've been talking at the budget, about operational FY cuts, 5, 10, 15% that our finance director thinks we should go in. But these larger capital projects, like the Public Safety Center, that I think before COVID, the plan was to bring forward a debt instrument to us. And I think it's just an open question before we see more piecemeal, expenditures, is to just be all on the same page about how and what we're doing with this facility. And likewise with the pool, now that there's a greater constituency for pools in Reno, and the City Hall retrofit. So, thanks, but I think it is good to flag these costs associated with the big capital projects that, maybe are growing incremental without all of us understanding a big plan for those facilities. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll come back to Councilmember Delgado.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any other additional comments or questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous.
You're on mute, Devin.
I apologize. Item B20 is the next item as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, this is something our finance director is bringing to us. It's the third amendment to the bowling agreement. I think it has significant financial implications. And I'm just wondering how it came about that this was drafted and negotiated with the other parties, because we haven't had a discussion about it here. I brought it up in a couple of different
Councilmember Breckus, can I just see if we can transition our budget and finance person over?
Sure, I just wanted to introduce while maybe someone was doing that.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure she can hear, and it looks like she's now in the conversation. And so, did you want to ask? Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
Ms. Lochner, welcome.
How'd you where'd you go? Oh, there. How'd you come about bringing this to the agenda for us? Did you get direction, or was there how'd this come about?
So they approached the city wanting to make these changes. It was actually done through the city attorney's office.
Okay.
All the bowling agreements have been brought forward by finance, so I'm sponsoring it for the city attorney, but it came through the city attorney's office. The bowlers, they contacted us and wanted to bring the women in 1 year early and push the exterior refresh out 1 year, understanding our monetary issues with that project.
I think good for the attorneys, but I think there's policy implications, and sometimes the attorneys don't capture those or flag those, and I want to flag those because they have gone unflagged. And that is that one, and I brought it up in previous meetings, is the bowlers were they supposed to be here this year in 20?
They were. And we prevented that from happening.
Okay, that did not happen. Well, we, you know,
I
don't think the Reno City Council is going to take that one. I think
we'll say the federal government prevented that from happening.
Yeah. But you know, so we didn't get the room tax from them coming. And we have the biggest obligation, and we've been very diligent. I sat on that committee for a couple years in making the improvements. And the last improvement, I think, is the biggest improvement, and it's right on the cusp of this whole thing expiring, where the Reno City Council gets to decide what we're going to do with this facility long term to enhance our revitalization goals. And in fact, we even had a discussion with that, who's that group that we awarded an RFP to last year?
The P3 partners.
Yeah, that's not mentioned in here, but maybe it's somehow in play. But I would propose to the council that we negotiate a little harder on this, that if they're not coming, we relieve ourselves of painting the exterior of the bowling, and then we could use that money for other improvements. I was recently, tourism-related improvements is what the law says. I was recently approached by Matt Polly, who's a longtime merchant down on the Riverwalk. I think Mr. Reese said he was reaching out to you also. He'd like to see some facelift along the Riverwalk, but unfortunately we're strapped, and the general fund can't go there, but this funding source could. And this funding source is pledged to paint the bowling for the bowlers who didn't come, did not generate the room tax, so got a little issue there. But I want the council to know, and you know, we're hearing from people who want to see other improvements within the area where these dollars could be spent. And maybe we go back to the bowlers and say, you know what? We don't think the paint is that bad. We've been very good on following through on everything. You didn't come this year. We're not going to do this workout. We're going to do a stronger workout that looks after our interests. And I also, you know, the hanging baskets, I think, are on the first tier 5% cut for this year that we probably have to do because our general fund is you know, in trouble. But we could use these dollars for improvements like that along the Riverwalk where tourists enjoy the area. And I want to say that I think we should be thinking about that. And then also, very soon, maybe by January, the general fund will be paying the debt service on this facility. So in my view, that makes this facility looked at very differently. When I came on in 2012 and those who came on in 2012, we were paying debt service on this, the ballroom and the bowling and the event center. One year it went up as far as $7 million. And I know you all saw that because a memo went out on those payments last year. So maybe we take a look at this also from what is going to be forecast of the general the general fund obligation to the debt service on this, which is simply going to be exposed because the room nights are not being generated by activities like the bowlers. What, and I see my colleague, Ms. Jordan, wants to raise a question. Let me ask you, Ms. Lochner, because I didn't see the forecasting come forward. On the workout with the exposure to the general fund and up to 15% of our C-tax, what are the maximum payments? Those are more structured. Is it $3 million a year?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but, you know, in looking at the current cash flow, it's coming in better than expected, but we expect it'll remain as long as we have, you know, the restrictions in place that we're going to be receiving somewhere between 50 and 60% of that revenue until those restrictions are lifted. So yes, there is every month, depending, you know, when we get our room tax, if it's short, we have a requirement to send a portion of our C-tax to cover the bond, the debt service. And that's a monthly obligation that we pay with the trustee. You know, we have to pay 1/12 of the principal payment and 1/6 of the interest payment, because of course it's split in two every month. And so as the revenues come in, if they come in short, we have to backfill it with the C-tax. Yeah. We expect we'll use about $1 million of C-tax this year.
Okay, so $1 million we're going to be shorted. So I'd like to use this if there's money on this tourism side to do other things than paint the bowling stadium.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus, I think you've raised some good points. Let me go to Councilmember Jordan, and then I'll have some questions as well. But Councilmember Jordan, is Ms. Koski available too, and can we bring her back into the meeting while we're going to Ms. Jordan? Councilmember Jordan, the time is yours first.
Thank you. I guess my question is on this, how much is for the record, how much is the painting of the bowling stadium?
I believe it's $1,150,000.
So I like Councilmember Breckus on this one, and again, without getting maybe the full picture of the needs. I mean, I think the last thing we want to do is to neglect something to the point of repair down the road that ends up being significantly more expensive. But I'm going to tie this to the meeting we had yesterday and the needs we have surrounding the homeless issue and the homeless impacts, particularly as they relate to our visitor core, and maybe just a greater understanding of where these dollars can be spent as it relates to that. And Chief Soto brought up a good point yesterday about if we're wanting some additional responses and services as it relates to that population and their needs and the impacts that they're having, where do those dollars come from? So I guess my question is this 1 point something million applicable to apply? Okay, I'm getting a head shake, no. So it has to be used.
My understanding, and I can do more research, but my understanding is the $2 surcharge is to be used. It's charged on the hotels in the former police protection area, and it is to be used for capital improvements or large maintenance items of the 3 facilities in the downtown. The event center, the livestock event center, and the bowling stadium.
Okay, so that is good.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so if we could get, and I don't know if Carl Hall's still on the line, if we can get definite clarifying information on that, because I know we've had some discussions, maybe I'm confusing CDBG dollars and some of the other funds that we can use for a broader spectrum of things. So maybe we can get a clarification on the narrow use of this, because I do think the community is like, well, wait a minute, clearly there's some bigger things going on, and can these dollars not be used for those issues? So.
Can we come first to Ms. Koski, and then we'll go to Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall for clarity on the legal issue. But I guess one of the things that's concerned me in the conversation is largely that I think this conversation might have been better had first at the $2 surcharge subcommittee, because then that committee would have come with some kind of recommendation. We haven't been able to have that committee meeting real recently, and there wasn't a need for it. But now Councilmember Breckus has raised an excellent point. We have this obvious need to continue to have the relationship we do with the United States Bowling Congress, which is, I think, an excellent one, and long-term is a critical piece of our recovery. So it is all these balancing issues, and as Councilmember Breckus said, there is a general sense that the downtown area needs a little bit of a refresh. It's got that mauve painted stuff everywhere, and I know that it might need a refresh, but just can you talk us through generally some of these issues, in part because it may be that this particular agenda item must be continued to another time. If it's not time sensitive, I think it's probably better if it could come back once we get it more fully baked.
Sure. Carrie Koski, city engineer. The time sensitivity of this particular item is such that the bowlers would like to get the women, get the advertising, get all of the necessary steps that they need to get moving in order to move the women up a year. So that's really what's driving the reason for them to bring that to us now. Obviously, the sooner they can get that answer, the better. And they did reach out to us, and they understood that because the bowlers could not beat, the men were not here this year, that there was that opportunity. So I think it was in good faith that they were moving forward. When they asked for that, that's when I thought it might be prudent to move out the completion of the facility upgrade that is in our contract. at least to a year. And those facility upgrades are not necessarily, it just says refurbish the exterior. So I think we have flexibility on what that means. It doesn't have to be a $3 million refurbishment. I think it could be something just as simple as paint, a refresh on the exterior.
Well, in some fairness to you, though, Ms. Koski, your team has done an incredible job on that project. It's just beyond, I think, what any one of us expected. But the exterior has some problems, right? There are some light issues with a very specific and tricky system that is outdated, that probably is going to have to be pulled down. I mean, Councilmember Breckus raised an important point about the P3 folks across the street and whether they really should be shouldering some of the responsibility with, and I don't know where that is. At the end of the day, I suppose we need to do what will improve and protect our building. You know, deferring maintenance forever could not be a good thing. But I also think you might be able to just put up a sign that says, you know, pardon our dust, you know, coming soon, beautiful new exterior, overlook it for now. And probably the women bowlers or any bowler wouldn't be that particularly horrified by what exists. So I'm sort of trying to figure out and balance the competing concerns. Can we also have Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall weigh in on what the dollars can be spent for or on and what our obligations are?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The money can be used, and I'm quoting from section 2.10.470 of the Reno Municipal Code, and this reflects the language that is in the NRS regarding these funds. The proceeds of the surcharge imposed by this article must be used to pay the cost of improving and maintaining publicly owned facilities for tourism and entertainment in the district. And I concur with Ms. Lochner on that. It was essentially the police SAD, as it formerly was known, or within 1 mile outside the boundaries of the district, except for a minor league baseball stadium project as defined by NRS 244A0344. The proceeds of this surcharge must not be transferred to any other fund or account or used for any other purpose.
Well, so that seems to suggest that Ms. Breckus is correct, that as long as it is within a mile of the boundaries of the original police SAD, and it was for the purposes of tourism or beautification, we have some flexibility there.
There is some flexibility. I would just point out that just by way of when this agreement was struck originally, the whole point of it and the economics behind it was the fact that the bowlers put something on the order of 100,000, bed nights in. So it becomes almost like an increment type of financing in the sense of you need the bowlers to create the surcharge. And that's important to the extent that we have an agreement with the bowlers currently that requires us to make certain changes and upgrades to the facade. And if we don't do that, that allows the bowlers potentially an out not to come here. So it's kind of, I just wanted to make everybody aware of the economics of where that money's coming from, namely the bowlers, and then number two, we do have this contractual obligation to do what we've said we've done.
Well, presumably bowlers stroll along the river promenade and they observe the beauty of our community in large order. They like flower baskets hanging as much as the next, non-bowler. Okay, let me come back to Councilmember Breckus, who's had their hand raised patiently. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'd forgotten that it extends outside of a mile of the police SAD, and I'll tell you, a mile outside of the police SAD, I think we do need some refresh. Here's what I think. I think the bowlers have been good partners, but I think we've been exceptionally good partners in terms of refreshing that facility. And I think that they need the certainty, and if they've been in good faith, even though they didn't come, I think we can be in good faith and say that we're we're going to strike the refurbish. You want to re-engineer the terms, we're going to strike the refurbish, but we are good stewards of our properties, and the $2 surcharge will look to see what needs to happen, but it's going to be at our discretion. That's what I think the Reno City Council should do. And I also want to bring up to people that not only do the bowlers get all these amenities from us, but they also get paid. If you look at what that happens is the Bowling Congress gets $2 for every game that's rolled. They get a subsidy, this nonprofit of for coming here. So there's a lot of public largesse that is meeting for these folks to come, and it's supposed to come in room tax and other economic activity, which has never been quantified. And we're going to have the general fund backing up on this facility. So I would suggest we could go forward today, but the exterior refurbish is scraped as an improvement, and we will in good faith reconvene the surcharge committee to see what needs to happen in the timely fashion, but it'll be at our discretion. That's how I would do it.
And Councilmember Breckus, I'm not far off from that, except that I would say Ms. Koski and her team know very well this building. And so I wouldn't just say scraping the exterior refurbish, because maybe what needs to be done is some spackling and paint or this, that, or the other. I would just leave it a little more flexible. But let me come to Councilmember Jordan, who also would like to weigh in, and then I'll come to Councilmember Delgado, who has served, I think, the longest on this committee and may know the nits of it.
Let me just, because I think you misunderstood me, is scrape it as an obligation of ours to them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Not have it as an obligation of ours to them. We have the intent with our committee to look at it, but we are not on the hook to do that for them, is my proposal.
I got you. Okay. Councilmember Jordan, then Councilmember Delgado, and then maybe perhaps back to Ms. Koski. And we have a full agenda, so we probably are getting to the end of this discussion item.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. I guess I would just ask the city attorneys, are sidewalks considered a public facility?
Publicly owned, costs for improving and maintaining publicly owned facilities for tourism and entertainment in the district.
So what I'm getting at, and again, I'm putting myself in the bowlers are a tremendous asset to our community, to all properties, to all economic impacts that they have, and I value them very, very much. But I have also witnessed those same bowlers stand at a four-way stop signs in our downtown and look in every direction and see activities and impacts occurring on our publicly owned sidewalks, and believe that they find probably those sorts of interactions and the things that they're seeing there to be probably more detrimental than the paint on a building. I might be stretching this a bit, but I'm trying to better understand if I'm a bowler and I'm having an experience, not just within the stadium walls, but in traversing our downtown sidewalks that are publicly owned. Facilities is what the definition might be the one here. If they themselves wouldn't agree that there might be a better or more urgent need for those funds to see some improvements now. So I know that's probably a discussion for another day, but I don't know, sidewalks, are they a public facility?
So in general, just real quick, in general, I think you'd have to drill down on that. I mean, there's sidewalks are for the general public. If we're talking about improvements above and beyond that baseline for the bowl, I think that potentially would fall into that. I would also point out that Robert Chisel is an attendee in the audience. He's here to speak on behalf of the RCVA. So if there's questions about that, about the boulders and what maybe the history of where this came from and what he is available if you guys wanted to ask him questions. So with that, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado, I was going to ask you to comment, and then can we move Mr. Chisel from the attendees to the panelists? Is there some question that was burning a hole in people's minds about the time sensitivity? I think that was the question. So we'll move him over. Councilmember Delgado, the floor is yours. And then Madam Mayor, who's been with us, I think is going to retake over the meeting when we get to item C1, and we're almost there.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think to the Chairwoman's question, I think there may be an opportunity for the subcommittee to get together as soon as possible to have some of these discussions. I think it's necessary to have some of those stakeholders at the table, as we know that issues will arise if we start to make recommendations now in the media without at least having some of those stakeholders to take part in these conversations. So if there's a way for us to table possibly the item until the next meeting or the meeting after, I can't see how we wouldn't be able to have, get people on a Zoom or have some of these discussions in the media to figure out how do we take care of our property downtown and at the same time work with the boulders. In my experience of working with the boulders, they've been pretty open to working with us. They've already understood that we're done quite amount of improvements to the bowling stadium already. And so I believe they know that we're going to be good partners in them understanding the current situation. I can't see that they wouldn't want to work with us. But I can't see us really making some of these decisions without having at least some of the stakeholders that sit on that subcommittee along with us at least partake in the conversation.
Well, let's try to get that meeting scheduled as soon as possible. Mr. Chisholm, welcome and good morning. You know this crowd well. Is there something time sensitive that we are missing and need to know about, understanding that Councilmember Delgado has already suggested the importance of making this item continue today and then going to the $2 surcharge subcommittee to have those conversations and then coming back very quickly to us? Is there something you wanted to add to that conversation, Mr. Chisholm? No, Mr. Chisholm, hold on a second. I can't hear you. So let's see where we are there. Or maybe it was a volume-related issue. Can you hear me now? Nope. We can hear you, but it's very, very low. Can you hear me now? No. And we have to create a record, so I apologize. And now we've lost you entirely. Let's do this. I know this item was pulled by Councilmember Breckus, and Mr. Chisholm looks like coming back into the meeting. Let's see if we'll give him one more shot at it. Mr. Chisholm, last call. I mean, we know that you're there and we can hear you, but it's not loud enough to have it be captured or recorded.
I was going to suggest maybe he could call in on the phone.
Yeah, no problem. At this time, because we do have a very long meeting ahead of us and we're only now just completing the consent agenda item, I'm going to come back to Council Members Breckus or Delgado, either of which I think may have a motion teed up for us. Councilmember Breckus, do you agree with the Councilmember Delgado? Like to see us continue it?
I mean, my preference would be that we go forward with the amendment, but that we say in return for re-engineering the year terms, we're going to, strike the obligation, and I can tell you what page it is. It was before February 22, the exterior renovation. So we're off the hook on that. But, when we convene, then the discretion is all the councils, all the committee, all the council to decide how to use those $2 surcharges as, to the degree that they're available. And so they'll be on an equal play with hanging baskets, fixing light, or painting the exterior and sidewalks. So I think that, if they really want to rock and roll and move forward, advertise the thing, I think that's a very fair balance that we have, come to terms with.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none, that motion fails. Councilmember Delgado.
You guys may move to continue the item to the October 14th meeting, that we have our staff help us work to get a $2 surcharge committee meeting done between that time in order to make sure we fit all the time frames to have a discussion on that.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you tell us where we are in the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, we are now transitioning to item C1. This is a public hearing. This is an abandonment request for Stevenson Street Greenway abandonment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received on this item?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, correspondence was received, 6 letters in support, 2 in opposition, and 4 of concern. Those have been submitted to council. Again, these are, if they were received prior to 4 p.m. the day before the meeting, those have been lodged into the record permanently.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, I think I'm gonna let Angela take it away. I see you up there on the screen. So go ahead. We'd love to see a staff presentation. Thanks.
Great. Good afternoon. Good morning. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting CV Director. Can you see the shared screen? Excellent. Okay, so a quick presentation for you. This is a request for an abandonment of a roadway. And a couple things I wanted to cover. You know, when we look at an abandonment request, we look at all things related to utilities, police service, fire service, traffic, and general use of that property. So to give you an overview of what's currently on Stevenson, at least this portion of Stevenson, there are city parking meters. We have 16 parking meters. From a financial perspective, these generate about $2,100 a year in revenue. So those 16 parking meters would go away as part of the abandonment. In terms of utilities, there are 2 utilities. One is a gas line, and the other is a TUMWA line. There is no city sewer, and there is no city storm drain. We did work with TUMWA. They had some concerns about future development of the site, and it's really based on the intended use of this site. And so we'll go through that in just a minute. We can talk more about what TUMWA's concerns were. In terms of the traffic, so this property, this area, is sandwiched in between First Street and Second Street. And both First Street and Second Street are pretty heavily traveled roads. This portion, however, that connects those 2 roads is not heavily traveled. They did submit a traffic study. It had about 387 average daily trips. And again, this is a pretty minor traveled road. It does not connect any big areas from north to south. You know, it's not a major thoroughfare. We have Arlington on one side, we have Ralston on another side. Those are your major thoroughfares. From a police perspective and a fire perspective, they do not use this road to get to and from north and south. So again, from their perspective, there were not major concerns with abandoning this roadway. The applicant did submit a proposed design, and typically when we look at abandonments, we don't look at what the future project is going to be, because we're not looking at a project, we're looking at the road. And is it appropriate to abandon this road? But because this is something that was submitted as part of the application, I wanted to bring it to your attention. Their intended use is to turn this into more of a greenway area. We have conditions that they provide a public access easement, so this will not be gated, this will always be open for public access. This will not be a thoroughfare for cars to get to and from, though. This is intended on their half to be turned into, I would call it more of a major entrance into the 2 projects. The projects both on the east side and the west side are intended to be part of the 1,000 Homes Initiative. So they have submitted applications as part of that project, that initiative. They have not submitted building permits at this time. But they are part of that initiative. The property to the east, I think they're looking at about 72 residential units. The property to the west, they're looking at a mix between commercial and residential units. The applicant is on the line, and I wanted to give you guys more of a robust explanation of why they're requesting this abandonment, so I'll let them go into that detail. From TUMWA's perspective, again, they do have a TUMWA line that runs through this portion of Stevenson. TUMWA's concerns was if they intend to turn this into more of a greenway space, they wanted to make sure that the tree roots don't tear up the TUMWA water line. So we have added a condition that protects TUMWA and it requires the applicant to work with TUMWA so that they would either have to relocate that TUMWA line or place their trees in a manner that wouldn't impact those lines. And keep in mind, on an abandonment, there is 1 finding you have to make, and that is, will the public be materially injured? That is the only finding we have to make. So based on that, staff was able to recommend approval. And like I said, the applicant is on the line and can give you a broader picture of what their intended plan is. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing at this time and turn it back over to the city clerk and mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, you know what? Hold on one second. I apologize because I did skip over this. I didn't ask you, but do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do have voicemails, 2 of them that were received for public comment, and I would recommend that council hear those at this time, and then we will transition to the applicant's representative, Chris Vargas, to give his brief presentation.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
At this time, Madam Mayor, IT will queue up the voicemails that we have.
This is a comment on item C1, the agenda for Wednesday, the 23rd. The Riverside Commons will replace 1 block of Stevenson Street between West 1st and 2nd Street. They have completed a traffic study. The fire and police have both reviewed and approved, and they're able to replace 9 of the 14 parking spaces currently on Stevenson. The project would bring a lot of new property tax revenue for the city of Reno from the development of 400 new multi-family residences on both sides of Stevenson. The project would help make the Riverwalk District greater, more beautiful, and be a huge draw in every way. There'll be a park, a green park, walking and bike paths. Really hope that you'll give serious consideration to this elegant project. Thank you. My name is Carly Ferrari, and I would like to speak about item C1, which will be on the agenda for this coming Wednesday, the 23rd. It's the new Riverside Commons, which sounds absolutely beautiful. It's on Stevenson, and it would be 400 units with a beautiful green park with walking paths, bike paths, and would definitely contribute to the revenue downtown in a very elegant way. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on this item. I will turn it back over to the council, and Chris Vargas is the applicant's representative who has a brief presentation for you today.
Oh, well, see, that helps if I'm on. I should know by now. We've only been on 9 million Zooms. All right, Mr. Vargas, I'm going to allow for you to take the floor. So we're excited to see your presentation. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Sheed. Very nice to be here today. And my name is Chris Vargas. I reside currently at the corner of Stevenson and First Street in the property at 339 West First. I'll be speaking on behalf of the owners of the east side of Stevenson, which I represent, and the owner of the west side of Stevenson, Mr. Jeff Straubel from Greenway, who's also on the call and available to answer any questions. I'm going to go into screen share mode and share the, there we go, slide deck. Going into, sorry, I've got to approve Zoom to let my screen be shared. Zoom will not be able to record the contents of your.
Is there something that we can do on our end, Madam Clerk?
We are recording on our end, Chris, so you can disregard that notification.
Oh, got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was warning me that it's being recorded. Okay. Can you see this now?
There you go. Got it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, yes, so I'll walk you through very briefly the vision we have for this one block of Stevenson Street. We're coming up with the name, the Riverside Commons, to reflect the fact that it's by the riverside and it's a common space to be enjoyed by all. What you're seeing here is our side of Stevenson, a rendering of the new development plus the existing building in the background. And you can see from a north-south view what that new green space would look like. So it gives you sort of an artist and a visual rendering of what we're proposing to put in place here. Moving on to slide 2, we've already covered this, the area and the topic. Slide 3, so our vision here is to create a beautiful new green space to be enjoyed by the public. And thank you, Angela, for clarifying that we are completely on board with the permanent public easement so everybody can enjoy this. We live down here, we've invested down here. It needs a little bit of help. It's a little bit of a rundown area. We want to help beautify this part of Reno and further enhance the Riverwalk district. Our plans include pedestrian, walking and biking paths, landscaping with both trees and grass, well-designed lighting for public safety, and access for the public utilities. And we're hoping the benefits we see are it's going to be more beautiful. We do want to draw more visitors, bring more sales tax revenue. Of course, we'll be delivering new property tax revenue with the developments on both sides, provide a beautiful area that our residents and everybody in Reno can enjoy, clean up the area. It's a fairly high crime area down here, and raise the property values of the surrounding neighborhood. I would mention that my partnership, ECI and Greenway, we have entered into a binding agreement to work together to fund this, to invest in it, and to make it happen should it be approved by the council. This is a conceptual view of what it looks like today. This is a corner of Stevenson and First here, and the other picture below is Stevenson and Second. And to the right, this is what it would look like tomorrow. I'll give you a bit of a larger visual. We've already seen this one in the cover slide. This will be the view from the river looking north up the old Stevenson Street. And again, the idea is to have maximum green that we can possibly put in place here. So we reached out to neighbors and listened, and we want to make sure we understand the concerns. I believe we can synthesize it to two primary concerns. One is, will we complete the project? And that's a great concern because, we're entering economic challenging times, and it's a good question to answer. ECI has raised all of our equity funding for the project. We've contracted with Tanamera, a Reno-based builder, to build this for us. We expect to submit our permits within 2 weeks. We're just getting the final construction docs done from our architect, and we will start construction within 1 to 2 weeks of getting the permit. We're part of the 1,000 Home programs and really delighted to kind of jump on that opportunity. We should be complete with our construction by the first quarter of 2022. On the Greenway side, has all the necessary funding to build his project. He's currently in the final design stages and also talking with the local contractor for a possible construction partnership. And I say this because once the two sides have built their respective developments, we would then do the street conversion because there'll be a little bit of a mess during construction stages. So it's kind of like the two sides and then the Stevenson Street in the middle. That's a sequence of events. The second set of concerns were around parking and affordable housing. I'd like to talk briefly about that. On the parking issue, yes, there are currently 16 meters, and the revenue Angela mentioned. We've met with neighbors, residents, the city of Reno, the fire department, and the police department to understand what issues they have. And we're willing to work with the city. I want to put it out there that we talked about replacing 9 spaces, but we have an idea to actually do much more than that. We'd like to work with the city and actually deliver much more parking in that area if we can. So we'd like to find some land, build a multi-story parking garage, and actually deliver more parking than we're taking away. So that's an item we want to throw out there because we'd like to work with the city to see if we can make that happen. On the affordable housing question, look, I've lived in Silicon Valley and now I'm living part-time here in Reno. We see what happens when rising housing costs kick in. And one effect of that is you actually start to push away certain really important workers, police, fire, EMT, and teachers. I founded a charter school, so I'm very aware of the teacher issue and the need to keep teachers in town. So we're committed to find a way to offer those types of employees, those types of workers, an affordable housing option. And we would like to offer some of our apartments at a below market rate to that category of workers to help keep them in the city of Reno and delivering the amazing services that they do. So that's sort of our vision to help on the affordable housing side for Reno. That's all I had to cover. I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Greenway, Jeff Straubel from Greenway on the call. So either of us can jump in if we have any questions we can answer. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay. Give us 1 minute and we'll get back to the regular screen. Okay. All right, I'm going to send it to the body. Councilwoman Dewar, go right ahead.
Well, first of all, let me say I'm really excited by your vision, Chris. And I just, it looks amazing on paper. I just have a few questions. There was a third parcel. It said Riverside. I thought ECI and Greenway. Is Riverside a different group? Are they part of this?
Oh, no, that's not. The Riverside Commons is a name we gave to the streets.
So there were some other buildings to the north of the buildings labeled ECI. Are those ECI?
Oh, yeah. Yes, correct. That's currently a vacant, dilapidated lot, and that's where our second project will go, and that's the one we submitted permit. We'll submit permits for within 2 weeks.
So is your one the one that's labeled ECI? The one you showed us several pictures of?
Yes, exactly. The east side of Stevenson, the entire First to Second Street, it's the current building that's already there, plus the two new ones, or the one new one we'll put in place.
So would you remake that building that's already there, like renovate it in some way?
We have done that already. The building at the corner, yes, we have.
Because it looked like it was boarded up on the first floor, and then there was...
That was an old motel called the Reno Riviera, and it was pretty run down and almost vacant when we bought it. It was pretty empty, and so we bought that and then renovated it, and it's now doing well. It's fully leased, and we're bringing a lot of people to this part of town.
So my questions are this. When Angela gave her presentation, it wasn't clear how many units total, but then someone else said 400 units, and I just wanted to get some clarity. What's the total number of units with all these buildings?
Correct. So on the east side, we've got the current building has 49, and then the new construction, which is just beside it, will be 70 units, so a total of 119. And then on the west side is Jeff Straubel and Greenway. I believe he's looking at the several hundreds of units. He's in the 100 count. He's got a taller structure that will be going in, and I'm sure he can jump in and give you the exact count there. But his will be both multifamily and retail on his side.
I'll just get right to my bottom line. I think that my understanding, we've dealt with a lot of alley abandonments and kind of pieces of streets. Since I've been on council, I don't remember abandoning an entire street. And so I think it takes some study to understand what the public loses with that and balancing it with what they gain, in terms of your vision. The only one I'm aware of similar was when Mill Street was taken over by what's now the Renaissance, and it became part of their property and access to their parking. And I wasn't on council at that time, but I know there was a lot of, concern and pushback. It did change traffic patterns quite a bit, I think more than people expected, because you have to kind of drive over two bridges in a circle. You don't have the easy access with Mill Street being right there anymore. So just, it's one of those things we don't really know. I mean, I understand we've done traffic counts and parking studies. My recommendation, I'll just cut right to the chase. Last meeting, we approved the concept of a development agreement. It sounds like this might be a perfect project for something like that. We do have interest. You mentioned 16 spots. I looked at the map. It's near the Lear Theater. It's near Wingfield Park, where there's always a demand during the summer for parking. It's near the St. Thomas Aquinas Cathedral, which has been impacted by loss of the Nelson building parking, is my understanding. So one idea that you might want to consider, I'm eager to hear from my colleagues, is doing some kind of development agreement with the city in exchange for us giving up the street, which I understand per our law wouldn't actually charge you for, would be free because of the way we got the street. You might look at defining what kind of affordable housing you might be willing to provide of those, 400 or 500 units that are going to come to fruition. What portion, you mentioned teachers and police officers, do they have to be in those occupations, or is it a certain category of earning that could qualify them? And number two, since we're losing the 16 parking spots, you did mention a parking garage. I don't know if it's a parking garage or if you're planning parking underneath the residential, but maybe what you could do is enter into an agreement with the city to provide, let's say, 30 or 50 spots, for use in addition to whatever spots you need for your residents, so that we could provide this kind of parking. And I think that'd be a tremendous win-win for the city to get affordable housing and parking in exchange for the street. But I think it has to be wrapped into some kind of development agreement where we all understand what we're doing. So those are just some preliminary thoughts, but I think your project's cool. I just want to make sure as a council we're advocating for the city's needs too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Councilwoman Breckus, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
And this is in Ward 1, and I did have a conversation with Mr. Vargas a couple of weeks ago, and he explained the concept to me. Likewise, I think there are corollaries to Mill Street. Mill Street was a project that actually, when I came on council, I knew that they had not followed with what they had said that they were going to do. It was never inked. The representations were never followed through, and wanted to see if we could get that street back because it has caused circulation problems. In a similar vein, the finding that the public will not be materially harmed is very broad. So it's really subjective to us on, how we interpret that. I think the way that my go-to is, obviously our downtown action master plan values in there. But also looking at what the public uses from this property. And the public does have the right of circulation on it. And I know it's a very small street, but sometimes those small streets in between busy streets for people like me who live, I could get down there probably in 12 minutes on foot right now. It's a nice relief from somewhere like Arlington Avenue, somewhere like Ralston, particularly in these days where we're trying to create as much breath as we can on foot when we walk about. So there is that. I know runners use it. I know a running race started on that street last year. I think that's significant of something. I think the public also is losing those paces, and that very much concerns me, particularly because the city has already entered into a contract with the Jacobs Group to sell that public parking lot that the public has enjoyed for many decades just around the block. And that's not for the Ward 1 residents who live in this neighborhood where I live from. It's from the folks who come from the other wards and want to enjoy our living room, our community living room, which is the river corridor. And I want them to have the ability of convenient parking in downtown Reno, public parking, where then they can go and enjoy the river just like people who live, a foot walk away from it. And I'm not seeing that the public is getting that in return. And I think that needs to be formalized, whether it is in the development agreement process, which I think is a good idea. I didn't support the development agreement code update because I thought we had other values that we needed to address code-wise, but since it is in place, I think that would be a way to mitigate some of the public harm that is going to be created by this. I also am very concerned that there's a pending abandonment request for Ralston Street right now. And I have not seen our city staff make any recommendations against abandonments since I've been on in the last 8 years. And I'm concerned that the next one out the door could be abandoning Ralston. And if we abandon Ralston, then we've just got a whole lot of, almost more like a Mill Street situation. So let me ask Ms. Foose, what is going on with the Ralston Street abandonment?
The applicant has withdrawn the application, so it's no longer an application. It's not moving forward.
Okay, so circulation issues probably aren't as great then. To me, it's the street, but also I want to know what the rights are on this green space. Mr. Vargas's property, the Mod, which was the Riviera, is a zero lot line, and he talked about, and I get it, believe me, I get it. I see it in my own street and alley, is being so close up to the street, they've had some break-ins and that sort of thing. But I think if we abandon Stevenson Street, I'm not seeing much that would prevent him from taking that first 30, 40 feet that we abandoned and making that yards or patio for that private development. And that would be his right. But I want to know on his drawings, if the way that the easement is recommended for the public, does that mean that they can have full access to the greenways and everything along what we're abandoning? I want to make sure, because it seems like that's the representation. If you abandon, we're going to put in a green space. If you're going to put in a green space, that right of access should extend the whole property. There should be more green space put in downtown on a public land that is then privatized, in my view. I think the public would be harmed by that. So Ms. Foos, very simply, he put up the drawing, and I'd like to see that drawing up again because I want to speak from that. I want to understand the way the easement is written and the right of the public to traverse this entire private property to be beautified.
Let me share my screen real quick.
And thank you, Mayor, for letting me go on, but this has been an issue of a tremendous concern to the neighbors, particularly St. Thomas Aquinas Church, which has been one of our stalwarts for over 100 years of investment in downtown and one of the most magnificent buildings. So tell me this, from where we see the private property lines, those greenways, those trees, whatever, will the public under the easement get all access through all of that?
So the way that we have conditioned that easement language now is that the city will reserve a blanket public pedestrian access easement. So we didn't define the limits, we just did a blanket pedestrian access easement.
Well, and maybe this goes into a development agreement sort of concept, but, and I get what they would like, I'll be honest, I could abandon portions on the edge because I think Reno streets, particularly this one, are overly wide, and I could see some ability to give them a little more private property, but I don't want to disinvest the public and they have to sit through and crawl through a little 6 feet windy area where bikes might not be allowed, scooters might not be allowed, parade grounds or protest marches might not be allowed. I want to see the public be able to throw up a blanket on former Stevens Street and the green space if we're going to be giving away this. And I want this to see the parking places replaced on their private property or some other property. That's kind of my bottom line to make that finding, because otherwise I think our public is sold short on a resource.
Okay. Mr. Vargas, is there anything you would like to address that Councilwoman Breckus brought up?
I think the question around the usage of the street, look, we'd love to see a lot of usage there, races starting there. That would be our vision. We want more people, less cars. I think that's what makes downtowns amazingly unique and rare. So I think we share a common vision there on having that street be publicly accessible and having a lot of fun down there, whether it's a protest march or a marathon. We'd love that. To the question of, is every square inch of this going to be available to the public? Well, I'll be very honest, no. We do have some ground floor apartments that need maybe a 10 to 15 foot buffer to make sure they have a security for their entrance to their home. It's a high crime area down here. I think we all know that. So we have to make some small privacy carve-outs. But I would say, 95% of that square footage is going to be available to the public. It'd be kind of shooting ourselves in the foot to make small windy paths that very few people can use. Look, I'm from California. We're big believers in green footpaths, biking traffic. Our vision is to make this available to everybody, as much space as we can, with also maintaining the privacy and security of those ground floor residents that we will have.
That's one thing that I have noticed visiting other, small cities, sort of the character of their streets. And quite honestly, I think Reno has really missed the mark of character and green space and biking and things like that. I mean, I do think, we're changing and have a different vision now, but I like the character. I think that's really important, and also making sure that there's green space. And from what I'm hearing from you, is there green space like all the way through? Because that's, I think, really important. The accessibility, because I think we do hear that over and over again sometimes, and then find out that that's not the case. There was just something down at the very far end of the river, and now, I mean, it was a really popular jogging path, and all of a sudden, those joggers are, they can't jog there anymore, and it was really, really concerning. So just clarify that, because I think that's really important for the public.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that open space and it's green all the way through, and it has complete accessibility.
Yes, I live here at the corner of Stevenson and First, and I run every morning, and I see a lot of runners coming down here and hikers, and I'd love people to finish their run on this new Riverside Commons, have their stretch, and then just make this a greener part of town. I think small cities have this amazing opportunity to switch from cars to bikes and people. This is just a small contribution to getting Reno there. We'd love to do that. And look, it's not going to be cheap or easy for us. This is $1.5 million off of our capital to make this street happen. So we definitely are going to go on the edge of our finances to do this, but we're long-term investors in Reno, and we see the long-term opportunity in doing that.
Right. I like the way it looks and the concept and everything. So I appreciate your presentation. I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you to staff and Mr. Vargas for your presentations, and thank you for your investment in our city. We know you have options of certainly where you can invest your dollars, and you've not only invested your dollars, you're investing your life here. So we appreciate that. Always appreciate when investors live here. So kudos to you for walking the walk and living it. My question is and maybe this is more to staff. So the 16 parking spaces, it looked like the development was accounting for about half of those, correct, within the development. It sounds like there's a desire to see if there can be more done there, which I tend to agree with. And then there was the $2,100 per year lost in parking revenue. My question is, though, just to kind of hear the other side of the coin, do we have a per foot or per yard amount on what a street maintenance and sidewalk maintenance cost is to the city? I'm just trying to understand what the real loss is, because we've identified the $2,100 a year approximately. I want to understand what we're gaining, because this would be maintained by the private property owner. Do we have that? Like, what does an average yard cost us for a street maintenance or a sidewalk maintenance?
And that is a great question. I do not have that answer. I'm wondering if we could possibly bring in somebody from Public Works, either Carrie or John by chance, if they are still.
And I'm not trying to say that as a motivating factor. What I'm trying to say is to make sure that as we discuss all things today, we kind of put out there a loss. We need to understand from a resource standpoint and a fiscal standpoint that there might be some fiscal gain from it. So I can wait on that one. So my question is, when you, on the drawing with the abandonment of Stevenson, and I'll say from traversing the street, this is often the street I take when I come in and out of downtown, this is Virginia Street. The pedestrian activity as it relates to the cars that T here is always something that makes me nervous. So let me tell you why, because there's a lot of pedestrian activity that goes from the river area and it's going to the north. And I always worry about cars coming from Stevenson turning left or right. And it's one of those things where it feels as though that street in that area, people are looking for the vehicles, not always the pedestrian. And I would have to believe that reducing one of those streets of vehicle impact would potentially reduce the pedestrian impact. And I don't want to assume that, but in my time with RTC, that tends to kind of shake out a little bit, because there is a lot. And I would assume with this, there would be even more that would want to cross over there. But that would only mean one road of crossing over, not having to look for 2 lanes of vehicle movement, which always concerns me, because someone's always looking to the left.
and not always looking to someone walking.
Yeah, and I think this area in particular, because it does have, we have Arlington to the east and Ralston to the west, which are pretty busy streets, but also within that area, we have 2 additional alleyways. So it's not just those heavier used streets, but there's also alleyways. Eliminating Stevenson doesn't eliminate, I would say, car crashes, but it definitely eliminates the number of cars coming onto First Street and then Second Street, because we've eliminated just one more of those, perpendicular streets that's cutting in. I don't have any numbers on that, but just generally speaking, like I said, there's a lot of activity, both pedestrians, bikes, vehicles. It's a crowded, definitely a crowded, busy area.
Yeah, for sure. And we have such an asset in the river right there. To see this continuation of the green would be fantastic. But I also agree with Councilmember Stewart and Breakfast that kind of working out some of these details with what that, that buffer for your property owners. I don't want them, reaching out their window and there could be somebody, right there. There should be some level of privacy buffer. But what exactly that looks like, and then making up for all the parking spaces. I think that's important. That's important for St. Thomas Cathedral and as well as all of downtown. And I don't think this is a gap in which we can't close. I think we can get there, and I think it sounds to me like we want to get there. I think we want to find a way to yes. It may just take a little more tweaking. So anyway, thank you for your presentation and again your commitment to our great city. Thank you.
Mr. Vargas, can you put up some of those slides again?
Sure. Let me go into screen sharing mode. Okay, is it up there?
Not yet.
It says I'm screen sharing. Can you see that?
We can see your screen, just not the picture she was looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, which slide?
So just clarify what would be open to the public and what wouldn't. So cars would come here, right?
Sure. This is from the river looking north, right? And the the first property exists, and there's no ground floor units there. It's just the underground the ground floor parking, right?
Sure.
Everything from this stretch would be available to the public. The driveways you see are the service loops that are needed to service the retail that will be on the west side and the shops and stores that are there. So we have to have some loops to let cars come in and out, deliver and so on. So what you see is that's the fully walkable area for the public. Now a little further north, you see that rendering of the
slide though. I mean, are you saying that the public would walk on the street or on the one sidewalk next to the blue building? Is that basically, because they're not going to just walk across the grass, especially the way you have it mounded up, that people wouldn't normally walk there.
Probably want to. Let's look at this slide. So this one you might be able to see a little better. This can be modified. It's a design, right? So we have to think through but you can see like to the left, just those trees and those bushes, that's a pedestrian walking zone. And then you can see the loop on the north side as well. That's the little loop to drop off service vehicles for the north end. So at each end there's a loop, but in the middle you've got the walking area. And generally where you see those trees and those low bushes would be the biking pedestrian stretch to go from north to south.
Mhm. Yeah. It looks really beautiful. It really does. I love the fact of just, being able to utilize a space in that way, right? And then, okay, so the parking, you said it would add to additional parking, correct?
So we could modify that. There's two ways to solve the parking issue, right? We could sort of modify this and add some parking at each end where the loops are and sort of reduce the amount of green space and walking space. It's possible to do that. We think we could design in, let's say, 7 to 9 parking spaces total. However, we were talking with Mr. Straubel yesterday, and we have actually a bigger vision, which could involve, and maybe Mr. Straubel can jump in and walk us through this, actually putting a lot more parking in, constructing a parking structure on a different parcel in this area. And if we had that opportunity to work with the city to do that, we would do that and build, 10, 100, 200 parking spaces, whatever we can get in the size space we have. Because this becomes more of a draw. We do recognize that more people want to come down here. There's a church, I'm a Catholic too, and they go to church on Sundays, and we get that there's a need for parking, and we want to help solve that, but we need some help from the city too, if we want to go beyond 7 to 9 spaces.
And I do think that that's something we should look at, because I will tell you, when Bill Thomas was here at the city, he was, and Arlo too, both were intimately aware of the challenges downtown with the parking, right? And I think that is absolutely something that we need to be, paying attention to, and also helping, our downtown be able to, provide parking. Because, we've all been in cities where they don't have it, and it's crazy, right? And the prices get crazy, and it's not great for sure.
Enable people to come to the river. Since you are so close, you're right at Bicentennial Park and Wingfield Park. And if you even added another parking structure in your Mod 2 building, up a floor, and had, not the ones facing on the parkway, but the ones facing on the street, maybe you have a 2-level parking there versus a set of apartments. Or like you said, maybe another parcel. I just think it'd be a huge benefit, and maybe we could work out some of these details together. What you can do and what would be amazing for the city.
Yeah. So I do think, it looks incredible. I think probably to make everyone feel comfortable here, you definitely need a development agreement, right? I think that would just probably clarify everything, so we know that, some of the unintended consequences. But I really, really think that it's beautiful. I think you've done a really, really nice job, and Naomi should be really proud. You've got a lot of trees, and that's always nice. And open space.
I can't take credit for their good doing, but I am extremely happy to see it. And I even thought those silver cell systems might be able to direct the tree roots so they would stay away from the Tumwa facilities. They would grow within the underground spaces rather than interfere with the waterway.
Yeah. Madam Clerk, can you take me back to the original screen? I just want to ask Angela a question. And basically, that's just, Angela, we've talked about, and I've met with a lot of property owners downtown that are extremely concerned about the parking. And I know, like I said, Bill Thomas and I had many discussions about the parking. Is that something that you guys, we've all been so busy and crazy with COVID, and it's just been overwhelming, but is that something that you guys are paying attention to, I would imagine?
It is. I think the parking issue has been ongoing for decades. And as we're seeing all these new projects come forward, it's discussed really at the beginning of each of these projects is how are we going to deal with parking. Parking structures are extremely expensive, and I think that is always our big roadblock is, generally people don't just pay $30 million to build a parking structure and in exchange get 72 units. That's
right.
But I think if we could work out a public-private partnership, again, and I'm not thinking specific to this abandonment application, I'm thinking broader, Chris and then the property owner across the street, maybe that's a conversation we could have through a development agreement or a separate conversation, maybe not tied to this project is kind of where I'm going with that, but a bigger picture. And the only reason I threw out that $30 million is that parking structure that we're talking about near UNR. I think it was like 800 or 900 parking spaces. I think they looked at $30 million. So just to give you an idea of how expensive parking structures are, they're very, very expensive.
Right, but frankly, he wasn't talking 800 spaces. He was talking about 100 spaces or 150 spaces. So, I think we have orders of magnitude here. So,
yeah, Councilwoman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you. And I just wonder if, since it sounds like he's close, if there's an opportunity, he seems to have collaborations with other property owners on the other side there. If there's an opportunity for him to, I mean, we do this all the time where a business coming in identifies, you know, parking possibilities from other adjacent or nearby property owners. I just kind of wonder if there's that opportunity. I know we do it. We've done it in the parking garage that is at the movie theater downtown right now. We do it all the time. So I just wonder if that could be part of the construction development agreement, and if Mr. Vargas has any aversion to that, doing a development agreement. I think they can be done relatively quickly. I don't want to hold up I know time is money, so I know he wants to get a move on.
Okay. Angela, give us some feedback.
So I think you can do a couple options. If your concern on this particular situation is that you want to create a green space, regardless of if the projects move forward, right? That is, I think, our bigger concern is if this project doesn't move forward, and there's no reason why it won't, but just like Mill Street, what happens if it doesn't? How do you guarantee that that green space happens? We can add a condition, for instance, that would require that the applicant has to have maybe approved landscape plans for a building permit prior to recording this abandonment. So regardless of if his project moves forward or not, we are guaranteed that that area will turn into a green space. Second to that is if we want to go that extra step and go into a development agreement, you can maybe continue this if you want to go that option and create a development agreement. That's a longer process, but if you want to kind of segregate those two, move forward with the abandonment, maybe add some conditions that satisfies your concerns. Separate from that, we can enter into discussions on that development agreement related to parking.
Honestly, affordable housing. I mean, he offered it.
Mm-hmm. So maybe more of like a private and public partnership type of. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, it really is a development agreement. And I really want to understand the design and from which space of Stevens Street the public will be excluded. I have no problem with these patio areas and that sort of thing, but I want a design solidified to the point that I can understand where the public will be excluded. I also want to see the design of the pathways, because the way it looks is cyclists and other motorized uses will be excluded, but maybe they'll be cared for on the alley on the backside between Aquinas and their property. And that could be fine, you know, especially if the development standards are going to require them, which they probably will, to improve that alley. That First Street is a bikeway. It's an established bikeway. And I hate to see, you know, that the motorized lose out, because they always take the most direct route, and there could be conflict points with that weavy. So I think that for my comfort level, to make sure that the public is not being excluded, or how they're excluded, that they get enough out of this on the space is important. But I don't think the model on the you know, show us that you've got 14 spaces from, you know, the Town and Motor Inn over there is right, because those are temporary with business uses. This is a this is a permanent public loss of right-of-way that's been used for parking. And I'm very strong on that, because while I see their parking spaces interior, I think the public needs that. It's almost a social justice issue for me, because I'm down there all the time and I see these families who have packed up their cars from suburban areas to come down and enjoy the water. And they need that convenience. That is their right, and I'm very concerned about how that's going to be mitigated for their loss. I really don't know, but I think it needs to be met. Maybe there could be some back end thinking that if we get 5-8 units of subsidized on there, that we've got some public, you know, ability to show that there's some, you know, for some of our folks who are less economic resourced, are able to have a better enjoyment in this loss of public benefit. But those are the sort of things that I would like to see in a development agreement and discussed. and they're pretty important to me. So I'm happy to just move off of this, continue it to whenever, and then let it go through the development agreement process. But I think the council needs to take it to that level of detail of understanding for me to make the finding that the public is not material harm.
Right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments. And I understand where you're coming from, because we never want to lose the access that the public, has, in that shared sort of environment. But I also think, too, it's a good way for us to kind of also think about how we envision projects as we move forward, because I honestly think this is something we haven't seen before, and kudos to you, because we talk about reducing the carbon footprint. We talk about more green space. And then when you come, we don't mean to rake you over the coals, but I think this is kind of like the future of what we really need to pay attention to when we do projects and see the whole possibility, right? So I'm really impressed. I think you've done a fantastic job, and you've really been thoughtful about this. So I want to say thank you very much. And the intent is certainly not to take away anyone's public right, but I also want us to think a little bit bigger. And, obviously, sometimes when we do things, they create unintended consequences. We know that. But I think you have done a fantastic job in bringing a sort of a new vision that I think we need. I really do. So anyway, okay, Councilman Jordan, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We'll let Councilman Reese go, and then I'll get back to you.
I, like my colleagues, am very interested in pursuing this project and seeing it come to pass through the development agreement process, in part because I think that's why we offered the development agreements to exist, where there would be projects that were unique or different, that were not exactly in the mold of some things that we had codes that directly address. As I see it, this is really the opportunity to replace a street that is fairly little used with a park. And so I'm looking at it in that way. At the same time, the concern I have is that because we have not had neighborhood advisory boards, because the noticing requirements might be smaller than they might otherwise be, that the public has not had the opportunity to give input. And so as the development agreement goes into, it sounds like what will be happening, I just want to encourage Mr. Vargas and his team to really look to what the community's interest is, because they often see things that we do not. And I would rather have a beautiful green belt that is accessible. I think it's hard to put bicyclists and pedestrians in the same exact footprint. And so I'm not asking that you make straight lines that only, people can walk one side or the other. I like the rolling green belts and some of that. But again, I don't think it's my job necessarily in this forum today to micromanage and draw out what your project would look like, but just to say to our staff, when we go for a development agreement, in principle, the ideas that I'm looking for are accessibility, basically from side to side, understanding that you've got some privacy and security concerns. I would like to see places where people, maybe there is retail on the first floor of one of these, and there's a little wine and cheese shop, and people go out and lay down a blanket in this area, or they're coming off the river and they stop for an ice cream cone at a, artisanal ice cream shop, or whatever your vision is. It just has to be used by the public, because and I went down to Stevenson this morning because I happened to be down there grabbing some coffee at one of my other favorite places, the Hub. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go look at this project one last time before we have this conversation today. And it needs help. It's an area that could be beautified. I love the connectivity to the river and would like to see it, but I also want the public to be a part of that. And so I'm interested in seeing your good project come to pass. I don't want to make it impossible for you to have a successful project or to put up a bunch of red tape, but the public must be invited into that process, because it is a public street that we would be letting go of, and so it heightens it for me. So beautiful project. I think it could be made better by involving the public and the community in it, and so I'll look forward to seeing what the vision might be as we move forward.
All right, can you hear me? Sorry, I was on mute. Go ahead, Council, well, hold on, I'm going to come back to you since you've already had 2 turns, Jenny. Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead. And then I'll come back to you, Jenny.
No, and I see Mr. Flansburgh came on. I don't know if he has an answer for the annual street maintenance cost.
Yeah, for the record, John Flansburgh, Director of Public Works. So on average, if I take everything we have in our capital program and everything we have in our maintenance and operations, we're spending about 10 to 15 cents a square foot. So on average for this area, it's about $2,500 to $3,000 a year for that square footage of street that's proposed for abandonment.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it's almost equal. That's interesting. And I think this is a beautiful project that will be a great amenity for the property, the renters and the owners down in this area. And I do think, to Mayor Sheevy's point, is kind of a vision of what this could be with some tweaks. And I don't think this is a gap in which, like I said, we can't close. I mean, we went through this with the Virginia Street project. We found a balance between the on-street parking for the businesses and the need for a new vision for all. And so, applying that same sort of advocating for the need for green, open space, and accessibility for all modes, multimodal, is really important. And this kind of checks some of those boxes in a new and different way than we've traditionally seen. So, I think we're close. I think we can get there.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's my ward. I'll just make a motion. Well, let me append 2 as one. Title 12 makes everyone, residents, businesses, maintain the sidewalks in front of their house. So that's a private cost. I'm out sweeping my sidewalk, once a week out there because I have gravel that goes over into it. But number 2 is the loss of the parking spaces, in my view, are really compounded by letting go of that public parking lot that was just east of the Nelson building to Jacobs. And I had some conversation with Ms. Foose, but she didn't really get to it because she didn't have it at her hands. But I think they had a 2-year period to exercise that. And most importantly, to me, I didn't support that because I wanted that to stay as a public resource, particularly knowing how it's used by people like the church. But it was non-transferable. So if Jacobs and himself, that entity that got that, doesn't exercise it, it's a done deal. And if it's a done deal, I think that could make things maybe a little bit easier for Mr. Vargas. Maybe he can go over there, look at that parking lot, improve it, and create some more spaces more efficiently. You could do a lot with parking lots and redesign sometimes. So that's just an idea. But with that, I'll just move to continue this. And then I don't think we're formalized to have staff work on a development agreement, but they've heard the direction, and I think they'll do that. And I would like to be involved in those discussions too, and whomever, at least give us the opportunity of briefing on that. Okay?
I'll second. Doer.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Hold on, discussion really quickly. I would ask Jonathan Shipman, I bet he's somewhere on one of these squares, if we could add into the motion that we would put it just to go to staff to do in the development agreement. Can you anywhere around, Jonathan? There you go. There you go.
Madam Mayor, yeah, we're not agendized for that, but I think that certainly staff is engaged with the developer, so I don't think that needs to be part of the motion, but I think we can pursue that option and bring it back at a later meeting.
Okay. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Well, I just want to express support for the action and essentially, though, as part of that, explain that, the vision for the abandonment, I think, is a good one. It will be in the details as to whether or not that abandonment will not materially impact negatively the public, right? And so things like what Councilmember Dewar said, affordable housing component, parking component, the park and the footprint of it component. These are just things that as the staff and Mr. Vargas, your teams try to work through, I hope you've heard our colleagues talk about, because I think what you are hopefully hearing is a general support for the vision, the beautiful park-like connectivity, and we just want to make sure that it's done in the best way possible, and that we're giving up something valuable, which is our community's street, and we're doing that potentially in exchange for the other things that would benefit the community. It's always a balancing act, and I want you to understand we're expressing support and general vision agreement with you, Mr. Vargas, for the project, but just that we have got to, in order to be comfortable with it as a council, we've got to see some of these other things addressed in concrete writing that does have teeth to it, where easements are in place that protect the public in perpetuity, that you can't sit on it for 10 years, that there will be timelines attendant to it. And so all those things, I think, can be worked out. And as Councilmember Jordan said, I think we are fairly close in terms of why our vision might align with yours, but let's make a path forward so that this beautiful project might come to pass and we can support the abandonment when that time comes.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan? Nothing? Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks, Madam Clerk.
Thumbs up, Mr. Vargas.
Thank you.
Councilman Breckus, did you want to say something?
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Yes, I was just going to ask, hold on, City Attorney Carl Hall, let me ask you, do we have a attorney-client today?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. I just didn't want to dip into your time if we did. Okay. Thanks so much, everyone. Why don't we come back actually in 15 minutes at 12:30? Is that okay? All right. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, it looks like we have a quorum back, so we will go ahead.
Yeah, let's just make sure, we've got dogs and we've got everybody. I think Councilmember Breckus is back, and Councilmember Dewar, and then we'll get started. Okay, we're ready to go.
We are ready to call your meeting back to order at 12:38, Mr. Vice Mayor. You do have more than a quorum of council present. At this time, we will transition to your next item, item C2. This is a public hearing for Charlin's PUD Planning Unit 9 Amendment.
Okay, Mr. Hall, if you would read the ordinance, or actually, I guess I should let the record reflect that City Council is opening the hearing on item C2. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. We've received letters of opposition from Adriana Romanis and Forrest Tryon.
Okay, and I don't believe any council members need to make disclosures, but I'll offer that also at this time. Hearing none, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hall for reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor Reese. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7156, case number LDC 20-00059, Charlin's PUD Planning Unit 9 Amendment, request for an amendment to the Charlin's Plan Unit Development Handbook to allow indoor storage and associated development standards within the plus or minus 2.17 acre Planning Unit 9 area. The site is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Robb Drive and Charlins Avenue, and is assigned the Charlin's PUD zoning district and suburban mixed-use master planned land use designation Ward 1.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Foose, I'll turn it over to you now for a brief staff presentation, and then the applicant, it looks like, is here and represented by Mr. Kropotkin. Ms. Foose, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. For the record, Angela Foose, acting CD director. So this is an amendment to the Charlin's PUD. This land unit development has been around since the early 90s. We are now on, I think, version 13 of this handbook. And so what's before us today is this small 2-acre parcel, and it's one of the last remaining parcels within the PUD. It's right on the corner of Robb Drive and Charlins Drive. And it was last amended about 8 years ago, I believe, when they came in and asked to turn this into a 24-hour urgent care use. That use never went forward, so now we have a request to amend it once again. One thing that I did want to point out is from a zoning perspective, everything to the south, east, and west is part of that PUD development. The property to the north is zoned single family, and that is an area that's SF6. It's been developed for probably over 20 years. And so those homes are existing. The majority of those homes are 1- and 2-story buildings. I would say probably the bulk of them are 1-story. There may be 3 or 4 of those that are actually 2-story. So the applicant that's coming before us today is requesting a very specific project. It's an indoor mini storage facility. So this is a little atypical of what we in our mind would consider a mini storage facility. This is something that we're seeing all over the nation. It's kind of a new trend though. So what they've asked is they've put together the site plan, which you can see before you. They are still maintaining all of the PUD standards in terms of the wide setbacks, the landscape buffers, and the height. So this did go to Planning Commission. Just an example of what it looks like as well. This did go to Planning Commission, and we had five in favor, 1 against, and 1 was not there. The bulk of the discussion at Planning Commission was related to the building height. The way that it was written when it was going to be an urgent care is that the maximum building height could be 24 feet. However, it was only intended to be a 1-story. So from an urgent care perspective, now that's a unique building. 24 feet is a very tall building, but it was written specifically for an urgent care. So they've come forward and they've asked to amend that section to allow it to be a 2-story building, but to keep that 34-foot height requirement. So again, the bulk of the discussion at Planning Commission was, is it consistent with the neighborhood? How does it impact those homes to the north? And so I wanted to put this in front of you. These are the recommendations to modify the proposed changes to the handbook from Planning Commission, and it has to do with how we define height. Because the applicant is proposing to do a subterranean floor, meaning everything will be below ground. There'll be no windows associated with that subterranean floor, and then 2 stories above that. So we have a lot of questions about how we're going to measure height. Again, this is probably about a lot more technical detail than you want to get into, but I'm happy to go into those discussions. Just know that we did have those discussions. We are still at the maximum 24-foot height. Those homes behind you, again, they are allowed to go up to 35 feet in height just per their zoning. So this is well within that limit. Other changes that they asked for are the hours of operation, that 24-hour use from urgent care. We modified that. They are now limited to just 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., 7 days a week. We also looked at a parking ratio. This is a use that we don't normally see used as mini storage, so we came up with a parking ratio for this indoor mini storage unit. And again, staff is able to recommend approval of this. Planning Commission also recommended approval. The applicant is here along with the property developer who can give you a little bit of history on how these are used in other areas and any questions that you have in terms of the outreach to the neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Let's transition those folks to being able to speak. Mr. Kapotic, are you making the presentation for the applicant?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Devin Reese. I believe Brody Glenn, I see his face on the screen. He is the developer. I'm working with him. I believe he wants to lead this PowerPoint presentation. Brody, do I have that right?
Yeah, that's fine, and I can pull the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you.
And real quick, let me just introduce myself before I do that. So I'm Brody Glenn with Centennial American Properties, working in Greenville, South Carolina. I was chairman of the City of Greenville Planning Commission. I've always thought there's a lot of similarities between the City of Reno and the City of Greenville. We have one top 10 downtowns in the country in every magazine out there. And I was very interested in the conversation you all had, or the discussion you had about the project before us. I say this, we've got 4 projects we're working on in Reno. I'd be more than happy to help and assist and tell you kind of how we did it, or send y'all some of the stuff that we have done in public-private and development agreements. We've been, like I said, I was chairman of the Planning Commission for 10 years or 8 years, and have done a lot of development. So I think y'all are heading in the right direction. I think downtown Reno really has something that can be special. But on to this project quickly, let's see here. Let me share my screen. There we go. Can y'all see my screen?
We can now, yes.
All right. Well, I'll just do it this way. Okay. So the site we're working on is the 2 acres at Robb and Charlin. It's a little bit of an awkward shaped project or parcel. Our background is in our hometown. We do a lot of mixed use development. On the road, we have always done retail. And we've done retail. We're preferred developers for Walgreens and Trader Joe's, and have done stuff from the state of Washington all over Florida. We have started doing climate control self-storage over the last 2 years. And one of the things that we wanted to do was to do climate control self-storage within retail nodes that are close to the consumers or to the residences. We knew to do that we were going to need to change kind of how the buildings, the storage buildings worked and looked and felt. We knew we needed to get the gates off of it. We knew we needed to create a building that looked and felt appropriate within the neighborhood. And we needed to try to reduce as much noise, security, those kind of things as we could. So in this particular plan, we like to start out, because of our background, the Planning Commission, we believe in the process, and the process with the residents, staff, council, Planning Commission works. And so we started this project with going 1 ground or 1 floor below ground and 2 floors above ground, just because of the adjacency of the residences to the north. We also created, most of our buildings have what we call a vehicular pull-through, where you can actually pull your car into the building. There are garage doors on each side, so the consumer pulls into the building. That allows us to get all the gates off of the building. It also allows us to not have any external access to individual units as well. Because this is a custom prototype, we're not able to do the pull-through. And so what we've created is two separate pull-ins, and so these will be 30 feet by 30 feet, where people can pull in. There'll be a glass garage door. They'll pull into the building, load, unload, and then the garage door will open, they'll pull out, and off they go. And so that eliminates any security issues, any noise issues. A lot of times we get questions of, will there be any other access to the building? And the answer is yes. We will have man doors per code, but 95 or more % of the loading will be done within these pull-throughs. That's where the elevators are and where really the access is meant to be. We understand the north side is the side that's most sensitive because of the residences, and we're okay with the 24 feet in height here. We do believe that the corner at Rob and Charlene needs to have an emphasis. And so we have designed this specifically for this site. It's got to be adapted once we finalize the plan as far as what y'all approve. But this is what we believe will look appropriate from the Rob and Charlene intersection. And then obviously on the rear, it will be just 24 feet. So we will go higher than 24 feet here. But this is what you'll see when you come to the intersection of Rob and Charlene. This is the rear of the building. You can see it's flat. We do have different architectural colors here to break the building up. You can see the shades. That's the different angles and things that you can see. But back here, we're doing the best we can to keep the building as short as possible. From a couple points from a lighting standpoint, we don't need lighting like retail does. We need lighting for security, especially in the rear here. So we'll have wall packs and whatnot. A couple of pole lights along, or street lights, I'll say, along this access drive, but will not bleed over into any of the neighborhoods. And the lighting will be as minimal as possible. We will also have security cameras throughout the premises that we will be able to monitor, and so will our operator. Speaking of our operator, Extra Space Storage will operate this store. They're the second largest storage operator in the country, and in my opinion, best in class. Let's see if I missed anything else. So we did have a neighborhood meeting. We did go to Planning Commission. We've had a number of conversations with neighbors trying to figure out, is there a way to incorporate their comments to make the development better. There were some neighbors that had some view corridor issues. We've talked back and forth. Is there a better way to do the plan? And with our conversations with staff, with Planning Commission, and actually talked to one of the council members this morning, it appears the plan that we have shown is probably the most appropriate plan because we're able to stay within the existing PUD a lot more than we would if we did an alternative. So, trying to keep it quick because I know we've all been on here for a couple, 3 hours now. That's our presentation. We'll stay around for any comments, questions, concerns, and so forth.
We can't hear you, Kevin.
Councilmember Breckus, and then I'll come to Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, this is in Ward 1, and there is quite a bit of history on this property. It's one that I very much welcome development occurring because, the uncertainty on some parcels year after year is always an issue, and it is an area that's had a fair amount of change conditions in this last run-up boom with the other part of the PUD between Charlottes and the freeway developing with the Starbucks, the credit union, the motel, the hotel. A lot of traffic on Charlottes. Getting out of that Ambassador where we did some road work this year a little bit further up is very difficult for the neighborhood now, that left-hand turn. I don't think it's an obligation of theirs, but I am glad to see that it's right turn, right out. But that left-hand turn onto Ambassador out of this neighborhood is becoming very hazardous, and it's just, once again, another spot improvement, $500,000 spot improvement. There's probably 20 of those in Ward 1 that need some focus, need to get programmed regionally, but, it's not going to be an obligation of theirs. But if we had a world where their traffic impact fee credits could go to that, probably be a good idea. But I'll leave that aside. I think the Planning Commission got this right in a lot of ways. But this neighborhood is very old, pre-existing to the Charlans PUD, and the Charlans PUD was crafted way back when in respect to that. And that's why the Charlans PUD here, and what we're doing today here is really akin to a residential adjacency special use permit. Because if we were not in PUD world, this was zoned, I think it was zone NC before, but I can't remember. We would be in a special use permit for residential adjacency, and that's how I think we have to view it, and I think that's how the Planning Commission viewed it. And I had just occasion to talk with some neighbors this summer out there when this was going through, and here's some of the concerns and some of the memories of what was the last iteration of proposal. So I think the Planning Commission got it better on the 8:30 to 10:30 hours. From what was in the PUD now. I think mini storages are always a good transitional use to neighborhood, to residents. That's why you usually see them allowed in transitional zones like the professional office zone. The concerns are, and it's not in way of view protection, it's really more what they're seeing off that backside. And I had a hard time reading what came out in the staff report. I think there was some cluttering of the way the package was put together. I don't even think we ever got the Planning Commission minutes. So that was hard to decipher what they did. But it's this 24-foot height. I would like to see, I see on the north side that it's limited from ground level to parapet, whatever that is, but it's uncertain how high you can go up on the front. And the big issue when you get into here is always what we're doing with the HVAC. There used to be a standard condition on special use permit that HVAC, if roof mounted, must be enclosed, screened. We need that. And I think also if it's ground mounted HVAC, it should not be on the north side. It should be on the between the building and the Charlans or the Robs. So those are my issues. One a question of what is envisioned on the front. What are the plans show for the front? Because I understand how it's written on the north, and then also how we can condition where and how the HVAC looks. So Ms. Foos, can you answer those questions?
Yeah, and this is where we had a long discussion with Planning Commission. So if you have a flat roof, building height is measured from the ground to the top of your flat roof. If you have a parapet, which is often used if you're screening mechanical equipment, you can go an additional 4 feet, and that's just standard code. So how they've conditioned it, being Planning Commission, they said from that north view, which is the side that is adjacent to single family, you're limited to 24 feet, and that is from basically the ground to the middle of your parapet. So again, if you use standard code, you get a little bit taller of a parapet because you'd have 24 feet to the top of the roof plus another 4 feet of parapet, but they limited it. So you have 24 feet to the point of the middle of the parapet. Is how they want that to be measured.
Middle of the parapet or top of the parapet?
The middle, the average of the parapet.
I don't see that, and okay. Average height of the parapets parapets. And then what about the Charlotte side? Where is that to be measured? Does that default to straight code?
So that would. So again, the top of your roof is 24 feet. You could do another 4 feet if it's parapet. So
Okay.
the top of your parapet could be up to 28 feet.
Okay, 28 feet. And then what about roof-mounted HVAC systems?
We do require in standard code that all of our roof mechanical equipment is screened from a public right-of-way, so they'll have to screen it with their parapets.
Can it go above 24 feet then, that stuff?
The parapets will have to be designed so that the parapets, again, if they're 4 feet tall, screen the mechanical equipment.
Okay, and then what about ground mounted? Do we have a prohibition against ground mounted on the residential side?
As long as it's screened, similar to our trash enclosures, those have to be screened. So the ground-mounted equipment would also have to be screened, and they could do that through a wall or some kind of a block wall or a fence.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to ask what the design contemplates for the HVAC, and if it's going to be ground-mounted, I would prefer that it's ground-mounted, screened between the streets and the building. So it's not, because that ground-mounted stuff And especially if this is climate controlled, it can get loud.
Mr. Kropotnik or Mr. Glenn, can you speak to Ms. Breckis's concern about the ground mounted? I mean, she raises a good point. If I'm an adjacent neighbor out having a barbecue in my backyard, I don't necessarily want to hear the whirling of those things, and to the extent we can, that they would be further away.
I think she brings up an excellent point. And Brody, you willing to?
I can speak to that. I mean, obviously, we're balancing here parapets and screening and keeping the building down, but totally understand the point. We're fine keeping HVAC away from the residences, so we can look and say, you know, I don't know how we define it. We can just pull the plan up and figure out how to define it. There is not a lot of HVAC. It's not like a big retail facility where you have big HVAC on top of the building. These are really just single-family HVAC type units. We will have some on the roof. What I would propose, even though it's not from a public right-of-way, I would propose is what we would do is we'll doghouse those or screen those for each specific unit, and that way we're able to keep the parapet in the rear of the north down, and we have a screening for each individual unit. It will be screened from a line of sight standpoint from Rob and Charlin's just because of the angle and where the parapet is. My only concern as I sit here and think about it from a public right-of-way is if you're coming south on Rob, is there going to be a view corridor because you're going to be coming from higher? Is there going to be a view corridor there on the screening? That's the only thing I don't know. But we can sort through that with individual screening of the units to make sure we're able to keep the 24 feet and still have HVAC. But we will sort through that with staff, and we'll make sure that the units that are on the ground are screened and away from the residences.
Okay, can I come now to, it looks like Councilmember Dewar, you were next, and then Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you. I think it's a really innovative use of this odd-shaped parcel. So kudos to you for kind of coming up with the concept and modifying your standard. A couple questions. Well, first a comment too. I liked how you did the articulation, especially in the front. I mean, you're making it look like something. It does not look like a standard storage unit, and that's kind of amazing in today's world. Number two, I guess if I was a resident living right behind it, the two issues for me would obviously be noise, just the constant traffic in and out, the whirring of the machinery. But another issue for me, and it might be for them, is this lighting. You know, this is people's backyards, and probably the bedrooms are in the back. They're facing out on something that's 24/7 lit. And I just wonder, are there ways to do that that's less offensive? You mentioned something, and I don't know if it's like some kind of lighting that goes down the side of the building versus out in the parking lot. I don't know what you have in mind.
Well, so what we can do, two things. So I think one of the best ways in defense of lighting is buffers. And so we're showing a good screening buffer there from a landscaping standpoint. I think that's, number one, that's the best way to do it. Two, we will have zero spillage light spillage into the adjacent properties. So with that and the screening, we should be in good shape. But from a design standpoint, we will have to design for safety, but we will not have what you see in a lot of retail establishments as far as lighting goes. So we will design to the bare minimum as we can and still have safety. We don't want to create a dark alley right there. Right. But we'll, with both the buffer that we're already showing on the plan and with a minimum lighting, we should be able to do it, or not should, we will do it in a way that does not affect the neighbors.
Yeah. So it seems like, just like on your trees, you probably want some kind of evergreen, so it's green throughout. On the other hand, I often know that residents that live in those kind of locations that are used to a sight of line, you put a row of trees, and my colleagues may be shocked, but you know, what happens is they grow up and now they're blocking, you know, if they had second story houses or whatever. So you can do some very strategic. I am trying on my own property to block another building, and I did a very careful selection of actually this case was an evergreen holly it's going to grow. In my case, I wanted it 8 to 10 feet tall, not 20, and not 5, and I wanted it to be evergreen. And so I'm just saying, without just throwing up some, junipers or whatever we see around here that just are tall and columnar and not very attractive, there might be some innovative ways with the vegetation that you pick to achieve your goal. Screening the building, but not blocking the residents and having something evergreen. So you might just want to reach out with John and to our urban forester and that kind of thing to look for what might work.
Yep, and we're hiring a local landscape architect, just so you know.
Yeah,
what's that? We're hiring a local landscape architect that we'll work with to help us with all of that.
So just some things on height to think about. And then lastly, when you pull into the facility, how do you keep people from running their vehicles inside the building?
So what we normally do, our normal prototype is square, rectangle. And we've got a 30-foot drive aisle that goes all the way through the building. And we have bollards that are all the way along so that when people, when they do hit the building or start to hit the building, it hits the bollard first. And we'll do the same thing here. It'll be 30 feet wide, just 30 feet deep. And so people will pull in, the garage door will close behind them, and then they'll pull out. So the bollards will be on the sides and at the rear, or the low, away from.
It was more about being in an enclosed space with closed garage doors, as you're pointing out, and having cars running and creating, fumes. I'm sure you figured this all out. I was just curious.
So on that side of, so what we do is, all that is, all the air is circulating. We have fans, we have exhaust that are in there. And we've gone through, we actually have permitted a deal. We've got a deal at South Meadows and 580 we're getting ready to start construction on. And so it's all ventilated. And then also we require people to turn their cars off, but just in case we have it ventilated.
Yeah, I mean, I could just see the buildup of noxious gas in that space. I mean, I think it's a cool solution that you've come up with, but I think there's some challenges too. But anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
We have sorted through that with permitting to make sure that we don't create any life safety issues.
Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Can you put the picture back up of the Charlton Rob Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
For those that, this is the turn I make every single day. Yeah, you and I both, Devin, right? It is a supremely busy corner that in my 10 years of living in this neighborhood is really been underutilized and to a degree blighted in the sense that, it's just been weeds and dirt. And the question I have, if you can pull up the one of the aerial view, that one. So the question I have is, what I'm not seeing here is where the bus stop is. Or is it here and it's just not on the rendering?
Is this the bus stop?
No, it's up. It would be up where this cluster of 2 green trees, right there. So I'm not seeing anything there. So I'm curious as to the coordination with RTC in either the relocation of this bus stop, which if it were in a vicinity, it probably wouldn't, be necessarily a bad thing, because frankly, there's not a pullout, and it's a bus stop that the individuals waiting for the bus stand in the dirt. There is one, but it's a little too far up on the right. You have to get down Charlin's a ways. So I'm curious about how the bus stop will be accommodated for and what sort of bus stop improvements might be associated with this project. But I like Councilmember Breckes, and this is maybe more to our staff, and I know I've brought this up before, but I'm going to say it again. The restrictions of left-hand turns coming off of both ways of Ambassador has to be a priority. This is a massive accident waiting to happen. I see kids. Luckily, it's not here on this picture. There is actually a lighted crosswalk on the west side, right there where your cursor is, which is good but not great. There's still lots of movement in this area, and if you've ever driven up here during any peak travel times, why anybody would even want to try to take a left off of Ambassador, I don't have any idea, but they still try to, and it is a massive conflict point. So I will say it again, and I brought this up once before, and a traffic study was done, and I think the results were, well, not quite enough traffic to merit the right-hand only movements. And I'm just curious if staff thinks that possibly, although this is a very low traffic generating project, which kudos to you for finding something that could go on this oddly shaped, restricted site. I think you've done level best here. What we might be able to do with regards to the bus stop and the restriction of the left-hand turns off of Ambassador. This is probably more to staff. But
Right, guys. For the bus stop question, what we can do is we could add another requirement as part of the PUD if you choose to do so, that at the time of building permit, they have to show that they've coordinated with RTC on that bus stop design. So when they come in for their building permit, they would have already had to have had those discussions with RTC, and it would be incorporated in their building permit design. In terms of the Ambassador situation, to your point, this project has very little traffic generation and didn't require any kind of improvements or even a traffic analysis because it has such few traffic trips. I know, and I'm talking with Mr. Flansburgh and Ms. Koski, looking at Ambassador is something that we continue to do. And I think we're hearing it loud and clear today from council. We'll go back and see if adding these additional traffic trips will make any changes to making improvements onto Ambassador. And, there's another project further down the street. You guys recently reviewed number 12, right? Amendment number 12 to this PUD. And so I think as these other projects come online, it's obviously going to generate more traffic, and maybe that will generate enough traffic between those two additional projects to actually trigger that threshold to make some improvements to Ambassador.
And I thank you for that and aggressively looking at this. I mean, this is having, I'm having flashbacks of the issues in front of the Bonanza Casino and where we had tragedies that occurred there, but because some warrants weren't being met on some traffic activity, it didn't warrant the light. It didn't warrant the improvements, and there was tragically many lives that were lost up in that area. And I don't want that to happen here. And I foresee that happening. There's just too much activity in this area, from too many fronts, too wide, too fast, too many distractions. There's just a lot going on there. And now with this building, although I think it's an improvement to the site, it's going to add, well, not a lot. It will add a bit of traffic, but another in and out, which is closer to the crosswalk, closer to Ambassador, and it's just another thing going on. So just however I can encourage improvements to restrictions. I lobbied Maverick, and they put a sign up from their, I don't know if you guys knew this, from their driveway on the further side, more westerly side of their parking lot, to say no left-hand turn. Now, does everybody obey that? No. But at least they put a sign up saying no left-hand turn, because I've seen T-bones there, and it's too many conflict points, and there's a hill and there's speed. So anyway, thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Now, it is Ward 1, but I know Ms. Jordan spends more time over there. Are you sure that bus stop wasn't moved? I thought, because some of the blind activists were very concerned about that. It's still on the site?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
unless something in the last couple of weeks occurred, because I've seen people with their a bag standing out there, and unless something just recently happened that I'm not aware of.
On the Charlotte side.
Correct, on the westbound Charlotte side.
Okay. Yeah, so I do think that consideration needs to be given to bus stop relocation. I don't think there's a lot of spots, but maybe they're just going to have one further to the west. And then, yes, that intersection needs to get programmed on the regional road plan, probably for a closed median, because his people are going to come out and they're going to make a U-turn right back around, and they're going to be in conflict. So, but something that we need to focus with. So if I could just suggest some language, I would say, I think the Planning Commission did a great job, and this is very unusual for us not on an appeal to be doing special use permit work, but I would say that light spillage on adjacent single-family property shall be 0. That's what he said, quoted. And ground-mounted HVAC systems shall be located between the building and the public right-of-way. So that gets them, you know, on those corners of that building. You know what I'm saying? That's the most graceful way to write that.
Yeah, so the only thing that I would say, yeah, I think that'll work.
Okay, and then thirdly is consideration, coordination shall be given for accommodation of the existing RTC bus stop or relocation. And and that's just, we gotta be hands off because we don't run the bus system here, so we gotta work with them, but
Yep.
yeah.
Can I ask one question real quick? I'm just gonna share my screen.
Sure.
Wait a minute. As many meetings have we done? This is my second city council meeting of the day. On this plan, it could be, it looks like there's room to come in here and put the HVAC. You know, it might be better here, better hidden kind of these areas.
Yeah.
Or they worry about the buildings, or when you say.
Yeah, I did mean from there to there because, but you know what you could do is you could run like a pony wall that's almost part of the building, you know, and kind of cover it that way if you make it connected to the building and house it, you know.
Okay.
I would say
that. I have any problem doing that. I just want to make sure we don't end up with a bunch of, I mean, and we'll screen them, like I said, but all the HVAC be on the right. You spend a lot of money to make the building look good, and then you got a bunch of HVAC sitting out front.
I know.
We'll work with staff to make sure they're screened and that they aren't in
Okay.
conflict with the neighborhood.
Okay, so light spillage to adjacent single-family property shall be 0, and ground-mounted HVAC system shall be between the building and the public right-of-way, you know, acknowledging that legislative discussion that the building could be, you know, little pony walls coming off there. And then coordination shall occur with the RTC on accommodation of the existing bus stop or relocation in the proximity area.
What? And Councilmember Breckus, to that last point, I just pulled up the RTC website, and it shows it having already been relocated to the Robb Drive side. So it's on the Robb Drive side of this parcel. And then the next adjacent bus stop is further up at Chesterfield in Charlins, significantly further along. So it's no longer being shown as being in that stretch where, you know, Councilmember Jordan and I can recall having seen it. So I'm just indicating that it may already have occurred and we're just not fully up to speed on it.
So is it just not on this parcel at all?
No, it's on the far side, what would be the far eastern side on Robb Drive. As Robb connects to Charlins, it's showing on that side of the project. So to the right side, if we were looking at it from the tip of the diamond or the tip of the triangle.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, still they are going to need to accommodate it, so I think it can still work. And I do, okay. So I think the language I proposed is still good.
Okay. And I have a motion, and can I get a second, please?
I'll second it, and just, I guess my only question is how the applicant feels about the modifications. I don't know, did we hear from them?
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, I second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Hearing no other discussion at this time, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Glenn. And welcome.
And I will say, and Jenny, I sent you a link, but y'all should look at what we've done in downtown city of Greenville. I think there's a lot of similarities. And I'm more than happy to sit down with whoever and just go through what we did public-private from a development agreement standpoint and public-private. It took us about 15 to 20 years, but we've come a long, long way.
Thank you for the kind offer. We may take you up on that.
Seriously, y'all can reach out to me anytime.
Take care and be well.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, departmental items for item D1. Let's give
That is
our...
correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transitioning to item D1, we will have Arlo Stockham presenting this item. should be noted for the record that we received public comment from Melinda Smith on behalf of the builders that has been submitted to council and is part of the record.
Okay, Mr. Stockham, welcome.
And if I may, Mr. Vice Mayor, I received a number of letters on this, but they came in at the last minute, and I didn't really realize it was about this item. So I'll forward those to you, Madam Clerk, so Mr. Stockham has the benefit of that too.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Good afternoon, council members. Arlo Stockham, your acting assistant manager. We have planned today an informational presentation as part of a series of meetings for the final review of the development code update. We're not requesting action today. This is really a summary of what's in the updated document, so you can deliberate and give direction at your subsequent meetings. Understanding that it's been a long series of council meetings and we have weighty items ahead of us, I'm going to start with a question. I have a roughly 40-minute overview presentation prepared, which is much like the webinars that we've been hosting. We do not need to go through that. I know the council knows much of the content, so I would I'd be happy to shorten it to 5 or 10 minutes and really focus on process rather than content, if it pleases the council. Is there a preference one way or another?
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I watched pretty much all of the Planning Commission meeting the other day, and I've been attending most, but not all of the small working groups. And I think the council has some fundamental questions in front of them. And I will say, I don't know how many of you received outreach from the letters that were sent, those zoning letters. I read about 3 dozen outreaches, and I had a side meeting with Mr. Stockham to understand those. I had a hard time understanding and confusion myself, and just kind of unraveling the pieces. And then in my review with him, just very quickly using as an example, found out, and he there were a couple errors on those letters that are going to get changed. But one of the uses in the zoning code, commercial zoning, community commercial now allows outdoor storage where it never did before, and it's going to be collapsed, but he's going to check that. But that's just something I stumbled across. And the builders, don't like the sustainability section, but they don't really go into detail. I just don't know. I mean, the code is about 30 years behind time. It's been neglected for 30 years. I think we can all agree. A city that's doing a good job, particularly a high growth one, needs to be running a couple code amendments all the time. Airbnb, whatever, and we haven't. So we're doing it all packaged, and that's okay, but I think some things are getting missed. Driveway lengths. I showed pictures of driveway lengths. That's not getting touched. I have advocated that this thing get splintered around, separated a little bit, and come up to us for adoption in modules versus one big package. That's my biggest comfort level, to be able to explain to the public, this is what's going on, and I understand it. And I know this stuff. So I don't know. That to me is the argument to the council, is it might be more work for staff to splinter this thing apart, but I want to understand, is the hearing examiner not happening anymore? What's the administrator doing? Where are we doing at this? I could swallow it all at once, but I know I'll be spending the next 4 years going, whoops. But I do hear there's good parts in it. I know there are. The clarity of the read is much better. So that's my thought.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this code update is critically important, and we have a variety of functions as a council. So we have a budget function, we have obviously oversight of the whole agency, but we also have a legislative function, and that's in creating our ordinances and our statutes. And what I don't want to do is I want to get the good, as we just described, and I don't want to miss things that are more challenging. And I am very willing to do this offline outside of the major council meeting, But my concern is that I haven't had the opportunity, like Councilman Breakfast, to sit on the Planning Commission. And I asked if the public meetings were being recorded, and I don't think they said they were not, because I was going to go back and watch a public meeting, you know, thinking I didn't want to take up everybody's time. So I first of all, I appreciate you bringing this in modules, because you and I talked and you said this is specifically, I was one of the people who said, could you bring this in some more digestible packages? I still think it's a tremendous package, the one that you have here today. And I have a lot of questions, and I don't want to drag it down the conversation or, you know, bore people. Like, if they don't really care about that thing, you know, I don't want to spend 10 minutes on it. I do have a bunch of questions. Like Councilman Breakfast, I got a lot of letters about people really confused about this sort of broad zoning. And I'll just give you an example. So in the zoning, even though, like the waste management, most people know about that now, the waste management transfer station coming in for zoning change to allow a transfer station in what's currently a multi-use. Well, my understanding, and I want to get corrected, in the details of this, they would automatically be changed to a zoning that would allow a waste station. So they've come in advance to ask for it now. But once the code went into effect, it would automatically be that zoning. Another example that I've heard about, and I can't confirm or deny this right now, is on the Lake Ridge parcel. You know, they came in for a zoning change to allow housing. It seems like they would have been swept up to go to commercial under this code change. So what's hard is that there are so many parcels that are changing zoning. You know, we deal with them one by one here, but we're being asked to deal with, you know, dozens of them simultaneous. And that gives me a little heartburn, because I don't have the time to invest in this one. You know, these 10 make sense, and this one might be problematic. So I don't know how to address that kind of question, but the bottom line of this is I'm happy to do it however you want to do it, Arlo, but I am also happy to invest the time offline to go over my concerns, as long as they can get daylighted to the council at a later time. Okay, so, yeah.
Mr. Stockham, can I also ask, I understood that this would be presentational only. The concern I have is that if we take it entirely offline, then the public really is cut out of an element to it. So I guess what I would ask is whether it would be the will of this body that we find an opportunity for another kind of zoning code workshop with all of us, rather than doing it in this particular setting today. I have watched the Planning Commission meetings on this topic. I have not been part of the technical working group, and I have had conversations with my Planning Commissioner appointment just to understand the intricacies of it. And so where can we go from here today, understanding as well that we just have some time constraints with our meeting formats in this particular setting?
What I would suggest, given the time limitations today, maybe I could spend 5 or 10 minutes on the process we currently have lined out. There are future meetings scheduled. Maybe we stay away from the additional 20 minutes going through the content chapter by chapter, and we can do that at our subsequent meetings. We share some of the concerns about the volume of material here, and we have some recommendations procedurally as to how to make that manageable. So if it pleases the body, maybe I could do 5 or 10 minutes on the procedure portion of the presentation, and then we can go into questions and deal with the substance of future meetings.
Okay, let's do that for today, and understand that we've got a lot of moving parts. And again, for me, the critically important piece, because zoning is one of our primary functions, this is not something to be rushed or in any way done under less than ideal circumstances. I want to make sure the public is fully aware and engaged in what we're doing. So Mr. Stockham, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Work my Zoom so slides advance. There we go. So we'll really focus on the first 4 bullet points, which are fairly brief, especially the process and schedule, how we're approaching revisions, and the zoning map framework and our recommended approach to that. You all know why we're doing this. These have been identified city council priorities for some time, both doing this project, the code update, but also dealing better with housing affordability and streamlining the planning and building process. It's also a priority in the master plan. I won't spend detail on this except to say that the development standards are structured in a way that the design requirements differ based on the structure plan, where we have centers and corridors, employment areas, and neighborhoods are each subject to some distinct design standards, and also the sustainability principles in the master plan are integrated throughout the document. You've seen our overarching slide. We are at about the 11th hour of this process. I personally tend to agree with the council members that it's much better to do ongoing updates on targeted matters rather than a big comprehensive update. This was all scoped out and contracted before I started here, and it's probably necessary at this point because there has been so much deferred maintenance, but we very much want to transition into a more regular process of updates and check-ins. And I believe we've kind of started that already. You have one later on your agenda today. The process we currently have planned, and we certainly welcome a special meeting or workshop if the council would like to do that. We basically have sequential meetings scheduled. We have ongoing technical review meetings throughout this, but I want to emphasize that's not where the policy direction is coming from. The policy direction is from the Planning Commission and the council, excuse me. Then we have started into our sequential review with the Planning Commission. We basically have 3 meetings. The first one is the informational presentation. They got the long version back on September 2. They decided to schedule special meetings. So we had the first of the special meetings, was that just last week? Time flies. They reviewed chapters 1 through 4 of the document. There are a handful of return items that they'll review at their next meeting. And then at that next meeting, they'll also go through the balance of the document. And we have one contingency meeting scheduled so they could have one more follow-up meeting before your review begins. We plan to have a similar process with the council, where today is the informational presentation. And then we have planned out 2 meetings where we would go through the sections of code in digestible chunks. It would work just fine to do those at a special meeting instead, either 1 meeting or 2. And then that would essentially give us our final direction on what to include for the adoption hearings in November and December. I really want to, how do I say this? Not many people want to be dealing with zoning in the middle of a pandemic. There's a good argument that we should just push this off till the pandemic's done. The reason we're recommending moving forward is twofold. One, our code is really outdated and is challenged in many ways. We've put over $500,000 into this process already in 2 years, and by just about every account, there are substantial improvements compared to current code, and in particular in relation to enabling more housing affordability and dealing with the housing crisis, as well as design requirements that are more in line with the master plan. So we are recommending that we finish up this final 10% of the process. That being said, this cannot be the final step. We need to continue with reviews afterwards and not just do one update and be done with it. So my overall recommendation is if there's heartburn with any specific sections of the code, that we push those off to a future, meeting to deal with those sections. But let's not throw out the whole thing. I've been through these types of processes enough times to see that if you lose momentum, it tends to stall out. If you don't mind, I just have a couple minutes left, and then we can open it up to questions. Some of the comments on the front end are addressed in this slide in terms of procedures to make the final amendments manageable. We do have a summary document that more concisely lists the changes. That's posted on our project webpage, reno.gov/zoning, titled The Summary of Code Amendments. Essentially, it itemizes each change. How we're planning to deal with the revisions, a couple recommendations were mentioned on the front end. Both of those are now on our table of revisions, and we are recommending adjustments to those two topics. Basically, what you'll be reviewing along with the code is a list of final adjustments to that code language to put in for the adoption process. Some of the important matters have been identified as outside the scope of this update process. So things like sign ordinances, some of our environmental regulations are scoped out to be dealt with through distinct processes, again, so it's more manageable and we're not trying to do everything at once, which is a setup for problems. So those future amendment lists, if we bump into issues through the review of this document, I would be recommending, push those topics out to the future amendment list rather than hold up the entire update. We have a process planned for requests related to map amendments. I have one more slide on that. And we are recommending very deliberate review processes post-adoption every 6 months to do any necessary fine-tuning, to see how the new provisions are working, and make appropriate adjustments. The map is complex, and we want any request to be thought through in enough detail to make intelligent decisions. The changes, there are some zoning map changes necessary with this code update, generally involving the consolidation of our mixed-use districts. So it's really built into the code to simplify the system and do away with this exceedingly complex overlay zoning system in our mixed-use areas. There are some consolidations. What we're recommending be adopted with the code is a simple translation to the most equivalent district. So this, with adoption of the code, this would not, for example, change zoning in accordance with the new master plan maps. We're recommending that those be dealt with through subsequent meetings post-adoption, kind of considered area by area, along with property owner recommendations and requests. This slide, I won't go into detail on the specific districts, but in general, one of the big changes is consolidating the number of zoning districts we have. The map notifications, we've received some questions on this. Properties that are either proposed for a rezoning, again, these consolidations, or within the notice radius of one of those rezonings, received a map supplement along with the general notification that we provided to everyone in the city. This was the second general notification, but as is typical when you get towards the adoption process, it generates more interest. So the colors on the map are properties that are proposed to change. You see the notice for City Hall. There's a lot of rezoning going on around downtown to implement the new master plan. Whereas in the outlying areas, you see the Fire Station 8 notification. There's only one parcel that's changing, and that's the consolidation of a commercial area at the corner of Kings Row and McCarran. So that's what those map notifications are about. We have received a number of requests for zone changes and different map designations as part of this process. Our recommendation is to address those area by area, request by request, in subsequent meetings following the code update to be completed in the first quarter of next year. We are also planning and recommending post-adoption neighborhood outreach to look at the zoning map on the neighborhood scale, area by area, with consultation and coordination with those neighborhoods. I think those were the big process points I wanted to emphasize. We have been getting quite a bit of feedback. Overall, it's been much more positive than negative. The big issues include the approach to sustainability. A lot of comments on that. We have been getting a lot on our affordability incentives and provisions, the density bonuses, and some of the other targeted changes focusing on helping out with housing affordability. We've had some property-specific questions involving details of the mixed-use district consolidations. And those are probably the three biggest topics. And then we've just had a series of what I consider to be very helpful review suggestions on the details and the nuances of the land use table or the specific development ordinances. That's kind of the tenor of the feedback we've gotten. I'll wrap up this abbreviated presentation without going through the substance. Again, we do have subsequent meetings planned to kind of go through this chapter by chapter, have you review the recommendations coming to you from the Planning Commission, and have an opportunity to think through this in detail and provide direction to staff. And
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
my
Stockham.
presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Stockham. I want to start with Councilmember Jardin, and then we'll come to other colleagues.
Thank you very much. I guess my question, well, first off, it just seems like this is something that we have been working on forever and ever, and there was so much steam and momentum on the front end, and it does feel, like with everything, I mean, COVID really has thrown a wrench in all things. I think from my perspective, I'm not supportive of just hitting the brakes on everything until the pandemic is over, because I like, or we like all businesses and individuals, we just don't know when that date may be or what that may look like. What our new normal is what we're in right now, and we have to adapt to that. And I think we've done a pretty good job of it. Just like all things within the cities, we can't stop processing, development applications. We can't stop the needed road and infrastructure improvements. We can't stop all those things. We have to keep going, but doing it in maybe a different or more thoughtful way in consideration of the times that we're in. So, but also trying to understand our staff is very stretched, very, very thin. And so having a multitude of meetings, I just wonder, can we combine our meetings with the Planning Commission or are they at a different point in the review and we're totally off track with them? I'm trying to preserve our staff time as well. I'd like to have a joint meeting with them and maybe reduce the number of meetings you have to have. But if that doesn't work, it doesn't work.
It does work. We can make adjustments really at the appetite of the council. They're going to be pretty well through their review here in the next few weeks. In 2 weeks is their finish-up meeting, and 2 weeks after that, if they have anything to come back to. So you could, get their recommendations, schedule either a separate meeting to consider that, or invite them into a joint workshop, so you could hear their feedback directly. We'd be happy to facilitate either. To your point, I need to recognize staff and also the participants here. This has been a heavy lift. We, just to be honest, do not have capacity for a very long, drawn-out process without compromising other priorities. So that's where I'm suggesting maybe if there are concerns about any specific sections, that we move forward with the items where there's broad consensus and kind of do a follow-up on those. The main thing I'd ask is that we don't go into dozens of additional meetings and keep it focused on 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings, something like that.
Okay, and that's kind of what the direction I was trying to move towards, to see how we might be able to consolidate some of those. And maybe this is one of those meetings where we block off a full day and just understand that while sometimes the discussions of this can enter tooth extraction territory, that it's important work, and at the end of the day, everybody's healthier and better for it. So, but maybe we just need to, I feel like us trying to wedge it into a council meeting and even chunk it up, we are not good, and I'm not blaming anybody, I'm saying we are not good at really siloing things without going off into other things. So we probably just shouldn't do that. I feel like carve out a day, understand that it's going to be a bit of a marathon day, and staff can focus on that, whether it's with the Planning Commission or after they've finished their work. I think you
you plan for a day to get into it and get it done. That's my consent.
We'd be happy to do that. Given the timing, my suggestion would be to let the Planning Commission wrap up their review, and then you'll have their full suite of recommendations and schedule a meeting subsequent to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stockham. Any other additional comments or concerns at this time? Councilmember Dewar first, and then Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah. Okay. I like the direction you're going. I like that idea of having the Planning Commission finish, and we have the balance of their input. I don't know if I could take an entire day, but I could definitely take 2 half days where we come in and we focus on it for 4 hours. You know, yesterday was a little challenging just on homeless, but you know what? We got through a lot of stuff, and this is really important stuff to the council. So I could go for something like 2 half days. You know, I think that'd be perfect. Just a couple real quick questions. You yourself said there was questions about sustainability, affordability, property specific. So working those backwards. On zoning, are you saying let's take this part of town, then that part of town? Or are you saying let's take commercial uses and cover all those, and let's take, you know, whatever else you're changing? What are you suggesting?
I guess 3 steps. The initial step with adoption of code is a simple conversion table to the most equivalent new. So there's no real zone map amendments. It's converting from the old name to the new name. That's step 1. Step 2 would be in the 3 months following initial adoption. There are really 3 areas where the city changed the master plan land use map, and the zoning has not been changed in accordance with that. That action was not publicly noticed by the city. That was done without property owner notification. And we've been getting feedback from folks in those areas. Some of them like it, some of them don't. So we'd recommend looking at those areas individually, immediately following the update, and kind of deliberately talking about the direction in each of those and getting a decision.
Are you talking about a specific property, or are you talking about sort of an area?
There are areas. One example is in the North Valleys. There was this pretty sweeping conversion that greatly expanded the industrial land uses in the master plan map. That has yet to be implemented. We've gotten feedback for and against that. So it's multiple properties in the same general area.
Okay.
The 2 other areas are generally around UNR and east of UNR, which has a difficult land use framework in place now. That's the relics from some prior plans. And the other area are kind of the convention center, Neal Road area east of there. There's a few other targeted ones, but those are the 3 biggies.
Yeah. I've been getting letters more for like along Virginia Street. You know, businesses not understanding what they're being changed to and not wanting to get this change. But let me just move on really quickly. You said there's issues on sustainability. Like, what's the big, I have no idea. I'm telling you, I did not sit in the planning. I do not know what this looks like. So I don't know what the big issue is.
Sure. I don't know that it's a big issue, but it's generating a lot of discussion.
Okay.
You may recall when we reviewed the initial draft ordinances, there was kind of a debate of should we, for example, mandate that homes be designed to accommodate solar panels,
right,
or EV charging stations.
Right.
And there were substantial concerns about the impact of those requirements on affordability. So it's kind of the interface of sustainability and affordability. There was a good discussion. I think council was not comfortable with those full strict mandates, and some suggestions to look at more flexible incentive-based approaches to get sustainability.
Do people
We
like
did a bunch of research, spoke to our consultants. They recommended Henderson, Nevada as a very good model for an ordinance like what we were discussing. So we brought that up, reviewed it with the groups, and are essentially recommending that package with refinements reflecting our local situation. It's kind of a point-based system where there's a long menu of design features that folks could select from, and they have to reach a certain point total. We added
So it's like carbon trading or something? You put a package together of so many sustainability things to equal so many points or something?
Yes, very much like that. And we made some changes to reduce the requirements for more affordable housing units and things of that nature. So that's what's essentially on the table now. We've heard a lot of support for the concept, and we're getting a lot of feedback on the details of how many points for what, kind of how tight it is or how loose it is. That's
my last comment is just, I noticed you have a few things on trees in here and they look good. I just wondered, one thing you might want to add is the maintenance. We already have maintenance in Title 18, but the details are not spelled out. Were you planning to do that, or?
We can certainly discuss that further. What you see in front of you was recommended by a coalition or a committee of landscape architects that got together and recommended a package of amendments that essentially focus on improved tree growth and shade canopy. This is not intended to replace or do everything that the ongoing tree protection ordinance would do. That also
right, I get that, but the basic maintenance is already in Title 18, and all I wanted to make sure is it's spelled out more clearly so our code enforcement officers don't have the challenges they've had for the last 6 years I've been on council, not knowing what that means. And if we could just put some meat on those bones, I think it would help the code enforcement folks a lot.
That sounds great. I'd be happy to meet either offline or we could go through that at our workshop or.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I need to specify, I've been a big advocate of this effort, it's been very important to me. But I have to say that when we first brought Clarion on and embarked upon this, the rezoning work was going to be after the adoption of Title 18, and seems like they're now married up together, and I think that is causing a lot of confusion. And I would suggest the path forward, because that's how I've done it before, is you adopt the code with an enactment out, 6-9 months, and then you go through your rezoning work, or you have a transition period.
We have that. I think there might be some confusion. We're not recommending the rezonings, the substantive rezonings with the update. We are suggesting doing that subsequent. The challenge here is the new districts with the consolidation, it just doesn't work with the old districts. We're only doing the minimum necessary to reflect those consolidations. And we do have in the draft a recommended 12-month transition period where folks could use old code or new code. We discussed the concept of not doing any map amendment initially. There were some challenges there in that essentially the new provisions of code can't be utilized without some of those rezonings. They would be forced to use the old code. And a lot of people are really waiting for this new code and looking forward to it. So that's why we kind of recommend the minimum zone map conversions to the new districts.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe I guess I have to say that's your recommendation, that's the way to go. But then when I open up the code and find that outdoor storage is allowed in community commercial just on a happen chance review. But so that's one. And I did not know this about the North Valley. I do see that the new master plan put on some broader land uses, but I thought that was more of going to be a planning effort versus a code restructuring. So that's how you plan to do it, because I think part of the complexity of this got amplified with those letters, and I thought that threw it in an already more complex thing, even more complex, because it took it to the parcel level. So I was hoping, I didn't think we were going there. I didn't know. I would say to the council that just acted as the planning commission and more or less of a special use permit, that when you get into those design issues like how we screen parapets or, HVAC and all that, that maybe we don't take as big a look at that as we need to. That's unfortunate for me, who's really seen a new day in subdivision design and see some driveways that are about 8 feet long and blocking every sidewalk everywhere I turn. But the council, I think, should focus on procedures and roles, our role, because that's where, we come into it. And I'd like to see us, and I think we could do it in a time of this, is spend time on this. At one of the last technical meetings, you said something that made me go, wow, what do you mean? You said, well, we're going to get rid of the hearing examiner role because they're making policy of late. And I don't know what you mean by that. I envision a different role for a hearing examiner. I think, and I wrote a letter to the Planning Commission. I don't know if it got included in this packet, but I think the administrator is seizing too much authority, which conflicts with the ability to also be the gatekeeper of the development processes and the code and the interpreter. And so if the council's going to do one thing and spend one session, I would spend our time on the procedures and roles, and then maybe on the uses and understand how the uses are going to be compacted. And that's, to me, the most important job for us to look at.
There's a bunch of misunderstanding wrapped into that statement that we'll be going through when we go through the code. We're not proposing to do away with the hearings examiner. That might have been a point of confusion. So we'll go through each of those substantive items when we have that meeting. Again, happy to meet with anyone or, provide more detail or answer any questions either offline or at that future meeting.
Well, if I could just add one thing is, I also think that, and I saw the builder's letter of, we don't like the sustainability or we don't like that, but they didn't go point by point. And these broad concepts of sustainability or this is the advances of affordable housing, unless it's a provision that maybe gives density bonus for houses that are targeted to AMI, I think big comments like, well, it's this balance we're getting of affordable housing. There's so many factors into what is housing production, and I don't want to place the burden on the code of being, that's going to do this, because you don't know. I think that we need to say and curve it in, this advances our master plan goals, broadly, and it advances these ones or not. But I'm not so sure about the procedures. And so let's follow that thought if we could indulge here. Tell me how the hearing examiner role is changing.
They would stay, they would review administrative decisions, and that process stays unchanged. The one change is for our administrative decisions, site plan reviews currently. Instead of a two-step review process for appeals, those appeals would go direct to council. That's the only change. They would not be reviewing, for example, the Lake Ridge project. There was a couple months where it went through the hearings examiner before it got to council. There were real concerns both about the efficiency of the process and about the appropriateness of an appointed attorney to make kind of land use judgment calls. So that's the one targeted change.
Well, here's something I want to bring up is, in my experience of this code, the site plan role has taken on so much, so the administrator is so much in the decision-making period. I would almost rather see the hearing examiner, who's not the administrator, not the keeper of the code, not the person who takes in the applications, be this neutral person with the site plan role authority. And be a qualified person to make decisions. The staff would represent, here's how we think, evaluate this recommendation. But that's a procedure that I think we should noodle on quite a bit and spend our time on. And then there's the whole other issue of standing that I've been hearing the technical committee. How's that one been addressed?
We're bringing forward a memo with options in the draft. We don't have changes to the current arrangement for standing, but that'll come forward for a policy discussion and decision by this body. The Planning Commission will be reviewing that topic at their next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stockham and Ms. Breckus. Let me go to Councilmember Dewar.
Well, it was a great segue because that was my next basket. I just wanted to put a marker that I'm going to be taking a really close look at these procedures. Probably most of the comments I've received so far are they've been about two things. One, my property is getting rezoned, I don't understand it. And number two, my rights as a resident of Reno are maybe getting modified in ways I don't understand. So it's kind of building off what Ms. Breckus was just talking about. So I've received letters from for people that have been involved in our process, let's say for the last 5 years, on various big or small developments, but controversial. And just what is their role? How do they participate? If it is site plan review, they send their comments to the administrator. Administrator says, yeah, they made a good point, or they didn't. And I'll just use this Lake Ridge since it was brought up. I've gotten specific letters from them saying they didn't like how the administrator either did or didn't deal with the issues they were concerned about, like parking or traffic or those kind of things. And I think what you're saying, let me just make sure I understand, rather than going to a hearing officer, it would have gone straight to council if it was appealed. My only question on that is some of these issues, like the example of Lake Ridge and parking and traffic, they're very technical issues. And I know when we've dealt with administrative hearings before at council, and they start getting into parking ratios and that kind of thing, I mean, it takes up a lot of our time, and we're not necessarily, the best position to kind of evaluate those issues. So I kind of do like a third party, disinterested party with a planning background or whatever saying, yes. But even if their decision wasn't final, they were just making recommendations to us. They were kind of chewing it over and saying, here's what we see, here's what we would recommend, but the final decision is to council. I don't know, but I just wanted to share that idea. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just, those are the issues, and they're technical issues. I'm not sure we are best suited to kind of parse through it.
Yeah, all this stuff's been discussed in detail, and certainly we're fine if the council wants to keep the two-step appeal process. There's pros and cons of that. Kind of what generated a little more support, the hearings examiner is an attorney without much land use training. We did in the last draft introduce the idea of a land use hearing examiner.
I like
that was not very well received and has been removed. The two-step appeal process, it might make sense if you're going to retain that to use the planning commission for that role.
I was thinking the same thing, seriously.
So we are quickly drifting into the substantive discussion that we have planned at our future meetings. But these are good discussions, and I look forward to them, and call me in the interim. Or also, please, and anyone watching at home, if there's confusion, questions, suggestions, please reach out. We've had several hundred so far. We've spoken to many people who have questions, confusion, suggestions. We're documenting all that, so please continue that process.
Okay, well, I will get back with you since I still have the talking stick, so to speak. And I just wanted to let you know, those so far are my two biggest baskets of concern from public. And especially, I just want to put a marker on this. In the time of COVID, where they can't participate in our meetings very sufficiently, the developer made a presentation, they have questions about it, they want to be able to get their comments and questions on the record. In these kind of times, which look like they're going to go for a while, it's difficult to say we would restrict or limit public participation, through our administrative process. Since it's already been so limited, we might have been able to resolve something at a meeting, where they could participate and resolved it, right? Either a planning commission or here. But because they can't quite participate, they're going to end up more in an appeal process. And if we start cutting off appeals, now we've really got kind of a problem. Just something to be thinking about, okay? You don't have to answer. It's just times we're in and how it appears to people. Okay.
Yeah, we very deliberately kept public process in these. We have, even with this new code, we have more intensive public process requirements than anyone else in Nevada, to my knowledge. And it's staying that way in the new draft.
Good to know. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stockham, I think you've covered what we were going to cover here. Councilmember Jordan, did you have some closing word?
No, my only closing comments were, again, to thank staff on all their work on this. I think it has been a very robust and great process, which is why we don't want to get it wrong at the end of it and, torpedo some of the great work. I like the idea of the 2 half days, and let me tell you why, for the exact reason, as Councilmember Dewar just mentioned, is to be able to define and promote what the first day's items are going to be, and then be able to collect feedback on that, which can be presented at the next half-day session for further discussion from the public. I mean, there needs to be, if it's going to be these types of Zoom meetings, we have to be able to promote it, Facebook Live it, allow for a collection of feedback, and then to address some of that feedback at a subsequent meeting. So I like the idea of the 2 half days, and we seldom ever actually do a half day, so I have a suspicion it'll end up being 2 full days. But maybe if that's what it takes to get the public participation and get us through it, as it's standalone meetings, I think that's probably time well spent to wrap up the good work that's already been done and to involve the public and to do it right. I think it's important. So kudos to everybody and all the work they've done so far.
Councilmember Breckus.
Were those with the planning commission? I can't remember. Not.
I think they said not.
Okay.
I kind of thought, because we're kind of on different paths and we want to take their recommendations.
Okay. Yeah.
And then maybe discuss them. That's what I think I heard from Arlo.
Okay. And, I would even say that, maybe Mr. Stockham, what do you think? That there were 3 meetings last week. It's very hard to follow on the same night what was going on, but the Historic Resources Commission took their module. Do you think that's one we could take almost separately and apart because it's so narrow?
We could. There was actually strong support with just a few minor refinements. So, maybe more stuff will come up, but that seems like one of the easier ones. The more challenging ones are Chapter 4, the development standards, which is a lot, and Chapter 8, the procedures.
Yeah. My suggestion, piggybacking on the half-day concept, is maybe that half-day concept is in this, I don't know, November, December. I mean, it's getting, I don't care when, but maybe we just feel like we're getting a little something done and bring the historic chapter forward in the next 2 meetings. So,
Just breaking it up in that way is going to be really problematic administratively. We truly don't have capacity for a dozen meetings on this. What I'd recommend is we look at the whole package, and at that meeting, carve out other things if you want to spend more time on it. But we're already overstretched. We just can't bring forward something.
I think she's saying less time. I think she's saying it's ready to go.
A 20-minute, talk, the first meeting in October, the second meeting in October on the historic chapter. We bless it, and we just know it's off in the wings waiting to get caught up with the rest.
Like the way we did room text.
Yeah.
Okay. If there are no additional comments, I'm going to close this agenda item and move on to item D2. Thank you, Mr. Stockham, for your work and for your staff's work. Let's move to item D2. This is a continuing discussion of our budget. And actually, I'm not sure this will be a very long presentation today or not. Can we transition Ms. Lochner in?
At this time, Mr. Vice Mayor, moving over Debbie Lochner, your Finance Director. It should be noted for the record that we did not receive any public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lochner. I know that this has been an item that we've brought back multiple times now. It's been on our council agenda each of the 2 weeks. Is there any update to the presentation from last week, or are we still in the same position as we were when we met 2 weeks ago?
We're pretty much still in the same position. This is our strategic plan for how we're going to manage the budget going forward. Essentially, there's a few more slides I can go through to give you some additional information. Hopefully you've had some time to read the actual plan document that has the details in it you were looking for.
Yeah, part of the issue, Ms. Lochner, is number one, you have provided the material, and of course I have read it and my colleagues have. And number two is that our mayor is not able to be with us during this conversation, and so there will not be a lot of productive conversation that arises. So I'm just trying to share with my colleagues that I'm not sure what the benefit of us going into it today is given those constraints. So I'll look to my colleagues to see if anyone has any comments. Okay, Councilmember Breckus and then Councilmember Dewar.
I guess a couple things is we're really waiting to see what the sales tax does, and that comes in probably next week, I guess. She's asked for those 5%, ability to go through. My review of those is they're almost in place, budgetary sort of tricks, freezes, and, maybe we give her the latitude within some scope if we think we're going to be in trouble, if some certain parameters of sales tax come through. And I want to reiterate to the council that I was city staff in 2009, and the city acted way too late. They went into the contingency fund and bought the Boys and Girls Club, over by Reno High out of contingency, just, within 3 or 4 months before layoffs. So they were really acting so slow. But on the other hand, and I think maybe we could task Ms. Lochner with this, is there is a body of evidence out there that cities that cut really deeply in the last recession recovered much poorer. But I don't think we're in the, and we cut very deeply, but we were counterbalanced with a lot of growth, but that also comes with the demands for services that I think we've been struggled with meeting. So, maybe this article that I read today from Route 50 on, that evidence, then says, please beg the feds for money or your state government, which, we don't really have. I just think that's something to always keep in the back of our minds. The tough situation we're in is there's evidence that when you cut, you make it worse for the rebound, but we don't have a lot of options. It does not appear. So I think we have to be very creative, like looking at other funding revenue sources, et cetera. And I've said that quite a bit.
Well, you've also provided lots of good examples of ways to do that, so I appreciate your thoughtfulness in it. Again, for my purposes, Ms. Lochner, I know that the material was there. It was updated just a few things, and we are waiting on some additional data. And so for my purposes today, I don't want us to spend a lot of time on this agenda item unnecessarily. We need to continue the course that we have, which is a very conservative approach. And I thank you for being, so detailed in your presentational materials. Oh, Councilmember Rex, I wasn't meaning to cut you off. I'm so sorry.
Two other points is, after our last meeting, I called Ms. Lochner and asked how we're doing cash flow. And those of us who came on in 2012 remember well that it was a cash flow issue. And if you're on a city council, a city government that has cash flow issues, that is probably an indicator of some of the most devastating fiscal status you can be in. We're not there. So it sounds like we do have time, and I respect the body if they want to just wait, if they don't want to go with the trigger for her if sales tax does something. But I also believe that we need, maybe at our next meeting, because we have said we want this each time, is to go over the run of the CIP and make the big decisions on the big capital projects. Because I've been overwhelmed, like many of you, I'm sure, with there's a whole new constituency out there in the world for the pool, and they're called former swimmers at Lake Ridge. And so that project, which we were on a great path prior to COVID, and I thought we were going to have a lot of progress by right now, I think we need to be able to tell people where we're at on that and where it ranks in the priorities and level with them realistically. So I would ask that our next meeting, that she comes back prepared to present us as much information for a decision-making point next time or time out on City Hall renovation for earthquakes, the police department, the pool, probably throw in their fire department, and there's one other I can't remember, but we have to have a handle on the CIP in my view.
Well, let me work with our mayor after this meeting to figure out when the agenda item might be appropriate, but I think you're headed in the right direction. We've got a lot of moving parts, obviously, and I will work with her when we get the opportunity to. Councilmember Dewar, did you have something brief to add?
I did. I would like a couple things, and I've discussed this with our staff, our leadership. I also called Ms. Lochner after our last meeting to get some more input. I am having trouble with the chart, which is on page 6, which she outlines the Tier 1 cuts. I'm having trouble understanding and matching up the detailed explanation of those cuts in a simplified way. So when we come back, I would request that we add 2 more columns to these cut proposals, and then if tier 2 needs to be on a different page, that's fine. The 2 more columns would be the percent total cut as compared to budget. That's important information. And a quick summary, if there's 3 positions recommended to be cut or 1 or a particular program, just say that. That's what I've looked at every budget for 25 years, is to get a quick understanding. And I think it should all be on 1 page so that the public doesn't have to switch between different documents. Look at this one, look at that one. They've got the detail. I'm not saying change the detail. I'm just saying carry forward, add 2 columns to this page so the next time we look at it, page 6, we understand what is the impact to a department and what programs. I don't want to be sitting 6 months out going, I thought we had this program, but we cut it and I didn't understand it. There's a number 2 and a 3. We got CARES funding, and it's a lot of money, and it's sort of filling up this quarter, so to speak, well, a little bit more than a quarter, 4 or 5 months. It's been 7 months since the departments were asked to come up with a 5, 10, and 15% cut. I think in the interim to the next meeting, the departments should be asked to take another look at that based on the CARES funding they got. Maybe they left something in because they thought it was important to, let's say, on homeless. But we got CARES money to cover that thing, and maybe they would cut something else, given that we got some CARES money, some grant money that we didn't know was coming back in March. So I would say let our departments take another look at this and prioritize it based on the new information, 7 months of living with COVID, new grant funds coming in, and work with our budget director to kind of refine this proposal before it comes back. And those are the 2 requests that I would have. And I think we'll have a better understanding of where the departments are now versus 7 months ago. And I really think it would help our decision-making process. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you, Deborah, for all your work on this. I know this is a constantly moving target in a very uncertain time, which makes all of us analytical minds get very itchy and twitchy, because that's not a comfortable place to operate within and make decisions based upon. But we are in the situation that we are in, and I think you're doing a fantastic job, which is representative of how well the city's finances, to Councilwoman Brecken's point about cash flow, how well we're doing, all things considered, which is a testament to you and leadership in the decisions you made kind of early on to keep the boat as steady as it can be in the storm that we're in. So thank you for that. My only comments are that our mayor has had something come up that she needs to deal with, and I don't want to make any great directions with regards to our budget without her consultation and input. So I think you have said that you've gotten the direction to this point, and I think next week is a big week that comes in with regards to sales tax numbers. So I don't want to give you direction.
If I can just add, the departments are actually holding back larger cuts than what I have proposed to council. So the longer you delay putting off the decision, the more you're really cutting the agency. Because really what they're holding back is at the 10% level, and I'm asking for 7%. So while I respect your need for additional time and for the mayor to be present, I just need you to understand I'm trying to give those departments some certainty of what they can do this year. And the longer we put it off, our promise to you when we passed the budget that we would come back at the first meeting in September with a plan. And we did that. Understanding that the plan that we're putting forward, just like a budget plan, things change as you evolve and as you move through that plan. And I know that there are things that we would change today, but we still need to get the council to give us the ability to go forward and some flexibility to manage the budget. Our recommendation would be that once you have decided that you bless the plan or not, or change it, or whatever you want to do. That we would come back each month as we get the data to tell you which cuts have been instituted, so that you understand exactly where we are. We will get our first data piece likely next week. Well, it will be next week because that's the end of the month. So we'll get our first data point next week. And, you know, pushing off the decision, really all you're doing is you know, furthering that uncertainty of what we can actually move forward with in that remaining kind of 2-3% that we are holding back on. So I just want you to understand that.
No, and I understand that, and I'm going to push back just a little bit in the sense that some of the strategic decisions in which we are being charged with are contingent on what I would say are two factors, of which one just happened yesterday, where some priorities that the council expressed for a 3-4 hour meeting, I think were more clear than they had been in the past. So that might have some impact on some things and require some adjustment. And two, to move forward without our mayor's input at this time, I don't think is an appropriate thing to do. And that's not to say that I don't agree with us needing to make decisions, but the sales tax numbers, our mayor isn't here, and we don't have, you know, there wasn't a consideration of all the input from yesterday. I think I'm not asking for, you know, a lengthy kicking of the can. I'm just asking for a slight nudge because I think things are going to become, you know, within a very short amount of time, a bit more clear. So we're not making decisions in which we may need to go back and modify, which to me is almost worse, to do something and then have to roll it in a different direction. So I don't think waiting till the next meeting is asking too much.
I don't think so either, and I agree with you. You know, I don't want to do this without the full complement of the entire council because it is a big decision and it is a complicated thing that we have to manage through. So I want to make sure that you guys are comfortable with that, and I support your decision because if the mayor can't be here, I just wanted you to understand the implications of pushing it. If it continues to push meeting to meeting to meeting,
Understood.
Potentially cutting us 10% when we're only really need about 7.
I've been advocating for more earlier all along, so I totally get it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Lochner, for your wisdom, and Councilmember Jordan for your thoughts too. I'm going to go to Councilmember Dewar, and then we'll close out this item. Councilmember Dewar.
Lochner, to that point about better information, do you think that you will be able to do what I asked and put in some percentages and some summary, even if this goes to 2 pages instead of 1, so that the public in a transparent way can understand where your proposed cuts are coming? Like, just look at a page and understand it. Do you think you can do that?
That works. Yeah, that's easy. It's just do the math and give you some bullet points. That's that part we can do. You know, it's reworking the whole plan with all the departments will take us more than just 2 weeks.
Well, I'm not suggesting
we have continual conversations with those departments. I understand what some of the needs are. What we really need to do is get a plan in place so that we can, and there are going to be amendments just like we do with the budget. So what we're suggesting is once we have a plan that's been vetted by the full council, that we would come back at least monthly to tell you where we are in the plan, what the data points came in that month, so that you guys are kept informed as we go through this, because we also have a restoration plan in here that we're asking you to approve as well.
That's cool. Well, I have had undying respect for you. I think you know that. We've had several meetings, and you've been incredibly helpful in parsing and explaining the budget to me over multiple years since you've been here. So I have great reliance on you. To that end, having been a department head myself for many years in a government system or an executive director, I know that times change, and 7 months is a long time from initial proposal to now. And I really do think wherever those CARES dollars are coming in, that's a lot of money that they have to spend very quickly in 4 months left, right? October, November, well, 3.5. And I want those departments that are affected by that money, I just think you should do a check-in with them. You know, whether it's, like I said, the homeless, the communication piece, there's like 12 categories that Dylan identified for us. I really think that, or let me just put it this way. Having been a department head myself, I know what matters is what's written on the piece of paper, not what somebody thinks. And so I want to make sure that when we come to the next meeting, what's written on the piece of paper, you guys have had your internal discussions and people can step forward and support it. That's what I want to know. And usually on a first 5 or 7% cut, you can get there. When it starts getting to 15%, now it's all out war, every person for themselves, every department for themselves. But right now, I think we could get to all for the good and, kind of feel. So.
Right. And I do want to let the council know, the good news is that when we received our June CTAX, it was actually slightly above budget. So, again, knowing that we've had the stimulus, the extra unemployment, we are putting money out there with CARES Act, there's the forbearance on foreclosures, all of that has, changed consumer sentiment, and we really don't know what's going to happen come January. And so we're working on that, but understand that as with any plan that we put forward with you, there are going to be amendments because our jobs change daily, and we want to make sure that we're reacting to those things, and we're coming back and reporting to you instead of doing this. We're going to do this instead. It has this impact, so that you guys would understand exactly how the plan evolves and the strategy evolves as we work through it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lochner, for the presentation, and we'll close out this item. Transferring back now to you, Madam Clerk, for the next item, and we'll move over. I assume Mr. Flansburgh is joining us on the next agenda item.
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. Moving on to item D3. This is for staff authorization to work with TUMWA. We'll be moving over Mr. Flansburgh at this time, and he should be able to start his video and share his screen, so he'll be able to give you a brief presentation on this item.
And Madam Clerk, was there any public comment on this item?
There was none received by my office, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Flansburgh, welcome once again, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Just wanted to share with you the infographic that I provided as an attachment into the staff report, just to help. So just as introduction to this item, it's fairly straightforward. Reno, Washoe County, TUMWA, the Western Region Water Commission, there have been a lot of collaboration on advanced water treatment, also known as A+ treatment. We've had several discussions here at the council level. We are at a point right now up in the Reno Stead plant where we're doing a pilot project, but the future of the advanced water treatment likely is going to be at a much larger scale. And with that, we are seeking a more formal arrangement with the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and the City of Reno on how we would go forward on this project. Specifically, we've been using resources within our own budgets and also from all of the partners. But going forward, it's much more likely that the collaboration between Reno and TUMWA on this particular part of the project is going to be more closely aligned. And in the end goal is to create potable water resources for drought resistance and resiliency. So with that in mind, just bringing this item to you to get your agreement for staff of TUMWA and Reno to work together to then bring back either one or multiple agreements, how we will work together in the future and how we'll allocate resources, et cetera. The TUMWA board, for your information, did approve a like item at their board meeting last Wednesday.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. And if we can come out of this screen so that I can see my colleagues. I appreciate the work that's gone into it and was following the decision or the vote at TUMWA. So I was happy to see that. For my 2 cents worth, It's a very exciting opportunity. I don't know entirely what the agreements are that you'll be bringing back or what the contours of them will be or what our obligations will be, so I'll be paying careful attention. But in concept and in very broad brush, I'm very excited about this presentation, and I really do think that we're doing things that other entities are not doing. It just seems like it's a very good opportunity for us as a community to view water as the resource that it is, the value that it has. The nature of living in a high mountain desert is certainly shaped all of our lives who live here, and your project and opportunity and the related collaborative efforts between other entities is really a potential model that other communities in the United States might look to as they think about the way in which, you know, climate change is affecting our water resources. And so I'm excited about it. I know that today is like step one of, I don't know, 100 or whatever, but at the end of the day, I am happy to see it brought forward, and certainly would like to see it move forward and has my blessing in that regard. And so that's sort of my tee up for my other colleagues to know where I'm coming from. And now I'll look to see if anyone from the body has any additional comments to make at this time. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I see this as not so exciting, but, you know, with a little bit of anxiety, because we've got a big issue of getting rid of this effluent because we brought in a lot of growth that's creating a lot of effluent in these small basins, and we got a lot of water plumbed in from the Vidler pipeline to do more growth. And I just, you know, I'm on Tumwa, maybe my colleagues over on Tumwa see it differently, but it's in our interest, although there was some commentary from one of the Sparks City Council members, to have Tumwa take control of this water, put it in as a resource, consider it their resource as soon as possible, so it doesn't become the weight of the Reno wastewater sewer payer. Particularly, you know, and then I brought it up a lot, is the Reno sewer payer is really not most of the Southeast Valley, the Monty Ranch, they don't pay Reno sewer. It's those who I represent in Ward 1 who pay to Tumworth, who are going to be paying for STED, because STED's never going to be able to pay for itself. And the rates, I just paid my sewer bill last night, $144 for the quarter. And it's gone up 34% since I've been on the city council. So, and it's going to go up a lot more with these concepts, and I think this is why it has to be front and center to us, how we're going to get rid of this. I think the best way to not get the sticker shock that is coming is maybe to put a price premium on this water that's getting created and that's becoming effluent. I think that water up there needs to get a wastewater price tag on it to keep some of those costs up in the STED area. In lieu of that, and that would be a Tumwa issue, but it's a point of negotiation, that's why it's on point here, is I think we need more details. I'm hearing background chatter that some of this science, and it is a science project, you know, it did work out in Vidal Flat. We don't know how it's going to work out here, and it's getting more and more complex and diced with the farming that's going on, and now maybe there's algae in some wells. We're moving into the ground, into the projection. It was on his little slide of the reservoir. Those reservoirs are big tasks to administer. 90 foot of headroom, that's going to be a big issue. I think it's a $90 million price tag last time we had it. It's never been clear if it's an interim or long-term situation. We really don't know long-term where we're going with this. I keep asking at every spot, and I'd like to ask this to be an exhibit in these agreements, probably, you know, this big, 18 by 24 spreadsheet, you know, timelines of, you know, okay, the demonstration project at the plant of 10 gallons a minute, what do we want to get out of that? What is that going to lead to? That is the next step. What does success look like? I think that we have not been getting a lot of the information, but we've been getting a lot of contracts to do something where we just don't know where I think Ms. Stewart said at one time, when we build the bridge, we don't know where we're landing the bridge. And that's a very, very scary world to be at. So those are my comments for these agreements. One, identify when Tomwa takes that water over and make it sooner than later. And I think that's consistent with their plan. Two is the Gantt, schedule. And three is also, explore putting a price on this water. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give Mr. Flansburgh an opportunity to respond. There was some verbiage in that last statement that I think deserves some clarification, because when you lob words out there like algae blooms affecting water quality and science experiment, it starts to give the impression that somehow this is by the seat of your pants, willy-nilly stuff that's going on. And I completely disagree with that and think there's been some incredible scientific minds behind this and a lot of work put in. So anyway, Mr. Flansburgh, if you could respond.
Thank you for that opportunity. We have been working on advanced water treatment since 2008-9. We had a very successful project. That work then went down to the South Truckee Meadows and was utilized there with the trailer set up for monitoring this for over a year. We now have that back up at the Reno STED plant. We have begun as of late last week to begin injection into our pilot project that we have up there, which you've seen some contracts coming forward. There's a statement made that Ward 1 residents are going to be paying for the improvements up at STED. I guess the only way that would happen, Councilmember Breckus, is if the connection fees don't come in for the growth that is anticipated for the plant. We expect that the Reno STED area is going to grow to possibly as much as an 8 MGD plant, and we are currently going from 2 to 4. So again, we expect that growth is going to come in to fill in that area, and that is how those get paid. Those are paid through connection fees. Your $144 bill that you received is your user fee. That goes to sustain all the capital that we currently have out there to renew it and to help with treatment and for the maintenance and operations of our sewer system. We've talked about that many times. As far as the science goes, again, this is not something that isn't being done in other areas. So this isn't like we're taking some great big leap. However, it isn't done. It's only been done in a few states. We were able to pioneer as the Reclaim Water team with NDEP on the regulations to get this into the regulations so that we can do injection of Class A+ water. We are doing that under the very first permit to the state of Nevada, which is what started last week. And we will be scaling up this project to go to looking at American Flat. You talked about the Bedell Flat. There was some work done at Bedell Flat up front to determine its suitability. The original report coming out was that would work well. When we went up there to do the next phase of work on Bedell Flat, that's when we found we had this clay layer and we were seeing a response much sooner than we would expect. That same work has already been done for the American Flat area, and that test was very successful. We were able to pump 2 million gallons a day for 5 years before seeing any kind of response. That means that aquifer is able to take water for a period of time, and then we will be pulling that water back out. The pilot project is going in right now is treating the 10 to 15 gallons, realize it's very small, per minute going into the ground, and we're doing that for September, October, and then in November, we're going to start doing the extraction portion of that project. So yes, this is not brand new pioneering things, but it's new for our area and it's new for our regulators, and we expect that there'll be a little bit of a time needed to get everybody comfortable. This time is the right time for us to come forward with this agreement to work with Tomwa because of the promise that we are seeing in the work and all the work that has gone into this previously as a region. And the reason we're talking about a more formal arrangement with Tomwa is really to be able to formalize, just as you mentioned, there's going to be a benefit coming out of this. We talked about the algae coming out. You'll get algae when you have a lake. You'll get algae like Virginia Lake. We've had algae problems at Virginia Lake. There's an algae problems in the reservoir that South Turkey Meadows uses for their reclaimed water storage. One great thing about the aquifer is you don't have the algae problems in the aquifer when you're putting it in there. You don't have the evaporation problems. We have seen flood in North Valleys, but we've also seen drought, and we will see both of those again. This helps us be more resilient all around. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar, I think you were next.
Just real briefly, what's that? Just real briefly, when we discussed this at Tumwa, I brought up a couple questions, and I was just researching, trying to find out exactly who sent me this. But prior to that, I had received some correspondence that was concerned about private wells in the area of American Flat maybe having an impact to their water quality. Now, I clarified at Tumwa that we had not begun any kind of injection. It was just the sprinkle project that's ongoing. But I was worried that if it was just a sprinkle project, which is basically gravity fed, and they were seeing problems, are there problems? I had recommended the person reach out to DEP if they were having a water quality problem in their well. I wasn't really sure where to send them, but is that what you would recommend?
Yes, Councilmember Dewar, that is what I would recommend. As far as the sprinkling project, just to be clear as well, we put water sensor probes as part of that work to ensure that we didn't overwater because we didn't want to put so much water on the surface that we would even have a chance of having anything migrate down. So we put those sensors in and have been monitoring those.
Okay. The other question I had was back in the beginning, this was probably 8 months ago, a year ago, when we were first talking about this project, prior to approving the sprinkle project, we had a number of residents come out with sincere concerns. And they included geologists, people that work in water quality issues, as their regular job or their day job, but now they were worried about it where they live. And I didn't know if those had been addressed or there's an ongoing kind of local committee of residents up there, or how are you handling that?
So after that meeting, we did meet. There was a gentleman, his wife, and I wish I had their name right now. And I
don't have it at the tip of my tongue.
But was a professor at UNR, retired, and his wife was very involved. And we had a sit-down meeting with them and discussed all of their concerns. And I believe we resolved all those.
Oh, that's fantastic. So I just wanted to make sure that there is a forum that's not necessarily us, but that's with the staff where residents know that they can come forward if they see something. I don't want to get into a regulatory issue where they're reporting to DEP and then DEP's calling us to halt and we didn't even know about it or have a chance to correct it. So I think the more we can keep those communication lines open with residents in that whole area, the better. Maybe that comes, maybe it's our Swan Lake Committee, I don't really know, or maybe it's a staff just posting something that we're available, or if you have questions or concerns or some kind of notification. I'm not sure what, so it's just an idea. And then the other thing is about the reservoir, you showed in your diagram, I think you said Red Rock Reservoir in the diagram, I think it was called.
Yes,
and
correct.
So where are we on that, and how's that proceeding?
So the feasibility study is ongoing right now. They have gone in and received all their core samples. They're analyzing those core samples right now. We expect to have a report towards the end of this year, first part of next year. So, January timeframe or something. When that report is completed, we will certainly would be happy to bring something back to council to just let you know what was found out, because that is the purpose of the feasibility study.
Right. And then finally, how much effluent do you think the American Flat can take? Is it like 100% of our increase, or is it we're just hitting 100% today, but an increase would demand another solution, or where are we with that?
So what we're projecting right now is 2 million gallons a day on average. Now, of course, our effluent doesn't come in that way because we have the summertime use, so we need more wintertime use. But looking at that site, we believe that we'll be able to inject more than 2 million gallons a day during the winter to help with that. But the average would be somewhere around 2 million gallons. And we'll get more information on that. As far as just the hydraulics go, that's where we did the test and where we came up with the numbers to say we could inject 2 million gallons a day for 5 years before we had to pull it.
that's the full plant expansion, right? 2 million gallons a day.
That is correct.
So what you're saying is with this one solution, it's possible that it could take all the increment from the 2 million gallon day addition to the plant. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it could.
Wow. Okay. That's fantastic news.
And then just to your point, as far as the public notice goes, it is always best if people reach out and contact us directly, but they have a right, and their rights would be with would go to the regulator. So we would never discourage somebody from going to the regulator if they choose to, but it's always best if they want to come directly to us.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask Mr. Flansburgh a quick question, and thank you for all this good information. It is great, and I hope that our public does hear how awesome this project is. One of the things I want to ask is the folks the residents that live with wells, they are county constituents. How much are we doing with the county, and how much feedback do they get into this project?
So we had an original workshop, actually had a town hall, well, not a town hall, we had a in-home visit pre-COVID with the residents up there. Now, Tumwa actually ran that meeting, and John Inlow was present. We had some of our staff there as well, but they talked about this process of what we were doing. So they are aware of that. We certainly expect that before we go up and do, the major project, we're going to need to have additional outreach with them as well. The current project that we're doing at the Reno Stead plant is actually located right there. The injection's occurring right near the entrance on property that Tumwa owns.
Okay. So the injection site is different than what we're talking about with the well owners, though.
Yes. Well, when we go up to American Flat and use that location for the injection wells and extraction wells, we'll have additional outreach with them. But we did meet with that group pre-COVID when Tumwa was going to be going up there actually and doing their work on American Flat to inject potable water into the aquifer, where they did their test run to ensure that aquifer, how much capacity that aquifer would have.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we realize and understand that the well owners are county residents, and of course we don't want impacts. So do they have a communication process as well with the county residents on this project?
Tumwa has reached out to the county residents. They have had that discussion. I don't believe any further discussions have happened since then, but we certainly will continue those conversations with them as we advance where we're going. This item before you today is really just to look at the ability. We're asking for formal permission for us to have a more formal process with each other and an agreement that we will put together and then bring back for discussion at both the Tumwa Board and the Reno City Council, and then ideally getting to some sort of agreement approval.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Mr. Acting Mayor, can I just weigh in and maybe close this out?
Yes.
So, I do support moving forward. I did at Tumwa. I guess just for the good of the order, because it has come up, is I'm going to ask for a side meeting with Ms. Lochner, number one, and Mr. Flansburgh, and ask the manager to set that up. Anyone of my colleagues could come, we got, who's interested. Because I believe that we are at an impasse, he and I, on understanding connection fees and what he calls user fees, I call rates. We'll have a definitions term, but and look at that because I don't think we're in agreement, and we know, I think we, the body, need some fundamental understandings about the sewer fund and how it operates, the terminology, what goes for what can absorb what, so that we can all be, this is what we're talking about. This is what we agree on the finances. And, it's been highly unusual to have the Public Works Department running this conversation and not so much on the rate studies and not so much the Finance Department. And I think I really want to bring something back to the council that I can agree to, this is how we talk, look, examine, understand the allocations of the sewer fund, and, this is what staff says, and I agree. Number two, if we're not going to take that infographic any further, I just want to understand right now, because I'm hearing some conflicting information, are we going to do the reservoir or not?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Breckus. We are also, as you remember, working with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and LDC advisors. So we've had a couple meetings with them to see how what might work between all of us and what might make the most sense. And so we're also having those discussions. So until we get the information on the feasibility study of the reservoir, I won't be able to, give you the for certain we're going to do the reservoir. And also, we maybe have a better agreement with Reno Sparks Indian Colony and the LDC advisors. So we're still working through those items as well.
Okay, don't know, because it sounds like American Flats could take most of the effluent, but we don't know. I mean, all I'm asking for is that infographic come forward in a more narrative form with, the study that's out. The study will have a decision-making point. You know how you take kind of questions sometimes like, if yes, go over here. If no, go over here. I'm just asking for that. I think it helps us be informed on the decisions that are coming forward, because right now we've got a reservoir shown, we've got American Flats shown, and is the tribal project shown on your infographic? Was it on there?
It was not. We're showing if Reno's going forward with expansion and what we have control over, this would be the area we would go. They brought this item to us, so we are reviewing what that also means. So I think what you're asking for is kind of like the flow chart or decision tree showing those points of when the decisions would occur.
Yeah, and I'd love it to be, formalized as an exhibit in these agreements. So anyway, I will make the motion to move forward, receiving the input here.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Breckus, seconded by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Madam Clerk. I think we're on to item D4, and we'll move Mr. Shaver over into the conversation. One of the things I want to say as we're doing that is simply that, and Mr. Shaver, perhaps this can be one of the first things that you address, is there anything time sensitive about the need to approve this today? I'm reluctant to move forward without our mayor being here, and so I just want to situate ourselves when we get to that point. Madam Clerk, was there any public comment on this item?
Mr. Vice Mayor, there's no public comment received on this item.
Okay, Mr. Shaver, when you are teed up, can I get an answer to my first question?
Of course, Mr. Vice Mayor. Unfortunately, I cannot, in good conscience, recommend that we delay this item, but I will address in my presentation multiple touch points for the mayor to weigh in at future meetings, which is already part of the staff plan. There are several timely elements of this particular item that a delay would hold off on, and I will touch on those later in the presentation. And I will also highlight for you opportunities for more council feedback when you are sitting as a full panel, if that is appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate your candor. And again, I just know that our mayor had some very strong opinions in the first wave, which you were able to accommodate, of course, and which this body ultimately agreed with. I just wanted to make sure we paid due heed to that. My guess is, because I've looked at the presentation materials and understand where you're heading, a lot of what we have said all along is being carried through into this next phase. So, Mr. Shaver, the floor is yours, and then we'll look for any opportunity for the council to have comments after your brief presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Staff came to you in July to announce the great news that we were successful in getting the governor and the state executive to release some coronavirus relief funding they had received proportionally to the city of Reno in the same proportion that you see in front of you here that it went to the larger jurisdictions. The result of that, of course, was a $46 million allocation. And at the time, I thought to myself that being successful in that particular endeavor was going to be something for the highlight reel of our career and a bright spot for the city of Reno in what has been an ultimately tumultuous 6-7 month period at this point. Having been your steward of this project for a number of months now, it occurs to me that the real highlight will be in successfully spending all of the money. So I want to highlight for you Phase 2. You may recall council previously approved a Phase 1 spending plan that allowed the state to release the second phase of the first phase of the money, half of it, $23.3 million. What we're talking about today is the second phase of that particular proposal. Just want to give everybody a reminder of the ground rules for how to spend coronavirus relief dollars. We have pages and pages and pages of Treasury guidance, so by all means, this one PowerPoint slide should not be considered to be the end-all, be-all of what we can and can't do with the funds. But just as a reminder, the big thing is these are to cover necessary expenditures related to the city's COVID-19 response. Largely speaking, they must be non-budgeted expenditures, and they have to occur prior to or on the 30th of December 2020. Things we can't do, we cannot supplant or otherwise replace government revenue. I have a lot of respect for John Flansburgh and Debbie Lochner, but if either one of them came to me and said, hey, can we use this to pay people's sewer bills? Unfortunately, we cannot. We cannot use it to replace any revenue that would otherwise have come to the government. The governor's finance office has issued some clarity around new construction. We may not build a permanent brick and mortar facility. And we can't prepay costs outside the normal course of business. And I highlight this because we get a lot of questions where there's this great service, it's a COVID response, can we just pay for it now for the next 3 years? And unfortunately, no, we cannot. Unless it is the normal course of doing business for that type of contract. There are some contracts we prepay, like on a technology basis. Some contracts are default for a 3-year thing. We can do it there. But under the purchasing policy, generally, we wouldn't be able to prepay for labor in that manner, and we certainly can't do it. A note on that December 30th timeframe. There's been a lot of discussion, and I think we've all seen it, that the United States Congress may consider extending that time frame, maybe out into the spring, maybe some other day, maybe they eliminate it entirely. However, we have to keep a couple of realities in mind. One, this entire time we have heard many rumors about what Congress may or may not do with regard to coronavirus response, a 4th, 5th phase of funding, something specific to local governments, things like that, and we have seen nothing. There's a lot of talk, but we're not seeing the action required to back it up. Second, you may know there's an election coming up in just a number of weeks, and I, in my years of experience, would flag it as unlikely that Congress do much more than name a post office between now and then, and then we're really relying on a United States Congress now dealing with the replacement of a Supreme Court justice or not after the midterms, focusing their lame duck session on other issues. And I would not say it's a high odds proposition to assume that they would extend out this deadline. If we're wrong about that, worst case scenario, we get to the end of the year and we have spent all of the money, and there is, they extend the deadline, and well, we could have held on to some, I guess, but the restrictions likely would remain the same. If we are right about that and we don't spend the money, and it is, December 18th, and it looks like they don't, we've really put ourselves in a situation where we would be unable to use the funds to benefit the community. So I'm going to highlight throughout the presentation opportunities staff is going to take to kind of slow roll advances in these categories and come back to council multiple times for input to try and balance that. But right now, the plan is to spend the funds per the legally required deadline, so the city does not have to return them. Finally, to receive the money, there's a key stipulation, and I highlight this because I've gotten several questions about it from the community and from members of council. When we talked about this last time in July, we highlighted that we had to sort of accept a lot of terms and conditions to get the money. One of them I want to highlight for you. Funding is provided as a direct payment from the state of Nevada pursuant to this certification, is contingent to the city of Reno's adherence to the governor's emergency directives and guidance from the local empowerment advisory panel, including but not limited to the state's face covering mandate, restrictions on social and public gatherings, social distancing mandates, and restrictions on the occupancy of businesses. I highlight that because I think we've seen other jurisdictions have been a little lax with that, and Governor Sisolak came in with sort of, threats to penalize them accordingly. So when I get questions about can we let such a type of business open from the public or anywhere, this is a slide we are relying on to say, we are sympathetic, we are interested, we are providing relief programs, but at the end of the day, the city of Reno has agreed to follow these orders. To put everything into context, top line there says August 21st. It's actually June 21st. Governor Sisolak announced those local jurisdictions would receive CRF dollars. A month later, they released guidelines and procedures for how the funds would be allocated, which is 2 days later is when we brought you the initial staff proposals, how to go through the money. You rolled it 1 week, and on July 29th, made a few amendments to the plan and approved that as phase 1. The city did not see the funds then until August 18th. On September 1st of this year, we indicated to the state that staff intended to propose that we accept the phase 2 allocations. Those funds have yet to be transferred. And then as of today, and Mr. Vice Mayor, I will highlight for you this for the first time, there are 98 days left in the spending time frame for this particular pot of money. And so we do have a ticking clock behind us. Phase 1, as approved, is included in the staff report, but wanted to highlight here for the record. And it involved 11 different categories for expenditure. I'd like to highlight for you some of the good work you have done in those categories, starting in line 4, which is support for the unsheltered. In phase 1, you allocated $2.5 million roughly. You heard yesterday the needs in this area are limitless, and Mr. Stockham artfully talked about a $9.2 million project. The city's share would be about $5 million of that. This is the pot of money where the temporary emergency facility on 4th Street would be paid for from, where cleanups and the great suggestions that we heard yesterday, to the extent they're COVID-related and accurate under the Act, would come from. You've been able to do some great work here. These funds provide us an opportunity because the rules around the funds get a little looser when you come to this sort of unsheltered support work. The deadlines remain in place, but there's just sort of certain, for the administrative ease and for really just from the direction of the Act, they allow a lot of work to be done in this area. Staff is proposing to enhance the phase 1 allocation with another $5.5 million in phase 2. Residential relief program. This is kind of a shifting sands pot of money, and the first pot of money, Mr. Vice Mayor, where I'm just going to commit to the body, we are asking you set these funds aside should they be needed. The governor's eviction moratorium is scheduled to expire on October 15th, and the first phase, you gave $1.5 million to the Housing Authority, nearly $500,000 for relief in short-term motel rentals, $200,000 to Mr. Hall's really excellent idea for an eviction intervention program, $50,000 for a mediation program, and then $300,000 are actually reserved sort of for future needs. We would recommend basically adding another $2 million to those $300,000 to address those needs as they arise, but we need a little more data. With the governor's eviction moratorium still in place, not set to expire for several more weeks, and with the contribution to the Reno Housing Authority and their program just authorized, we still don't know what the Supreme Court's rules are going to be around eviction intervention at the courts. Basically what we're asking for here is that we set aside these $2 million, come back to council at the end of October for an allocation based on where the needs might be. And if those needs don't exist, if we manage to address it all in phase one, then we would come with a recommendation to reallocate to some other use. Line 6 is the business relief line item where you approved I think you saw earlier this week, we opened up application for a groundbreaking $1 million grant program for women and minority-owned businesses. We are finalizing the grant receipts as we speak for $1.4 million other dollars in general business relief in the community. And we are waiting to see how Sierra Arts spends the $100,000 granted over to them to support the arts community. From the program that the city administered that is now closed, we saw 215 applicants. About 2/3 of those applicants were eligible for a formula-based allocation. We are recommending in the second phase to enhance that business relief with another about $2.5 million. We would propose to award this in multiple rounds, starting with an almost immediate makeup round for people who did not participate in the first round. So we've already heard from people, oh, I missed the deadline, oh, I didn't see the press release or the media reports or the social media or the thing you posted to the website or the email you sent to every business in the community. We would start a makeup round with sort of basically the same rules for folks who weren't able to participate in round one, and then reserve funds for a second round based on where the needs are later this fall. Line 7 is the line set aside for food insecurity. This went entirely out into the community. Staff opened this up for RFP, and we've taken in nearly $1 million in proposals for how best to handle this, and these came from all over. They're actually going to come to you for approval as a spending plan at your next meeting so that money can go out into the street. We're not recommending any enhancements, and that recommendation comes after conversations with people operating in the space. The food bank and other partners in this area were very well prepared at the beginning of the pandemic. Nobody is ever going to look me in the eye and say, hey, we don't want money. But at the same time, you know, there just did not seem to be a lot of need to enhance this particular bucket. There are $300,000. We recommend reopening that for more proposals later in the year, and should that seem unnecessary, we would bring them back to reallocate to a different category. Line 8 is mental health, and this is one of the two areas that the mayor, Councilmember Reese, was very passionate in dealing with us and staff, the other being the business relief program. She actually had asked me for a special meeting specifically to extend that program, and we told her, hey, we'll just put it on the agenda on the 23rd, and here we are. Mental health is a little bit of a different beast. We've seen a proposal for about $250,000 to enhance and preserve the mobile outreach safety team. Between now and the end of the year, we have seen COVID has taken a tremendous mental health toll in the community. I don't think that there's any question there's dramatic need out there. We've also been working with regional partners and the county on a way to divert mental health cases from the emergency room at what's ultimately a really bad time for cases like that to be in the emergency room. It stretches the healthcare system thin. It leaves, it exposes the patients themselves to more vectors. We recommend, just to maximize the odds of success in such a thing, an enhancement of about $500,000 to that total pot. But without significant movement soon towards an actual solution, funds from both phases will need to come back to council for reallocation or further direction. Skipping down to line 11, this was an area where council weighed in, and to your credit, frankly, the initial staff proposal for this was to enhance parks programming as well as parks capacity in a socially distanced world by $100,000. Council upped that to $350,000. And these were set aside to allow park users and event programmers to engage in socially distanced programming. And council was wise to see that increase, because you made it $350,000. Then we got proposals for $786,000. And one of my staff has been helping review those for the Parks Department. There's some really excellent proposals in there. Some really solid awards will go out. We are recommending enhancing this particular line item with $1 million in phase 2. We're getting very close to winter. We're sensitive to the number of people in communities of need, maybe seniors who don't have access to anything right now, where we may need to enhance programming. We're also sensitive to, we do have facilities in parks, and the director was in my office today asking about certain enhancements we can make in terms of touchless faucets or air dryers and things like that would prevent the spread as people use our facilities. There are a lot of needs out there. So we're recommending, again, $1 million in that second phase. The new line item here would be support to remote education services and facilities. In phase 1, we simply did not have enough data to make a proposal to council, and frankly, there were a lot of needs in phase 1 as well. Even during phase 1 and since then, we have heard loud and clear this is a priority of yours. We are recommending $3 million to accomplish a handful of things. We've received the statement of need for the school district. There's a need for several thousand laptops to go out in the community to assist with this. We've seen from organizations like the Boys and Girls Club that with the schools operating but closed, there are a number of families that just don't have a place to engage in the remote learning experience. As a city, we have opened up parking lots for a lot of our facilities, broadened people's access to Wi-Fi and things like that. I question somebody's ability to spend a school day in the parking lot for Evelyn Mount Community Center on an iPhone to get through a full day of instruction. But there are proposals that we're seeing to provide space and supervision where this can happen. And so we would recommend $3 million for that particular line item, and that combined with the more ministerial, less interesting things like, I don't know what else to call it. I'll call it the effluent study. A proposal that we tried to include in round 1, but couldn't get there on the numbers to monitor COVID through wastewater treatment. It would help us understand the load and the way that the virus is moving through the community. And of course, reserving things like buckets 1 and 2, which would cover overtime for our public safety officers who are dealing with this, our code officers who are out running on these extra calls and making sure businesses are compliant with orders, and of course paying our dutiful share of what we would owe for the future of the Emergency Operations Center. Which again, not interesting things, but critical that we set aside enough resources to cover that. I personally do not believe FEMA reimbursement will be timely for the expenses incurred through the EOC on this particular item. I don't know that FEMA has ever had to deal with an emergency where basically every jurisdiction is applying for sort of a Stafford reimbursement at the same time across the entire country to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. So we are sort of going to set aside the full amount, assuming that FEMA does not reimburse there, just so that the general fund is not on the hook for those expenses. These figures total up to $23,339,006.50. I mentioned that we would bring this back for touch points, and this is really where I will try not to belabor your future meetings. I know that there are staff who are far more knowledgeable and charming than I, who you like to hear from. Nevertheless, I would propose to return 4 times between now and the end of the year. To put that in context, you have 6 meetings between now and the end of the year, regular meetings, I say, on the schedule before you. October 28th, we would talk about the housing and business programs and bring back those housing numbers for reallocation or for further consideration. November 4th, we would provide you an update on our total spend rate and areas where we may be concerned. And of course, you can always direct us to reallocate categories there. On November 12th, or perhaps at a meeting thereafter, what we would do is examine the spend rate from all of the buckets, and we would seek a resolution delegating further authority to the city manager to enter into expenses within the guidelines that council sets here. That would be purely an administrative maneuver on our part. Once we have the sort of direction from you as to how and where you want the money spent, we would take that as direction, and as we get closer to the end of the year, our ability to bring contracts back for approval and things like that just diminishes. So we're not trying to circumvent you here, but with the way the meeting calendar works, we would at some point seek authority just to proceed in a little bit more of a streamlined fashion. December 2nd, we would bring back a final reallocation of expense categories coming the end of the year. I end that timeline on December 2nd because there is a meeting following that and plenty of time left in December if other meetings would be required. But we sort of like to set it as a goal, hoping that we would not need further direction after that. Today, we are seeking direction on the Phase 2 spending plan with any modifications you may see fit and your approval. And from there, we will continue to pursue both Phases 1 and 2 within the guidelines that you have set forth. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm sure I went a little longer than you had intended for me, but I am happy to answer any questions, and we'll leave it on this slide with the Phase 2 figures.
Okay, you're going to have to close out the sharing just because it makes it impossible to conduct the meeting. But Mr. Shaver, I want to thank you for the incredible work that's gone into kind of keeping us moving along and sharing the information. I know that this is, quite frankly, this is some of the most important work that we've been doing, I think, in the last 6 months. And many of the programs are things that I think are innovative. Our support for small businesses, I think the grant programs that are directed at artists has been something that we should be proud of, I think, as a community, because as I look across the country, and we all spend a fair amount of time talking to colleagues in other cities and communities, not all of them are doing the things that we're doing. And so there are choices being made and there are values being shared through those choices. And so I just want to thank you for that. For my part, and because I want to do just 2 very specific asks, I want to look at, number 1, the grants that were related to artist support. I know that you have the $100,000 in there from round 1 to the Sierra Arts, and I think that that's light. And I would like us to look at a way to expand the dollars that we have for our artist community, in part because, and whether that's through Sierra Arts or through the Reno Arts and Culture Commission, I would like us to see us go back out to this community and say, we get it. Musicians were shut down, performers were shut down. A lot of you have lost your way of making a living, and we want to come alongside you and support that work that we know was adversely impacted by COVID. And so for me personally, as we sit here today, I would like us to beef that support for artists up, and that would include grants to not-for-profits like, I'm thinking just off the top of my head, the Holland Project, the Generator. I mean, these are very small organizations that have a massive impact on our community. And because I believe in the concept of more art everywhere, I would like to see additional funds allocated in this area. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, and again, the work you've done is incredible. I don't want to really micromanage every aspect of it, but in the programming grants on line 11, you added some additional dollars to park resources because we know recreation is changing. And I want to be very specific in my ask here. And it's something that I've been communicating with our Parks and Rec Department Director, Jamie Schroeder, about. And that is pool resources have been stretched incredibly thin. We have had to close pools. There have been these weird things about whether or not chlorine kills coronavirus. We're socially distancing everybody. And there has been an incredible impact on our aquatics community that I think we could correct with more dollars being allocated to that particular line item. For example, I understand that we have pools that might be expanded hours, but which of course would require additional staffing. There might be pools that normally would shut down, and I'm not entirely sure about this, but pools that would shut down because of winter that perhaps we could keep open longer if only we were able to heat them, staff them, drag little, I don't know, strong up buildings over them or whatever. I don't know all the details, but what I'm expressing is a preference that we dedicated funding to enhanced aquatic facilities opportunities for this community. I don't know if that's at Trainer, Idlewild, Northwest, Evelyn Mount. I'm not a swimmer, as you can tell from my physique, but I'm someone who desires to see people have access to that. And it seems to me that COVID has absolutely, without a doubt, impacted negatively this segment of our community. And we have the opportunity to fix that through some resource allocation in this process. So those are my two comments. I'm not looking for a response necessarily. I just want to share it with the body and with you, and then we'll move around because I think everyone has absolute heartfelt needs that they want to see carried out as a reflection of where we're giving here. And so I'm going to go, I think everybody has questions, but I'm going to start with Councilmember Delgado because he's in the upper left of my screen. It'll just make easier going around the horn for me. So no preference to who started, just where you are on the screen. So Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Dylan, for putting this presentation together. I'm very, very excited, especially with line item number 12. As much as I've talked to families and kids, and I've been walking around and even going into some of the Starbucks and just seeing that there's families and kids that are having to go to places to get hotspot Wi-Fi in order to do their homework kills me. And I know it's an opportunity for us to collaborate with our school district and our families, and not so much to see them as siloed interests, but to see them as our community members and our families and our kids. If there's any way that we can be supportive of our families, especially at this time, knowing that so many of our kids are missing out on their education opportunities, knowing that a lot of these families and their parents don't necessarily have the means or the education to help them with their homework or their studies, here's an opportunity to do that. We know that the CARES funds were allocated to us to help in the immediate as grants, and here's an opportunity for us to exactly do those, to do that. And so to see line item 12 before us excites me. We all know, I'm speaking to the choir here, but there's clearly a digital divide in our country. And here's an opportunity for us to hopefully close that just a little bit by getting some technology in some of these kids' hands to help them out. So I'm very excited. I know that the The ask was for about 2.5. You had stated 3 million. So that's a 500,000 difference. If you can tell me what that difference is for in terms of what was provided by the school district, unless I'm missing something there. And in addition to that question, Mr. Shaver, if you can share with me, what's the city of Sparks and Washoe County doing to support education? If you could answer those questions for me, please.
Absolutely. First things first, the difference between the school district's request of us, which what this would do is create the option to bring that proposal back, right? We don't take really any proposal at its face. The difference would be found in a couple of areas. One would be the ability to fulfill other needs. As I'd mentioned before, we have seen ideas from the Boys and Girls Club, just for example, Mr. Worm and his outfit, to be able to provide sort of places for students to go to perform their distance learning activities, so that it's not in that car outside of one of our community centers or things like that. This would sort of allow flexibility to take in proposals like that and further address the need.
That's the additional 500 on top of the 2.5 would go towards.
Yes, theoretically, or the district may retool their proposal. It's weeks old now. I know that, the Education Foundation has been crowing. They've been able to secure additional laptops and things like that. The needs may have changed by the time we actually sit down and negotiate what actually goes to the district. And so that's part of it. You asked about Sparks and Washoe County.
Yeah.
And this was a question we raised. I said very frankly to them, how am I to bring a proposal to deal with the entire district when only half of it is in our jurisdiction? I work for the Reno City Council at the end of the day. And you report to constituents and so forth. And they were very honest with their answer, that the city of Reno has the ability to check that biggest box off the list for them, but it is not the only box. They are going to Washoe County and to the city of Sparks with proposals to accomplish other objectives. And so the idea is, okay, Reno maybe does the laptops piece, but we still have this issue in delivering, maybe delivering food and making sure that families are taken care of sort of on that level, and that's going to happen at a request put into this other jurisdiction. I believe we have the ability to structure this a little bit like a performance contract, basically, to hold Sparks and Washoe County to the same standard to which we are holding ourselves with regard to supporting this, and saying, we'll release these funds up to this amount, presuming other jurisdictions, step in and can fill in the rest. If council wants, we can also just bring in the full amount, but we really want to make sure that these resources are being tackled regionally, while at the same time understanding that this is a need that's acutely felt in our community, and that we have a responsibility to step up and help address it.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver. I hope get the support from the council until we get some technology and cover some of these gaps for our families that are hurting right now. But I appreciate the time, Vice Mayor Reese.
Well, and I think, Councilmember Delgado, you are always trying to find ways to bring the city and the school district in partnership. We don't have a lot of ways that we directly impact schools. And so this is one example where your leadership is showing the how, and I'm happy to support it. I think it's a great idea. I want to make sure, of course, that there are whatever metrics need to be in place or performance standards, only in as much as I worry that, so much technology out there, I don't know if it's available. I wonder if some kids need laptops, others need hotspots. I just want to make sure it all happens, and I trust that it would. So excellent proposal. Councilmember Dewar, you're next in the way that the Zoom goes.
I got you. Okay, I'll just follow up, Councilman Delgado. I was going to highlight the education piece too. I'm so glad to see this. Last time we had the zero. And I too have been reaching out to particularly the school board and then some individually to teachers who have been telling me, I only have laptops for half my kids. And I'm trying to do distance learning with some, in-person learning with others. What are we going to do if we have to close down? and they're really, really stressed. So I'm so glad to see this. I was hoping that's where we were going, and we did it. The other component, and I'm sure some of you have seen on the news as well, that in other communities, they're also making desks to support the laptops and the other equipment and, give kids a place to work at home. They might have in their room a bed and maybe a side table, but they're working on their bed to do their homework. And what potentially we could make materials available. There's lots of carpenters that have lots of time on their hands, home folks that are making desks all over America. And that some of the desks are super plain, and then others have been painted by artists. So it's an opportunity to do both. And some have been painted by the kids, and some have just been left natural. So I think in this bucket of remote education relief, that could be an element that could pull together several aspects very quickly, where we already have service organizations that want to help, but have time, maybe more time than money, but don't have money for materials, whether it's wood or paint or whatever. So just think about that when you're thinking about these grants. Number two, I'm so glad I was one that pushed you on recreation. I remember you had $100,000 in there, and I said, I think we could put $1 million in here. And lo and behold, it looks like it's $1.3 million, at this point, what you're proposing. And I'm glad that my intuition was right, and I'm sure others felt the same way, that people are pent up, they're cooped up, and here we have an opportunity to address that social need and that health need, getting people active and involved. So thank you for doing that. The other issue was just, let's see, I had one more thing. Well, I think that's really about it. I don't want to repeat. I just wanted to say I totally support Councilman Reese's ideas about increasing the arts grants. And the second piece, Councilman Reese, was, I wrote it down, was the pool. So I had brought up the pool originally with you under recreation, saying, don't we have an opportunity here? And you said, well, it's going to take staff, and what about that? But right now, well, I think you did. I don't know, but we began a pool conversation. So I would highly support that. If we can expand pool hours with additional staff, it also takes additional chemicals per talking to our parks director. Let's make this happen. Let's do it. We laid off 350 part-time parks staff. I can't imagine they've all gotten jobs now. And maybe some of them are available for temporary rehire, over the next few months. So it would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. So I do have a few questions along the lines of my colleagues. And, my sensitivity to the tight restrictions are extremely heightened. We learned yesterday, we don't have the clean and safe team going because River John retired. I don't know, how we're going to staff up a person to watch a bunch of artisans, plain saw death. I just, those are kind of my things. But so say we do, stand up artists to make desks. Do they have to stop by December 19th, or can we prepay them by December, or is it December 31st?
December 30th, oddly. You'd think the 31st, but no.
Probably the weekend. But, do we have to have them done and everything by then, or paid up? Can they be making these little desks in January for school starting in January after Martin Luther King holiday?
I wouldn't recommend entering into an agreement that allowed for that. The phrase normal course of doing business does leave a little bit vague. We've gotten additional guidelines, and that's an area where we are going to see some scrutiny.
Okay, because that's really important to me, and I'll just take it from the little desks to the pools. I've in regular years inquired about keeping the pools going in the fall, and there was always the doggy, pool thing that then stopped. But if say we were able to expand and open Idlewild through, bring on lifeguards, do they have to stop January 1? Okay, so in my view, And I've always advocated for that. And I know we're doing, Northeast Pool is getting replastered right now, so we're down. That's not COVID, but I presume, you know, the water exercises classes are going to be 50% and the lap swim and everything. But if it has to stop January 1, I just don't think that's on the table. But I do want to ask, so you're going to be very prudent in making sure, I mean, your guidance, your operational foundation is you're not going to go out there and hang out anything that could be backfilled, exposed to the general fund, right? I mean, that's.
That is correct. We wouldn't intend to do that. We heard very clearly your concerns yesterday as well. But this was a conversation we had in July at the same time, right? Like, if we stand up a program that maybe can run for 2 weeks and then we'd have to transition it elsewhere, you know, that's not putting the city in a very good strategic position. It's not putting us in a very good financial position. And frankly, it's sort of inconsistent for the residents. And so that would not be our goal, no.
Yeah, I mean, with me, and I understand, and I'm always for regional parity, but, you know, if Sparks and Washoe don't come forward, I mean, we're just trying to get money out there any we can, and we really are pass-through from the state. But I want to talk about that digital divide in education, because I said at the last meeting I'd be having some independent conversations, and I have had conversations with the Washoe County Child Care Services body that oversees daycare centers like the Boys and Girls Club, which is one of the larger ones. And they receive some business assistance, that sector. And I told her, you know, to explore with Eric Jensen on the business relief program. But is there any way maybe under our educational bucket that they could get some assistance to do the daycare, the after school and daycare programs over in their little private businesses that are peppered all over the city. And I understand very well how they operate, even their in-home ones. And they've been working, a lot of them are licensed up to 6, maybe 8, but they're working very flexible to license them up to 13, 14, particularly when you have sibling situations. So if the education component could make this childcare system be the place, then the parent who runs and gets the kid or on the off day, you know, can have a space there. Sure. And she called me back today. I'd like to refer her over to there. I mean, I'm a big proponent of the public school system, don't get me wrong, but I think filling in the back is very important. And just this last week, I talked to one grandparent who is the backfill for working parents, and he's juggling all over. And then I talked to another couple who has hired a private tutor 5 hours a day for their son to help, you know, backfill. And these private centers, I think, can really, with the financial assistance, and a lot of them are struggling and could go under because some of the, you know, the demand is down because incomes are down. So I would really like to put her in touch with you and see if we could consider education to be this tutoring or child watching in these centers. The other one is that I didn't see there, but I think the council needs to discuss sooner than later is we need to start to meet in person. And I've been very reluctant to do that. And I think some of the commentary out in the community is not very well understood because just this week, the flooring, the carpeting at City Hall's first floor put in. So it hasn't been easy for us to get back in that building, even if we wanted to. I'm not sure that that's the right building for us. Someone has told me how the high school is or the school board's meeting in person, but at different high schools. I want to start meeting in person in January 1, and I've been very, you know, resistant to doing a lot of in-person meetings. So I'm taking this very seriously, but if there's one thing I want to start to do, it is start to create that venue. And I think maybe the council throws in big dollars, you know, 250, 300, you know, maybe $500,000 to, you know, a lease at the convention center where we can, you know, have one of their large convention rooms perfectly created for a 6-month period, you know, pay in advance to do that. Or we go into our own event center. I'm not comfortable going into City Hall or McKinley. I want something very large, but I would like to urge the council that we put aside $500,000 to get us somewhere in a facility we can call our own. I don't even care if it's at, you know, a casino that we, you know, have direct access that has a convention room or something there.
I think that's a great idea. I just want to jump in, say, even on today's commentary on all the letters, about half of them were, can we meet in person again to talk with you?
Thank you. Vice Mayor Reese texted me he had to go and tend to something very quickly. He asked that I kind of jump in, and I think I don't know if Bonnie has her hand raised or not, but one of the questions I have, and I too agree that we have to kind of, to my comments earlier, kind of not knowing when this may end, we do need to start exploring how we get back together in some form or fashion. I don't know that another facility maybe is necessary, but maybe there's some creative way of you know, rotating council members. Some are on Zoom, some are in person, staff restricted. I don't know. I just think there's got to be a creative way that we can begin meeting in person and have our boards begin to do that as well. I think that's important. The question I have is, do we have what the county and what Sparks, what their percentage allocations are in the different areas? Have they outlined theirs?
Not in the same manner, Madam Councilmember Jordan, that you have. Reputationally across the region, this body has an emphasis on thoroughness and thoughtful deliberation that we often don't see at our city council to the east or at the county. And so we've been very sensitive to bring you much more refined detail than the other jurisdictions are considering.
Well, and no, I think the reason I was asking is to just kind of better understand the buckets and the percentages in which they're allocating, to kind of see if we're really heavy, if we're all kind of similarly aligned. I think you have laid out some assurances that you know, where we absolutely want to be supportive of all things, that we are all kind of shouldering those responsibilities and the dollars in which we were allocated in somewhat of a similar fashion, and not one being more or less in any particular bucket, I guess is what I was getting at. Of course, I think you have put these in great, you know, different buckets and things. I like that there's some flexibilities. I have some concern though when you said that the additional swim instructors, hours, et cetera, while it's a COVID response, would have to cease January 1. So how does that work if we are staffing a temporary homeless shelter that's going to go beyond January 1? Does the increased staffing or the hours or the increased cost, does that cease January 1?
So for that particular facility, again, we can't prepay for staff hours like that. I believe those costs would be covered under the interlocal agreement that governs the management and operations of these facilities. My understanding is there would be funds from CDBG and other places that are not subject to these same restrictions as the coronavirus relief dollars that still come in the CARES Act. So there's a little bit of confusion there. Councilmember Breckus, I think, brought up yesterday that those are funds we get due to our status as an entitlement agency. So there would be other buckets of money for that that are not that do not come from our CRF allocation.
Okay, that gives some clarification there. No, I think this is a good allocation. I think if there's any modifications that need to be made, I think they'll be built in as we kind of see how things start to shake out as we move forward. I think yesterday's meeting kind of gave some clarifications on some united needs that we have with our unsheltered population and some of the impacts we're having in our core and on 4th Street and in our parks and along the river. so that would be my only comment is, you know, if we're struggling with addressing that. So however we can shift some dollars that may come to light from other jurisdictions or other, you know, things that get filled some other fashion that go towards that to help our police and our clean and safe and everybody do what they need to do on that front. So kudos on the work on this. I know it's not been easy. The last comment I have is with regards to the business support. I think that that is probably the most tremendous of things that I have an interest in. I think our first round was was great, and I know that those dollars should be going out shortly. My question is if we are doing an adequate enough job of informing the community at large of that very unique business support, because in my mind, when you look at the wheel of operations that help do all the things we want to do within our community, it's you know, it's based upon two things. It's our property tax and it's our sales tax. Sales tax is derived from business, and supporting business to me is the engine in which drives that. So I guess my question is, what are we doing with regards to letting the community know of that grant, what we have done, are doing, and plan to be doing on that front?
Councilmember, I think you're absolutely right. I was actually shocked not to see more publicity around some of this work that you had authorized in round one, and that is that's not a slight to our communications team, because they have really done excellent work around this in terms of, you know, putting the word out on our existing channels, in terms of putting the word out in terms of press releases, our website, social media, and elsewhere. But, you know, the stories that I saw were, hey, the city's doing this thing, go to the website and apply for it. And there was, I think at the end of the day, the challenge we face is there is a lot of competition for news and like for reporters. And so I would propose, council member, that the place where we can be more aggressive is in telling our own story and telling it in more places. And if traditional media doesn't pick it up, then we have to backfill that in some other manner. But,
well, and Dylan, to that point, I think you're absolutely right. And you're right. The news is trying to carry many, many things on many fronts, and there's a lot going on. I think when it's words on a piece of paper, it just doesn't resonate. And here's my concern: is we have just kicked off a second round of business support. I'm not.
Well, not till after you vote.
Well, no, excuse me. Well, assuming. I don't know that everybody's quite clear on what that means. And I feel like there is a creative way that's not words on a page that can visually tie together what we have done and some dollars that are going out soon to, hey, by the way, did you happen to know that there's another round? And by the way, that application is pretty darn easy. And by the way, it can really change a business's trajectory and help keep them afloat. So I think you're right. I think words and press releases are kind of falling flat right now in the sea of stuff that's going out, information that's going out. So I just feel like we have to respond to that, and visuals are seem to be resonating more than black and white copy. And I do think we'd be doing our small businesses a disfavor disservice if we didn't do a better job of letting the folks know what has happened and what they might be able to apply for to help them out as well.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I've made a little to-do list for myself coming out of your all feedback. With your indulgence, I'd just like to go through it real quick and make sure I'm capturing your needs. Councilmember Dewar.
Don't do it just yet, because I want to make sure that we get to Councilmember Weber. I think Councilmember Dewar has an additional comment, and then I have one as well. So keep taking notes. I think you're always very good about capturing that. Councilmember Weber.
Thank you so much. And this has been a great discussion, and I'm glad that we had it. So first of all, I wanted to ask, I know when Councilman Delgado talked about the line 12 and the education, and I'm wondering if anyone knows, at one point in time when the school district was talking about getting folks the hot spots and what have you, they talked about using their school buses as hot spots in neighborhoods. Does anyone know if that ever happened? Okay, so
As far as I know, it hasn't happened.
okay, or if it was even a possibility, if they could do that. But at one time there was discussion about that. So I think that would be something that we might want to find out about. But otherwise, maybe that we can help fund the buses to be hotspots in neighborhoods. I don't know. And then the other question was, as you were talking also about the, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize I'm not even talking to you. It's just my picture there. Sorry about that. So the other question I had was about laptops. And I agree that that is really something that every student should have. However, from what I understood, the school district did buy a lot of laptops, but they're not in, they're on order. And I don't know if we could ever get past that in time for a December cutoff. But I'm really supportive of that idea or that concept if that's going to be moving forward. But I did want to ask about the hotspots on the buses because I thought that was really clever to be able to do that.
So I've got
then,
answers.
Yes, pardon? Go
Oh,
ahead.
I've got answers.
Oh, you do, good.
The district, I think, purchased 25 mobile hotspots, smart bus units that they sort of put all around the community. And I know this because I believe we've given them permission to put them in some of our parking lots across the community. But they're not just in our areas, and so they are doing that. With regard to the laptops, they did order some. The last update I got from them is they are still about 5,000 short. And to your point on the supply chain challenges, we have guidance from Treasury on this, and I hate operating in this world, but the guidance from Treasury tells me to. Basically, what they look at is intent on these things. If you order 500 laptops today, and those laptops, you pay and that's out the door, and those laptops show up in January, you have fulfilled your requirement under the Act. If you do it on December 29th, at a time when you had no reasonable expectation and could have had no reasonable expectation that those would show up the next day, then it falls into a different part of the guidance. They would say, no, you can't do that. On the one hand, you know, there is Dylan, who has worked in government for 2 decades, who would say, well, who's really going to check? But Dylan, the administrator, doesn't want to stand up in front of the city council in their first meeting in January and say, oh boy, they checked, guys. And and so that's the guidance we're given. It's about sort of the reasonableness of the request at the time it was placed. And we've had those conversations with them.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that information, because I think we should still help fund more mobile hotspots on the buses and whatever that might be. I don't know what the cost is, but there's so many communities where the students don't have the ability. I know too many constituents that have shared with me their problems with, you know, only one phone or one laptop, and they have 3 kids and who's doing what. And then those who don't have the hotspot or be able to connect anyway. So I think that would be something that would be very helpful to the community. Okay, and then my other question is talking about childcare, and I think Councilwoman Breckus's conversations were great about how we can help that. Does anyone know? I didn't know that the Boys and Girls Clubs are back open. Are they? Okay, so they don't need help and funding? Because I think that would be a group that they take everyone, and they have a lot of resources there. So I just want to make sure that they are taken care of as well. So, and then my other question is why couldn't we do whatever we can do with our pools for the short amount of time? I mean, if that's a mode of recreation, why couldn't we see if we can get enough lifeguards? That's going to be the problem. How many lifeguards that you can get to get our pools open? But I mean, why couldn't we ask if we would be able to do that and get the pools open, even if it is for a short period of time? And then we don't know if there could be an extension down the road. So I say let's not take no for an answer right now. And that's a couple of things that I wanted to ask about. So thank you.
Councilwoman Weber, you of course are making very keen insights. And what I will say too about the pools is maybe our dollars are on the front side and the private dollars come later, because I know some of the folks who are doing this work, like aquatic clubs or people who are asking for donations, their money could be spent on the back end, right? So it's a matter of spreading out those costs, I think. And so you're very well intentioned. I think idea is let's get the pools going now. Let's work to support them now. The other pieces will come to, and if at the end of the day we have $0 after January 1 anywhere, I believe we'll have private partnerships that might come along to support that. So I think we have to make our part be at the front, and maybe others will come later. Councilmember Dewar, you were decent.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up. This was some time ago, but when Councilwoman Jordan and Dylan were talking about the business grants, I just wanted to provide a little bit of nuance to that. So several people reached out to me to help them with these applications. And here's the two things that I think could really help, Dylan. One is that the time period, of course, was 7 days. We announced it and they had 7 days to apply. So it's very hard to get the information out. And also people, like we announced it on a Thursday, people are filling out applications on the weekend. They didn't have anybody to call at the city. Like they were calling me. How do I fill out the application? Over and over, they were running into little like questions about how am I supposed to answer this question? And their application was getting rejected. And I said, wait till Monday, call the staff. By then, the applications were due Tuesday. So I just think that we have to be cognizant of this. If we're going to give this short time frame, we've got to provide the backup for the businesses to help get these things in. And I also would recommend not just 7 days, but maybe 14 days. And, you know, process them as they come in, you know, like if they all come in the first 7 days, then you're processing. But I know I worked with, one example is the mountain music place. And one of the things I recommended to them, I was brainstorming with them, well, hey, here's some things you could do, but what if you set an outdoor area back in the alley where you could bring in heaters and they could hear the performances because their place is very small. They didn't really have room to do it out front, you know, which is a street over from Virginia. Could you create an outdoor environment? And it seemed like they could, and they could get a grant for that, but they really were struggling. I think I had 4 interactions and probably 3 phone calls. And not to say, I'm just using this as an example, the challenges that people might have been facing. So it's not just all about getting the word out with our communications. It's getting it and allowing enough time to respond, and then the administrative help. Like we should have probably had operators, people on hand. I hate to say it, but the weekend, 2 of the 7 days was on the weekend. People like the planning desk open to be able to receive those calls and help people. They were just getting a recording saying, we're not here, you know. So it's just some things to think about in making this a little bit more effective.
Can I also ask Mr. Shaver about the business grants program? Could someone apply in the second round who applied and received funds in the first round? Meaning, I think some of our business owners have sustained losses that are obviously way beyond our ability to make them whole. Nor do I think that that is the intention of the program. But I'm just wondering if when you're scoring it, if someone puts in round 2 and there is money, and is it available to them in a second round?
So thank you for the question, and Councilmember Dewar, thank you. We have a lot of lessons learned out of that first round, which we kept to a short application period, frankly, because of the dollars involved. We knew that demand was going to exceed what we had set aside for it. Councilmember, to your question, our recommendation would be to proceed as follows: that we take a chunk of the funds that we're asking for, which is $2.55 million. We would intend to take, say, $1 million of those dollars and have those be a makeup round for round one for people who did not participate. Then the balance of the funds would be distributed later in the fall and open to anybody to apply into. The reasoning for that is, and again, to Councilmember Dewar's point, we had a lot of people who missed the first round for one reason or another. And we have now had some time to sort of refine the applications, clear up the language a little bit, and frankly, clear up our own internal procedures to make it easier on the reviewer's end as well. So totally hear that concern, share that concern, we'll address it. But Councilmember Reese, to your point, right, the needs aren't over. And this continues. So we would propose to then basically, so we'd have basically what I would call a round 1.5 for business grants, and then a round 2 based on need. And depending on council refinement, remember, we would bring this back several times. You may opt to do a round, a round 3 if needs are unmet elsewhere. This is by no means the last bite at this apple. And we would want to proceed in a way that was both fair, but also address the needs that are ongoing for so many of these businesses that are in pain.
Okay. Can we come to Councilmember Breckus? And then I know that we've kind of reached the useful end of our conversation. Oh, Councilmember Jordan, I'll come back to you. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I know. I'm also looking at these 1 through 12 and thinking about how we may want to juggle them around if we do. The items I've heard are the artists, the, us meet. I don't know, maybe the COVID tracing, measurement, prevention, and research is something we could pull from, because that's regional, and you would think that maybe the regional partners could come in on that. So if we're going to have a go-to line item, maybe that's it. I really want to understand something. This is a lot, and to have Mr. Shaver doing this, I mean, could we at one point when this all came in, hired, say, I don't know, special projects manager, expertise person, semi-retired on a contract to be the Special Projects CARES Act person and relieve him of a lot of duties? And that kind of falls down to, say we want the pools open. And that's a lot to stand up. And our poor parks director, who's doing all sorts of things, like, now I've got to do that. Can she hire former retired aquatics manager, Jamie, Jill, to, hire the lifeguards, manage those things? I mean, have you looked at, and I haven't looked at the most recent accounts payable disbursements, but we've been, have you all given any thought to hiring some administrative or even more functional small-term professional services contracts to kind of do some of this work?
Exactly as you have described, Council Member, which, yes, but the way we are managing this, and I would like to dissuade you guys from the notion that Dylan Shaver is sitting here, and this actually gives me the opportunity to touch on something in my notes, and which is to say, I am but the person sitting here in an office delivering the presentation to you. Each of the buckets that you have approved has its own administrator within our organization, and it's really the finance director and I who are conferring regularly about the appropriateness of expenses that those managers are running through those particular buckets. Those managers are encouraged to, find help where they need help. If that's from somebody on the outside, that's fine. And for example, I think the fire department has gone outside of the organization to help with some of their particularly work on the inspection side of things. For some, it's on the inside. So I know Mr. Woodley, for example, has just, I believe, is making a pool of overtime available because on the code enforcement side of things, of course, that requires special training and knowledge and all of that we might not make sense to bring somebody in from the outside.
Okay. I don't mean to cut you up. I was just wondering. It's just and along that line of the notice is in round one the communications division. We put like $500,000 towards communications, and they were going to hire up a communications firm, right?
Yes, and that is manifested in a couple of ways. One is, Rebecca Venus has really been a leader at the Joint Information Center and guided them with the county manager on a process to pick sort of a regional communications team and put that in place. They've done that. But she has also come forward with proposals and I believe is currently looking for specialized communicators who can talk to, just for example, communities specifically in Spanish. A communications professional will go out and talk specifically to the elderly, and another one to talk specifically to like millennials and younger to make sure that the message is penetrating.
Like your mobile hotspot is here, neighborhood, something like that.
Anything like that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Jordan, I know you're going to bring us home, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. And thank you, Dylan, for all your work on this. I really am excited. And I think to the point about the business support, that I know that we had some 200 plus folks that applied for. My understanding is that those that qualified, that hopefully they'll be getting some of those dollars very, very soon. But to Councilmember Dewar's point, sometimes I feel like the message coming from them about the application process and them being a resource for anybody in the future that is or wants to apply there's a relatability there. I mean, we can all day long say, how easy it is and it's really not that big of a deal and 7 days is plenty of time. But for someone who's maybe not done anything like that before, they can look at it and can be very daunting. Where if you hear it from a fellow business owner and they can be a mentor and a resource to help these folks through the process. And the message is just, to me, it cuts through the press releases and it becomes much more impactful when we let businesses talk to other businesses about things that the city has available for their support. I think this is such an incredible lifeline that we have extended, that we are really missing the boat to communicate it appropriately. And then to our seniors, I do worry tremendously about the lack of communication in the appropriate medium to get to our senior population about some of these expanded park uses that we're going to be hopefully facilitating through the winter. I think we're all seeing the very tragic impacts that COVID is having to those that are already a very fragile population, and isolation can be deadly. And I worry very much about that. So I'm emphasizing business and communication from where I sit here today is my priority. So thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. I think obviously there's been a lot going on here, and I just want to let Dylan wrap up our conversation here because I think it's been a great conversation. And again, I think I started with this at the top. We as a city have to place the dollars that we have with our priorities, and these value judgments are not easy, but we are trying to make certain inroads into areas like you've said, business, seniors, aquatics, all those things. So I just thank all the council members for being so actively engaged in this conversation. Mr. Shaver, can you wrap up this piece of the conversation for us, please?
Absolutely. I just have two things. One, if you made a recommendation here, received, we will work that into what we've laid out for you. I don't think anything requires a rebucketing, as it were, except for, I would say, Councilmember Breckus, we did not account for your recommendation to reopen council for live meetings. You highlighted bucket 10 as an option for that. If council wants that, I would highlight the same bucket. You could cut it almost in half, frankly, if you wanted to reallocate in that regard.
You know how,
The second thing, just real quick, because Councilmember Reese is putting a lot of pressure on me to wrap up, which is to say, I would be remiss not to deliver a handful of thank yous at this time. As I said before, this isn't just Dylan Shaver showing up and doing this work. It is a lot of money. It takes a lot of work. If you're a director in this organization, thank you so much. But I really want to highlight folks whose names don't show up at council all that often. Eric Jensen and Callie Wilsey have been my right and left hand on this project. Perla Tavera in finance who normally I think takes calls for the sewer fund and things like that. She's the one taking all these calls from business applicants. She's done an amazing job. Matt Taylor, also in finance, has really been killing it for us on the compliance side. There's too many people to list. Alex and the code team, the comms folks, of course, you know, they've really gone over the top on all of this, and I'd just be remiss not to thank them. Okay, thank you. Back to you.
Member Breckus, did you have one closing comment?
well, I would say maybe in that testing, take out $500,000. And I would suggest, if you don't have the capacity in staff, to hire someone to do a space planning exercise. I think that I really would like to engage, and Ms. Jardim mentioned it, our many boards and commissions, and let's find the best space allocation protocols, operating standards of operating procedures that we can to find a space, protect us and the public and our boards and commissions from going in there and come up with that. I mean, we have the money for the city's ability to operate safely, but I think that's a little bit different. So I would put $500,000 more in that and work on this plan first and foremost for space utilization. But maybe Ms. Jordan.
Thank you, Councilmember Breakfast. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you, and I will be very brief. My only comment on that is I am not fully convinced that we need to acquire another space. I do think with all the money we've put in after the social unrest and the destruction of our chambers that, you know, we put back in our IT and the carpet and the seats, and I just kind of wonder if there's not a way that we could come up with a adequate and safe way in our own building to conduct this. Maybe we can't. Maybe we can't. I don't know. City Hall is our home. I think we should be back in City Hall.
Well, I think all of us want for that too. Let's take that up on another occasion. Thank you for the informed conversation, Madam Clerk. I don't believe action was required on this. This was informational and direction to staff. Can we move along to, Councilmember Weber, did you have a comment here?
I just wanted to say one thing about opening up our NABs and other committees is we have to remember that a lot of these buildings are still closed. I know we now meet in our library, and how fast can we get back to our library? And we don't have a lot of other locations that we can meet in the North Valleys or anywhere in Ward 4, possibly maybe at another location closer to town in one of our community centers. I'm not sure. But
I appreciate that.
So I just want to throw that out because we have to have a facility to be able to meet in our communities as well. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, I'm going to move to approve staff recommendations. Can I get a second, please? Okay, I have a motion and a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, transitioning to item E1, this is an ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney. Claudia Hanson, as staff lead on this, will be available for any questions if you should have any. We have no public comment. Mr. Hall, take us away.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7157, ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 6, Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 6.07, Residential Permit Parking, Section 6.07.060, entitled Individual Resident Parking, in order to simplify and clarify the review and issuance process for individual resident parking, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay, I'm not sure we'll need a presentation, but I'll just look to the body. Can I get a motion, Councilmember Jordan?
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, transitioning to item S1. This is ordinance adoption. It should be noted for the record at this time. We did receive public comment from Donna Keats and Leah Sanders. This have been submitted to council and is part of the official record.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Vice Mayor, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6578, case number TXT 20-00006, development agreement, ordinance to amend the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.20, Development Agreements, to remove the requirement for development agreements to be associated with a project of regional significance, special use permit, planned unit development, or specific planning district, and to add that development agreements cannot be used to circumvent the entitlement and/or discretionary review process, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Delgado, a motion, please.
Move to approve.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Now I'll open up for conversation or discussion, if any. Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, H1, council updates for boards and commissions.
Okay, we'll start. Councilmember Breckus, do you have anything for us today? Thank you so much. Councilmember Dewar? Mr. Delgado?
No, sir.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Weber?
Just one quick thing. The Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities is having a conference in November, and I'll get you more details. Anyone that wants to serve on any of the committees at national, now is an open period of time for you to look and see if you would like to serve on one of those commissions or committees. So we'll make sure that we get the information out to all of you.
And Councilmember Weber, am I correct? This is a virtual gathering?
Yes, it will be.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much. I received some information about it, and so I plan to attend in November, and I'm excited about it. I'll be, obviously I would like to attend in person, but I understand that.
So would we.
Okay, Councilmember Jordan, anything from you? Okay, I have nothing. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we are transitioning to closing general public comment. I do have a note because council generally likes to proceed quickly into adjournment. We need to keep this council meeting open and open the redevelopment agency. So what I would actually recommend at this time is that we call to order the redevelopment agency and take roll call while keeping council open. Then we will take general closing public comment together and take one motion for adjournment from both.
Okay, Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please, for redevelopment?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Redevelopment agency roll call, Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Delgado.
Here.
Weber.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Shivi is absent at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, we have no general public comment for the redevelopment agency. We would be looking for approval of your agenda.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Can I get a motion on the approval of the minutes, please?
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time transitioning to item L5. This is a public hearing for a resolution for a parcel number to sell to Nevada Land.
Okay, let the record reflect that
time,
State Council. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to state that we have Eric Edelstein available to answer any questions if council should have any on this item.
Okay, I'm not sure we will, but let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item L51. Madam Clerk, may I ask, was proper notice given, any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given. No correspondence was received on this item.
Okay, and do any council members need to make disclosures? No? Okay, let's bring forward staff. Is there staff here to make a presentation if one should be desired?
Staff available for this item is Lori Miles. If there are specific questions, if there are none.
Yeah, there may not be any, but let me ask Councilmember Breckus, did you have a question, and who might it be directed to, just so we could bring them in?
I'd like Ms. Miles to orient us from the map of this property.
Okay, let us get that set up for a second.
Yeah, and I just, while that's going on, my question for her is this the property that we entertained a lease previously with the generator property?
Mr. Edelstein, thank you for being here this evening, and I'm going to ask, are you the one to answer that question, or is Ms. Miles? I think it may be Ms. Miles, so let's unmute Ms. Miles and welcome her to the meeting. Mr. Edelstein, just give us a second.
Hi, sorry, as I was transitioning in, I was not able to hear the question, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Councilmember Breckus asked about the specific parcel and whether this was previously in some kind of an agreement with a lease with the generator.
Hi, Lori Miles, property agent for the city of Reno. Yes, at one time it was. I don't know if you remember when Bill Thomas brought this forward to you on the original interest request back in March. They had given us a letter of termination.
Yeah. If I could continue, Mr. Edelstein, what is it, why do you want this property? Just access to your back fence, or is it the ability to control the activity back there?
It's really, so Eric Edelstein for the record. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today here. This is really about getting some access to some additional, I'll call it flex space for the short term. And it's really been built off of a need that's arising as we get closer to development in front of the stadium. So we believe in the next 3 to 5 years, all 7 acres in front of the stadium will be developed, and that's going to require some flexible space, whether it be equipment, vehicles at times, and just with it being, somewhat undevelopable. It's a good opportunity to get some space that we don't necessarily have a defined use for, but we think will help expedite the development across the street.
Well, here's my thinking. It's twofold. First of all, in regular times, before we had our inability to really provide the river corridor to be what we wanted to, and I speak primarily east of, downtown. I think west of downtown, we have our challenges, but it's more open to the public. I, as a recreator, used to ride my bike over the Wells Pass and do that little loop, and a lot of people did, and it was a wonderful way for our, public to enjoy the river corridor without, on a grade separated corridor, without vehicle traffic. So I'm always very concerned about disposing of property that we own, particularly that which is in such valuable location as the river corridor. So that's one. And I'll admit, we haven't done a great job, on there. It's gotten worse in the last 10 years. But 2 is our special relationship with your company. And I looked over that again recently in terms of, the support payments that we give to you for the agreement. They're about $500,000 a year now, and they'll extend till 43 when we own the stadium. And, maybe there'll be a workout, in the meantime when, none of us are sitting on the council or whatever. But we're going to own your property. And I don't know, I would encourage the council with that knowledge to do a lease, a long-term lease like we did with the generator until 43. You know, it could be mutually changed, and somehow tie it to the property or not. You know, in 43, maybe the stadium is, I don't know what happens when stadiums get torn down, and then the property goes back to the city for our recreation corridors. I would feel most comfortable with a lease and a long-term lease with you all, you know, for your ability to do that. Maybe we get, you know, anyway, that's my comfort level, and I'll wait to hear what my colleagues say.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Let me turn to Councilmember Dewar. And then
I was, it's interesting you say that. I was going to say the same thing. I think for a long time, the flood project we have on one of our drawings, this new pedestrian bridge. And the idea was to be able to go from bank to bank and have the bike path on both sides and be able to walk or bike on both sides. And I'm just a little apprehensive about selling it outright. I have no problem with leasing it and a long-term lease as well, especially if we could write into that lease that there could be the idea that the lease could be modified to accommodate the bike trail. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that we have a couple things pending, a lot of focus on the river, but if we do in 2022 get a ballot initiative for recreation, the mayor said that she'd like one of the key components to be the river park. And I would not like to foreclose the option for the river park, especially when this bridge has been planned for a long time. The south side's already pretty developed with apartments and all of that. So those are just some thoughts. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I know we're starting to go down a path where we would have money and a focus on developing the river park. So I don't know if you guys would consider doing a lease, but that would be my thought.
Mr. Edelstein, did you want to address that, or?
I would prefer if there's additional comments, and then I guess the only one thing I guess I would want to note, and Lori may be able to confirm this, but I believe the process by which we're going through this purchase is a boundary line adjustment, whereby essentially the boundary line of the ballpark parcel would be extended. So in theory, it would all be part of that parcel that would revert back to the city at the end of this, you know, of this longer term. So it isn't giving it away forever to forever be a separate thing. It's contemplated as part of the ballpark and the ballpark land going forward. But I'll just, and Lori may be able to clarify that.
Well, maybe within that, there could be an easement, a retained easement for this expansion of this bike park. Again, they're supposed to build a bridge. They're supposed to take out all the infrastructure underneath wells, because what that does is block up water and create flooding. So they would take that out and they would build an overpass type bridge, pedestrian and bike bridge. So I just want to make sure that we, even if it is expansion of your boundaries, that we retain an easement for, you know, this access, this egress for this recreation facility. I just think that would be prudent.
Okay, any additional, Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Eric, you and I have talked about this for quite some time, and maybe what we need to do, because I do know this was of particular interest to the mayor, and not just the river, but for some development in an area that not a lot good has been going on for quite some time. And I would sure hate to hold up, what is that saying about a bird in the hand sort of thing, for what might happen, and we don't really have a timeline of when that might happen. That doesn't mean we can't all agree on some access and that sort of thing. I don't know what the urgency is for this, but I'm thinking it might be a good idea to hit the pause on this one until the mayor could be with us at the future meeting. Unless, Eric, you've got some urgency to this?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say there's immediate urgency. In 60 days, it could become a little more urgent as things are progressing fairly quickly across the street from a development perspective.
Which is a good thing, which is a great thing, by the way. I do just know the mayor and I have had discussions on this. You and I have had discussions on this.
This is an area that we deal with some regularity and not in a good way. So, but I want to have this is, if we can even take until the next meeting or 2 meetings from now, so that the mayor can be here, because she and I have had discussions on this, and I feel like this is one, if we can pause for 30 days, I'd like to pause for 30 days.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, and I appear to a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions or comments at this time?
I do. I support the motion, and that's because I think that a question could be clarified. Ms. Miles, Mr. Shipman, is, you know, I think it's novel that it expands the ballpark property, but I recall the agreement, while it comes to us in 43, there's some sort of back ability for the ballpark.
Yeah, the noise thing sounds like.
1 second.
Oscar, you're on.
I got it.
Okay, there's some ability, I think, where the ballpark can exercise, you know, pay out the city, you know, at the end of that for a certain amount. So maybe that could be clarified in the agreement. I could maybe be comfortable disposing of the property to link to the ballpark, knowing that it's going to come to us, but I want that to be definitive that it's going to come to us, and we're in the driver's seat of that decision in 43, and not the ballpark owner just writing us a big check, you know, unless the big check is with our first right of refusal to have that, you know, piece of property back. Because, you know, they are not making any more riverfront property. It is the most valuable land in the region, and we have to be long-term stewards of any public property along that corridor, and very thoughtful. But this is unique because it's not to, you know, it's to someone who has a, you know, in a way is a steward of a property that we own. It's actually, when you get back into that agreement, that's how it's structured. So I support the motion. I'm ready for the vote.
Thank you,
Yep, one more
Councilmember Breckus. Go ahead, Councilmember Dewar, and then I have a comment, and then we'll take the vote.
And Lori, if you could check in with the flood project, because the other feature that we'd want to integrate with whatever the ballpark is doing is that also along that whole bank, the bank was supposed to be reinforced so it wouldn't scour. There's a curve there, and when you have a curve in a river, it scours out the river, it creates turbidity, it erodes the bank. So, you know, we just need to meet with the flood project and see what they were going to put riprap or what they were going to do, and integrate it with whatever Eric and the ball field would want to do. We just need to make these things work together. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Just so I can clarify, I did reach out to the flood project. This is Lori Miles, property agent for the city of Reno. Their plans are for erosion control, and we will still have that parcel that's directly up against the river. They're only talking about the upper sliver part of 25.
Yeah, maybe I don't see the right map, but maybe by next time you could give us a little bit more precise map. That'd be helpful.
Correct. I can do that.
Okay.
And so anyway, they're okay if we want to remove our request for the pedestrian bridge if there is no continuation for that as well. But the erosion control is still needed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dewar. And for my part, before I call for the motion, Mr. Edelstein, thank you for being here. Obviously, you know, Greater Nevada Field is such an incredible gem in our community. I thank you for the partnership that has occurred between the ownership group there and the Simons, your leadership there at the field. All of us, of course, are hoping for a time when we will be back there in the ballpark enjoying both soccer and baseball. And so, of course, all of us have, you know, had some heartbreak during this time. And certainly that's been one of the community's heartbreaks, is not to be able to spend time there. I thank you for the continued work you're doing. In the interim, and while you continue to work to resolve some of these things, please continue to do what you have been doing, which is working with Grant Denton and the Karma Box Project to find opportunities for waste collection adjacent to and near the properties. I think this is one in particular where there was some cleanup going on. And I just want to say thank you for partnering. It's something you don't have to do, but you are doing because you're a good community partner. And so I want to be able to thank you and just say, keep doing that, because we need folks who are saying to our community that we can have cleanups that occur here. Dumpsters can be here without creating a lot of drama or consternation. And the work that you've done with Waste Management, Grant Denton, our parks folks, our public works folks to accomplish those goals, I personally appreciate. So thank you for that. That being said, let me call for the question. All those in favor of the continuance, please raise your hand and signify by saying aye.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I apologize before I jump in, before you call for the question. In order to reduce the cost of renoticing, is there an opportunity, and would the motion maker be amenable to setting this at a date and time certain so as to avoid cost? Thank you.
Yes.
So with that, we would be looking at the second meeting in October, I believe, or are you looking at 10/14?
That works.
Ms. Miles, does that give you a sufficient time to resolve the issues that we've asked about?
Yeah.
Are you saying and it should be an RDA meeting, so the second meeting in October would be good.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. And I'll confirm that the second is amenable to that. Councilmember Dewar, you were the second, okay. Okay, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Edelstein.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that transitioning, thank you, Eric. Transitioning to item L6, this is a letter of interest from RTC for city-owned property. I believe staff representative on this is also Lori Miles, and she can give you brief presentation and questions if there are any.
I'm not sure there will be questions. I read the materials, but I'll look to my colleagues. Does anyone desire or require a staff presentation at this time?
I'm just questioning, I thought RTC overbuilt that 4th Street Center and it has unused bays over there. And so I'm just, fuel, I mean, it's kind of a lost opportunity cost of a downtown property for a fuel filling station. I'm not sure if don't they have capacity on their own bays that they're not using right now? And do we really want to, not make this property available for, housing, an affordable housing site?
I don't know if Ms. Miles will be able to answer that, but I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Jardin. Is there anything that you can add to this conversation that might be helpful or instructive?
Well, with the assumption that it's not needed, I would push back on that. I do know there's been an evaluation on this site. I'm trying to see if Mr. Thomas or anybody is on the line here. I don't see anybody.
I don't believe we have any representatives from RTC.
Oh,
I have
Jonathan.
Mark Maloney.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we will move him over to as a panelist. Thank you for raising your hand, Mark. He's joining us as a panelist and will be able to answer questions for you.
Mr. Maloney, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, were you able to hear the question that was asked?
I believe so, Vice Mayor, council members. The current 4th Street station is at capacity. All the bays are being utilized. With the adding of the Lincoln line and extra frequency that we've done on a couple other over the last few years, we have kind of maxed out our bays. And then secondly, our charging opportunity with the electric fleet is we only have 2 chargers that are on that facility. And to have an extra spot for the additional charging, the opportunity to charge to get longer range out of the vehicles, this would be very useful on that side. One of the main areas of our interest is also having some parking available. We do not have any public parking. So to be able to do a park and ride for our express service and then possibly for the express private services out to Trick would make a very good opportunity to kind of have those all come together in one spot, along with the obviously charging opportunity for the 4 bays that we could put in there.
Wait a second. I want to ask a little bit more about the park and ride, because I know that has been an issue, and I don't mind the multiple use. Are you allowed to do that? I thought there was some allowance that you couldn't do that on the facilities.
No, but there is nothing that precludes us from doing parking. We actually could do paid parking on anything. RTC has that capability in their regulations. So
What about the FTA? What about the FTA? I thought the FTA, when you build a bus station with the FTA funds, which you did, you can't do private park and rides on that site. Is that correct?
So, yeah, to get more clarity, you can't do just parking. That's not related to transit and charge for that. It has to do with the charging factor and if it's related to your transit opportunity or not with the funded. This would also be something that we'd be looking to pay for through FTA dollars because we're looking at the leftover savings from Virginia Street BRT project. So this would also go through an FTA process.
Are you going to be generating income on this property?
No, we are not.
You're not going to allow the private Google buses or something to pick up there and charge them a lease or anything?
We wouldn't be charging the public, but yes, we might be charging for a bay for rental if we were to go down that road.
Is that calculated into the cost, Ms. Miles? What is the appraisal?
This is just discussion and direction. Again, Lori Miles, City of Reno. So this, we would get it appraised if you guys gave us direction to move forward with this letter of interest from RTC.
Okay.
Right now, it's just discussion and direction.
Well, I think that if they're going to, you know, I think we need to get the highest and best price for it. And was there something in here that if we sell it, then it has to go for a capital outlay? Was that?
That is one of the mechanisms. If we sell it to another governmental entity, we can sell it for fair market value, but the property, the money has to be used for capital outlay.
Is that our policy?
It's in NRS.
Oh, it's in NRS. Okay, well, we certainly have no shortage of capital outlay,
Right.
but I believe that the appraisal, you know, if they are going to lease it to Google buses and have an income generating property, then the appraisal needs to look into that, certainly. Sometimes we send people off to do appraisals and we see that, wow, this property is the least economical piece of property in downtown. How'd that happen?
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Councilmember Jordan, I'm going to come to you for a motion and any comments you'd like to make.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, item L7, this is the investment policy approval for the redevelopment agency. This is something brought forward before council has approved the one for council. This is just coming back as it is redevelopment.
No, I understand. I don't know that we'll need a staff presentation. Any questions? Seeing, Councilmember Jordan for a motion.
Sorry, I would be remiss if we moved on, and I didn't say to Lori, because I know how much she loves being the center of attention, how her hair is on point. Yes. So anyway, I just wanted, since the mayor's not here, I figured I'd bring some color to your cheeks, so I couldn't let it pass, so.
Thank you.
I second that. Councilmember Jordan, I'm looking for a motion on item L7.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. Any additional questions at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item
Mr. Vice
L8.
Mayor, item L8, this pertains to an item on your consent agenda that you've already approved. This is the redevelopment version.
Right, I understand that. Can I get a motion, please, Councilmember Dewar? Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any additional questions or comments at this time? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, council's already given updates on boards and commissions.
Thank you. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
No, thank you. We would, this time, we are going to now open item J1 from regular council, and this item for general public comment should be noted for the record. We received public comment from Megan Wolf, Adam Barrington, Vonda Fisher on behalf of Charles McGee Sr., Charles McGee himself, and then Ann G. Those have been submitted to council, are part of the record. Additionally, we do have 2 voicemails that have been received. These items were received after 4 p.m. yesterday, so they've been moved to general closing public comment. We'll now transition to IT to play the 2 voicemails we've received, and then we will look for your motion to adjourn.
And I apologize, Madam Clerk. I was trying to adjourn the Redevelopment Agency Board, not the main meeting, but can we do both at the same time?
We can, yes. So we are
Okay.
taking, just for the record, this is item J for public comment for regular council, item 10 for redevelopment, and then we will take one motion to adjourn both meetings.
Understand, and my apologies. Let's listen to those voicemails.
Hello, this message is to be included in public comment section during the city council meeting. Hello, this message is to be included in public comment section during the city council meeting. My name is Alicia Rasmussen. I am Community Engagement Coordinator for the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation. In conjunction with the message left by Shirley Folkens-Roberts, our Executive Director, and to thank you all for your participation in September Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and proclaiming this month as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, as well as the kickoff of our Know the Gold campaign. I would also like to add to the record that we are excited to announce that Natalia's Night is scheduled for September 30th, 2020, with many participating restaurants. The City Council has participated and supported this event in years past, and it is in honor of Natalia Berriman, who lost her battle with childhood cancer in 2013. This year, our participating restaurants are El Adobe Cafe, Pisano's Pizza, Bistro 7, Wild River Grill, Zozo's, and Great Basin Brewery, with more to be announced shortly. Again, I'd like to thank the City Council and the Reno Fire Department's support of this event in years past, and hope that you will all come out and join us again this year on September 30th. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is a recording for public comment. I'd like to introduce myself. I am Shirley Folkens-Roberts, the Executive Director of the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation, and I am here to say thank you to the Honorable Mayor Sheevy and the City Council for declaring Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in September through the City Council. The City Council prepared a proclamation for us, and September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and it is also the kickoff of our Know the Gold campaign, which is a campaign in which we raise awareness and funds for childhood cancer locally in our community. We are happy to announce that this year the William N. Pennington Foundation will be matching all funds raised from September 1st through February 19th, 2021, 100% dollar for dollar. And again, we would like to thank the City Council for their years of support of the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation and our local children in the battle of their life. This is the end of my public comment. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment, and we would be looking for motions to adjourn both council and redevelopment.
We have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by no. Motion carries unanimously.
Bye, you guys. Oh,